Excuse me. All right. Okay, we got the trophy hunt. I'm gonna do this new run. Okay. Check my check, capture card.
It's the writing. But that's just scratching the surface. Playing Starfield is an exercise in endless frustration, made all the more painful because the vast majority of its flaws stem from baffling top-level design decisions. Like Skyrim and Fallout 4, Starfield is fundamentally broken, and it didn't need to be. I understand that Bethesda titles are intended as games where you can turn your brain off and have fun for a couple hours. However, there's no shortage of games like that these days, and many of them are more fun and more respectful of your time. Moreover, if you want an inch more than mindless fun from your video games, you're not going to find it here. It's not about bugs, it's not about the updated engine, the performance, or anything else technical. Even if this game ran flawlessly, it would just be putting mediocre content in front of you as smoothly as possible. Starfield, like its predecessors, is a game that buys into the fallacy that quantity is equivalent to quality. It's built around shoveling so much shit in your face that's so easy to consume that the thought of doing or playing anything else is exhausting. Anti-immersion. Despite Starfield constantly crowing about the grandeur of exploring amongst the stars, this is a skin-deep affectation. All the wistful platitudes uttered in-game don't change the fact that the game is uninterested in its own genre or premise. Even though this is apparently a title Todd Howard has wanted to make for a long time, Starfield has no grand vision, no core themes or ideas to explore with any sort of depth. No story that someone was dying to tell. Seems the only enjoyment you can extract out of it is an endless, shallow dopamine treadmill of explore, kill, loot, explore until you're too tired to continue. The strategy says this is a game designed around pecking some buttons and getting some corn. It's so staggeringly safe and boring I can't come to any conclusion except that it was designed to be that way. More than any other Bethesda title, Starfield has confirmed for me that the studio is no longer disguising their disrespect for the player's time, intelligence, agency, or imagination. Hi, I'm Gunmetal. I make high-effort shitposts, ones that often contain broad, sweeping statements like that last doozy. Although I get hyperbolic for comedy's sake and so I can try and have productive conversations about improving the medium as a whole, this time I'm doing so because I'm tired. I'm real tired. Tell me about the rabbits, Todd. This video is a long-form critique and analysis for Starfield. But like, why am I bothering? Why level all this criticism at Bethesda and Starfield? Why get so in-depth about something intended as brainless fun? After all, not every game has to be a rich artistic masterpiece, nor should they be. No one wants to slave away for 16 hours at the bullshit factory, then come home and play Pathologic. No. I'm digging deep into why Starfield sucks, because aiming for mediocrity and hitting the mark isn't something to celebrate. Bethesda used to make definitive role-playing games. Games that push the boundaries of what video games can do and what they could be. They've since belt-sanded away every facet of their games that made them popular in the first place, out of a misguided directive to be as mass-market friendly as possible. What rubs salt in the wound is that they keep topping sales charts, so there's no actual incentive to improve them. Of course, I can't blame a massive corporate entity for acting like a massive corporate entity, but I question the necessity of it. The RPG dark ages of the early 2000s and 2010s are over. Broader gaming audiences are capable of parsing more complex games with deeper mechanics and mature stories. Yet Bethesda still thinks being mass market friendly means you need to treat your customers like they're brain dead morons. That might sound a little entitled and pretentious, but I think it's valid to criticize their games in this way when Starfield is suffering from the same problems that plagued Fallout 3 15 years ago. To me at least, it seems like they've only gotten worse. With The Elder Scrolls 6 in the earliest phases of production, it's an important time to be critical. I understand that's like trying to drain the Pacific Ocean with a 5-gallon bucket. I'm not on so much copium that I think Bethesda's gonna make anything like Morrowind again, but it's insane how much missed potential there is in Starfield. That's another reason why I think people keep coming back to Bethesda games, why people keep making videos like these, why wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle keeps frustrating so many. They make ambitious games, but their ambition is solely directed towards maximalism. The drive to make their games as large and broad as possible. Games that can be everything for everyone, forever. With a little imagination, it's pretty easy to see how rejecting this impulse could make these games so much more than they actually are. That's also why the Bethesda modding community is so huge. It wouldn't exist if these games didn't have a spark of something incredible buried under all the layers of annoying bullshit. Modern Bethesda games succeed despite their simplicity, not because of it. I've always held that their games being such huge successes is due to their presentation and marketing. They could have maintained their previous level of complexity and done equally well. Instead, we suffer the Bethesda curse. No one else is really making this type of RPG, meaning we have to endure every single condescending high-level design choice and oversimplified system just to experience them. In this regard, Starfield is no different. Every now and then, there's glimpses of potential. When the game stops talking, when it slows down, when it disengages from its tedious core gameplay loop, you can see the bones of something incredible. And then it's over, crushed under the weight of a dozen baffling design decisions that undercut themselves at every turn. Starfield is a game at war with itself, and playing it feels like walking on a field of rakes. You have to fight the game to get invested in the storytelling. You have to fight the game to roleplay. You have to fight the game to play it as intended. You have to fight the game to enjoy it at all. But before we get to unpacking all of that, I want to start off with the positives, that missed potential. After all, if it was totally bereft of interesting ideas or imagination, it'd be a Ubisoft game, and I wouldn't bother complaining. So, in order to examine why Starfield sucks and how it's fundamentally broken, we first have to talk about that classic Bethesda magic, that spark of something fantastic that keeps us crawling back. From here on out, there will be very thorough spoilers for the entire game, so if you care about that, thanks for stopping by. I promise there's nothing in Starfield worth saving for yourself, but I still want to offer you the opportunity to click off. Ready? Let's get started. Everything good I have to say about Starfield comes with an asterisk, but that doesn't mean they're not still positives. Also, although I have been and will continue to be very critical of this game, I want to emphasize that my problems with it are not the fault of the devs who actually made it. Starfield's flaws exclusively stem from Bethesda's upper management and the design document they put together. It was those flawed directives that led to Starfield being the way it is, not the people who put in the blood, sweat, and tears to build the game. I hate seeing people call Bethesda games lazy when that only applies to the higher-ups that want to keep making the same profit machines, not the hundreds of people that have to labor under that myopic scope. In reality, an insane amount of time, effort, talent, and craft went into Starfield. This is a project that involved hundreds of people working endless hours for 8 years to put together, and it shows. It oozes production value. The game existing as it does is a monumental achievement, bugs and all. My hat goes off to them. To that end, I can say at the very least, Starfield feels like the best version of Fallout 4. If you enjoyed Fallout 4 despite its numerous flaws, you'll love Starfield. Granted, it doesn't have the contiguous open-world map, but I find that a worthy trade-off for not experiencing Fallout 4's writing. Starfield has cleaner gunplay, more interesting weapons, more engaging handcrafted dungeons, better art direction, less oppressive level scaling, and better voice acting. That's something I want to highlight. Even though the actual dialogue is not fantastic, the delivery feels like a measurable step up from previous Bethesda titles. It's not always stellar, of course, but that's a ludicrous expectation to have in a game so massive. What's important is that I could tell the cast was trying their best to sell the lines they were given.
I'm gonna get a glass.
Everything in Starfield feels a little bit better when the dialogue is given more explicit direction, when talented actors are given more space to give real performances. For example, the funeral scene. Your companion with the highest affinity in Constellation dies for dumb, preventable reasons in order to wring some cheap drama out of the story. However, when memorializing the dead character, the actors swung for the fences. They genuinely sound like they're grieving, even if they couldn't make me care.
What? You turned around.
Themselves did. On that note, I have to praise Emily O'Brien, Sarah Morgan's voice actress. Sarah's actual character writing is
trying to make this as clean as possible,
rote, and borderline psychotic. However, at the conclusion of her quest line, she takes a quiet moment to grieve for her fallen comrades. It's perfectly paced, perfectly executed, perfectly performed. And for a second, I felt an emotion. In a Bethesda game. And then we're back on the bullshit. That's also the theme for the best gameplay bits. All the copy-paste dungeons that get slapped down everywhere get old immediately. The handcrafted dungeons are like glimpses into the Starfield that could have been. When the levels have a real idea behind them, the combat is elevated. The gameplay systems come into sharper focus. My favorite dungeon in the game is a derelict spaceship with fluctuating power. Its gravity drive switches off and on at regular intervals, changing up how you fight and how you explore it. In that same vein, clearing spacers out of an abandoned zero-G casino was also fun. While shamefully brief, it feels more special and vibrant. There's even colorful touches like a review explaining what a terrible idea it is to have a zero-G nostalgia-bait casino.
Shut the fuck
In the
up.
main quest, there's a sci-fi version of the time travel mission from Dishonored 2. Although lessened in that you have to switch over at specific locations and solve more boring problems, it's still a good level with a hidden golden ending for players that are paying attention. The Nishina research station is a bit of a slog on subsequent playthroughs, but it's the only level that takes advantage of alternate universes, and I think they did a pretty good job. The climax of the Ryujin questline, infiltrating Infinity Core, is the worst Dishonored level ever made, but it's in Starfield, which makes it fun and interesting. They put real effort into providing different ways to accomplish your objectives, even making sure not to force the player to use their new mind-controlled neuron.
God damn it.
There's a couple more fun levels, but you get the idea. It's the unique locations that work the best. That also goes for the cities and towns of the settled systems. They're typically defined by a single, simple theme, but they still look incredible. Neon is the cyberpunk town and treated with about as much depth as its name, but
How?
arriving at it for the first time, watching
What?
the lightning arc off the shield,
What?
and getting to run around
I'm on
the
easy.
rooftops is genuinely cool.
What are you
In
talking
addition,
about?
these towns typically have more interesting and varied quests that have intent behind them. There's two examples I want to discuss specifically. Although short, there's a brief questlet of sorts on Sidonia where a kid has you hang space frog posters around the colony. It's small and simple, but it goes a long way toward showing the conditions of the miners, the drudgery of the Martian landscape, how people would think and feel if they were subjected to such conditions. The other is resolving the brownouts in the well of New Atlantis. It's one of the first quests you can get and doesn't involve much more than flipping switches, but there's clever intent behind it. It takes you all over both the well and New Atlantis proper, conveying through visual storytelling that the gleam and glamour of the United Colonies does not extend to all its citizens. It shows that there's people working within the system that care, but they're being crushed by bureaucracy and apathy, in a quest about flipping switches. These are small and quick, but they represent a handful of good moments sandwiched between the oppressive core gameplay loop. I'm hoping by now you get what I mean when I say everything good has an asterisk. There's no better example of this, I think, than my favorite part of Starfield, the shipbuilding. The ability to design your own ship, paint it up, then walk around inside, decorate it, salute out of it, fight in it, etc. It's awesome. It feels like making your own secondary character within the narrative.
Got him.
With a little time and effort, you can come up with something truly unique and personal to you. It's also something you have to earn. It feels great when you can finally splurge and get the ship you want. It serves the narrative and the gameplay. This goes a long way towards facilitating player expression and creativity. The system is also deeply fucked. You have to grind out one skill to max to get access to all the parts, and then a separate skill to actually fly it, which is all rendered pointless anyway because space combat is awful. We'll talk more about these issues in depth later, but I don't think there's a better case study for how this game feels like it's trying its hardest to stop you from having fun at every turn. Finally, I want to talk about one thing I like that, unfortunately, also broke the game beyond repair. Becoming Starborn. I have many criticisms of Starfield's storytelling, but contextualizing New Game Plus as a diegetic consequence of reaching Unity is interesting and ambitious, on the surface. The fact that you can go through the story again and meaningfully behave as though your character already knows what's going to happen is a great idea. This mostly translates into
There you
shaving
guys go.
down the amount of time it
Gather
takes to
up.
complete a main story playthrough, which is also smart, but allowing for this must have taken a ton of effort. Your foreknowledge of the story is a mechanic, to the point where you're even allowed to skip it. You also get to be more powerful as your skills and game knowledge carry over. You can do the content faster, you know where the best unique stuff is. This works well with how the game does level scaling. I'm never a fan of it, and it has its issues in Starfield too, but restricting it to specific star systems makes the early New Game Plus more engaging. Even though you lose your loot, you can still enjoy being overpowered in those earlier areas. In Skyrim and Fallout 4, the oppressive level scaling brutalized their combat systems, flattening the power curve into the most boring line possible. Not the case with Starfield. I also have plenty of complaints about the combat and loot, but at the very least the game lets you revel in being overpowered for a bit. The bigger issue with Starfield's New Game Plus system has to do with the writing surrounding it, and it's a multi-layered, insurmountable problem. When you walk into Unity, you're prompted with the line, "Who will you be? What choices will you make?" Your ship, weapons, items, and outposts are left behind in the old universe, leaving you with your background, skills,
Let me see if it
powers,
includes
and
the
foreknowledge of what's to
prison.
come. And therein lies the rub. You know what's going to happen. If you're invested in the game, you've probably already done the faction quest and had your fill of the side content. Then you get to experience the novelty of the Starborn dialogue.
Okay, so it doesn't include the prologue, so I'm pretty good.
Well,
I could probably just run
Yet
through
you're
this, but
incentivized to keep going.
it's okay, so I
even
wanna
though each
do it,
hour of gameplay is
sneaky
providing
way.
diminishing returns at an exponential rate. Starfield's story and mechanics are designed around facilitating perpetual play. It's a game designed to be as easy as possible to consume with as few
Holy
barriers
shit.
to entry in order to maximize hours played. That's the intention, at least. Instead, by ending the story with Unity, by making New Game Plus this way, Starfield forces you time and time again to confront its largest and most glaring flaw. The settled systems are fucking boring. It is, without hyperbole, one of the worst settings I have ever experienced in a video game of this size and scope. Who Will You Be loses all meaning when the world itself lacks a single interesting idea or ounce of reactivity. There are no meaningful choices to make because the game world they take place in is devoid of imagination. This is why I'm so confident that Starfield was ruined from the top down. Building a setting this bland can only happen intentionally, at a project's inception. The positive section is over now. I cannot overstate enough how brutal of a setback the settled systems are to the overall experience. It is a brick wall of bad that you must surmount to enjoy anything about Starfield. It penalizes your curiosity by crumbling under scrutiny, and penalizes your intelligence by getting dumber and more nonsensical the more you think about it. And that's a goddamn shame. One of the primary reasons I gave Starfield an honest try is because science fiction, in all its forms, is my favorite genre of fiction. There's something deeply appealing about the vastness of space, our grand insignificance, and expanding or re-examining our scientific understanding. Whether it's relentlessly optimistic, brutally cynical, deeply horrifying, or grand and operatic, science fiction is a fantastic vehicle to examine the human condition in a postmodern artistic landscape. We killed God, and science fiction is how we perform the autopsy. Starfield, however, is not space-themed science fiction for any reason except that it's sufficiently distinct from Bethesda's other intellectual properties. Starfield's aesthetics deliberately evoke the open-eyed wonder of early-stage space exploration, the glory days of NASA, of pursuing the final frontier and seeing what's out there, which is a cold and calculated deception. Ultimately, Starfield has as much love, respect, and investment in science and space exploration as people who believe in
No, you don't.
Its art direction, its premise, and its very genre all wrote a giant check Bethesda had no hope of cashing. In this lane of science fiction, what makes it memorable and evocative for me is not the sweeping vistas, strange alien creatures, or cool spaceships. That's just the surface level. What matters is the ideas and discussions these elements provoke. Starfield doesn't have anything except the surface level. The settled systems are a puree of every popular science fiction property from the past 60 years. Yes, even the one you're thinking of right now. It's not uncommon for sci-fi settings to borrow or straight up steal from one another, but they usually put some effort into recontextualizing them. The best questline in Starfield boils down to, hey, remember aliens? The more you like sci-fi, the worse Starfield is. You'll recognize familiar concepts constantly, and you can predict every story beat because you've seen it all before. The most sci-fi feeling moments are tiny questlets shoved as far away from the player's path as possible.
Yeah, assholes
Even
are down
then,
here
it's
too,
like a
what the
greatest
fuck?
hits album, to which
Forgot about
Starfield
them.
has nothing to add. It doesn't
Oh.
pose any questions or present ideas unique to itself. Am machine person? What if space Batman? Soldiers make friends? It's just so generic and tiresome. Not only that, but its aesthetics run contrary to everything presented to you in-game. It's using a grounded, hard science fiction art direction to tell bad Star Wars stories, which never feels to feel jarring and ill-fitting. The only identity
You got
Starfield
Luke.
has is it being a Bethesda game. Its systems, storytelling tropes, and gameplay modalities are cobbled together from different properties that don't go here. The one theme Starfield really hammers at is reconciling rationality and spirituality, which would have been groundbreaking if I was 12, or this was 2002. And it never has anything to say about it because they're terrified the player might be offended. It's surreal to experience because you can feel the editor's notes butting in whenever the narrative is in danger of challenging you or getting too detailed. Every world-building detail within the settled systems is committed to being non-confrontational, and being as agreeable and toothless as humanly possible. Starfield breaks new ground by being the first game written by an HR department. This isn't asking the players questions and letting them come to their own conclusions, it's mealy-mouthed corpo writing, talking out of both sides of their mouths about concepts they have no investment in. I don't expect you to take me at my word. We're going to talk about specific storytelling failures and missed potential soon, but it's important to bring this up first. Every flaw in Starfield is derived from this lack of narrative ambition. And this lack of ambition was intentional. The only thing it cares about is being big. Here's a quote from an ad disguised as an NPR interview. Design director Emil Pagliarulo, who oversaw much of the game's lore
Hey,
and
assholes,
quest
there's a
design,
body-
understands that
Here.
with a video game like Starfield, fun comes first. We're making a video game, he says. We're not making Anna Karenina. So
fuck are you
Pagliarulo
doing?
and the team made it their mission to create an escapist fantasy where everything fun that could conceivably happen in space is possible. There's so much to unpack here, it's mind-boggling. When you approach making a game
stay
like
busy.
that, it's easy to see how Starfield falls on its face. Obviously, incredible art can still be fun. Obviously, there's a vast spectrum of art between generic slop and fucking Tolstoy. Obviously, making an enormous game with so much stuff to do is still very ambitious. The issue here is that fun escapism, as defined by Bethesda games, is about never telling the player no, about letting them wander around doing whatever they want. This isn't how they actually play out, but it's clear that's how the studio defines fun. The settled systems were written around the kill, loot, explore Bethesda gameplay loop. That's what came first. Everything else about the setting is subordinate to that directive. Anything that could interrupt the player pecking the button and getting the corn was surgically excised. Therefore, a bunch of vague noise about big ideas isn't a serious presentation of these topics. To me, it comes off as patronizing. It feels like I'm being treated with kitty gloves, like if my beliefs are challenged or I'm presented with a potentially uncomfortable idea, I'll turn the game off. And that kind of writing is
Without purchasing
diametrically
any
opposed to what
supernatural
Starfield attempts to
powers
evoke.
or
Safety,
enhancements,
familiarity, and
mostly flesh
repetition
and
are the
steel.
enemies of true exploration.
Let me see what I'm able to
Starfield
use.
is not a mirror to the player and never could be. Bethesda's game design ethos would never allow it. Once you start looking at the game this way, a lot of the world building falls into place.
Wait, what is
Alright,
that?
I've put it off long enough. I owe you examples and specificity. Let's take a dive into the settled systems. A galaxy full of nothing. In its desire to be as non-confrontational as possible, Starfield broke itself in half. A game trying to say our choices are what make us human cannot then present such lifeless characters, such a dearth of difficult decisions, and a complete lack of reactivity. Above all else, Starfield is about maintaining the status quo. A game that's nominally about exploration and furthering our understanding of the universe is about keeping everything the same. The one change you can make in the game is the fate of the key, a single derelict space station. Everything else is restricted to what passes for ending slides, which are all binary, don't seem to have any real impact on the settled systems, and are guaranteed to be seen less and less as you progress your new game plus. Unity is an ugly, half-hearted concession to actual narrative closure, a vestigial limb sewn onto a bloated monstrosity of a game that desperately wants to be Destiny. However, there was an incredible opportunity in presenting the ending slides like this. Imagine if you were allowed to ask Unity questions about these outcomes, or you were allowed to provide clarification on why you made the decisions you did. That would give the writers so much room to expand on the consequences of your choices, poke at your decision-making process, and make the choices feel more real, like your own. Instead, there's like 2 sentences of vague nonsense that doesn't feel like it changed anything at all. Even more aggravating is that these slides are almost entirely tied to the factions, which are some of the most stilted and lifeless groups ever put to code. They have no identity beyond their art direction, and have no beliefs outside their elevator pitch. This is because Starfield is trying as hard as it can to be apolitical. Constellation is apolitical. The news network is apolitical. Galbank is
So
apolitical.
I can't upgrade Blank. I have
That's
to
not
use
what
the
that
basic
word
level.
means. Bethesda, whether through ignorance or malice, is misconstruing politics to mean nationality. The 2 nations in Starfield, the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective, are just different flavors of American neoliberal capitalism. It's like a version of New Vegas where the epic struggle over the Hoover Dam is between the NCR and the NCR but wearing a cowboy hat. Their right to govern, their method of governance, their ideologies, none are ever explored or even questioned. They say they have different priorities and ideals, but they are functionally identical.
Interesting.
The only
Only
difference between
Blank
them is their aesthetics.
and
If
killing
that's the
key
intention,
targets?
Starfield is trying to say, hey, they're both missing the point. Then why is that
Okay.
never discussed? There's a single woefully short lore tablet pointing out how dumb the colony war was, but in the general why can't we get along sense. It even points out that there's no reason to have a war over resources or living space because there's mineral-rich, human-compatible planets everywhere. You can wipe your ass with habitable planets. But this criticism is offered with the wide-eyed naivete that there's so much more out there than playing politics. Except that's insane. Even as a spacefaring race, human beings still have to exist. They will still build societies and cultures which will interact with one another. And that's politics. Some of the best science fiction can be boiled down to exactly that. I can absolutely believe that something like the Colony War might happen in a galaxy of plenty, but justification is never given. No side is given ulterior motives or grievances, legitimate or otherwise. They're not an ideological conflict, there's no population pressures, no competition for resources.
Okay, so I'm thinking for this achievement, I probably don't even need to get any rune upgrades. I'm just straight up doing the mission. Okay, this should be fine.
Resources or living space? Nothing. It's supremely dumb, not in a way
That's the flesh and steel.
The Colony
Can I use
War is a
sleep
keystone
darts?
component in the lore of the settled systems, but it isn't.
Dishonored, mostly flesh and steel. Can I use sleep darts? Okay, hold on. I found a nice little tip section. Hold on. Quick little rundown here. Is there a thing complete the entire game without being seen? Oh, complete the game without killing anyone. Okay, okay. I'm not gonna fuck with bone charms. Hide bodies, never get caught. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The basics. Nice.
More engaging or complex than bashing
Escape the
Firefly and
sewers,
Expanse
where
action
Samuel
figures
at.
against each other. None of the NPCs or the factions they belong
I can't
to
get
have
any
aspirations,
enhancements, no
culture,
sleep
or
dart.
convictions. There isn't a single union.
Increase
that might have been
pouch
too close to
increase.
saying something, and then the player might turn the game off. Can't have
Sam, where you
that.
at?
Did Jeff Bezos write this game?
Oh,
United
shit.
Colonies and Freestar Collective are presented with flaws, but ones that are too simple and on the nose to feel authentic. Moreover, nothing about them is revealed or changed throughout the course of the narrative. You can guess their entire shtick the instant you encounter them, and you will always be correct. You'll never be surprised, confronted, or allowed to alter their dynamic. The UC is up to some sinister shit, but when you try and call them out on it or screw them over, the game slaps your hand away, because that would change too much. Is not being allowed to reveal that
What the
Victus
fuck,
is
bro?
alive
How'd you see me?
supposed to imply
That was nice.
SSNN isn't as unbiased as they claim, or is it because it changed the status quo too much and require a bunch of extra work for the developer? The answer can only be the latter. They wanted a shocking reveal in one of their quest lines and didn't think about how that might change the overall landscape of the setting. All of the quests are written like this, always resolving in two slightly different, equally acceptable flavors of the pre-existing status quo. As a result of writing the game this way, none of it works. And trying to be so careful and inoffensive, the verisimilitude collapses. Because real people are ideological. They have opinions about how society should be organized, how they want to live their lives, and how their nation should operate. In refusing to portray ideology and actual politics out of a fear of alienating the player, the NPCs and the factions they belong to ring hollow. When they don't have strong feelings about anything, or have strong feelings for poorly established reasons, the settled systems fall apart.
Ha,
They
you
never
little
feel like an
bastard,
authentic
what?
place or tell stories that matter.
Oh,
because
this
the characters
guy?
within
What?
it don't come across like real people.
Oh, fuck.
This inhuman cant is even baked into the dialogue, most visibly when NPCs refer to the factions.
There's a third
this isn't
guy.
how people talk.
Damn,
This
keep
isn't
forgetting
how
about
they
these
think.
fuckers.
Factions is an extrinsic word. It's like saying I'm from the United States faction, which is absurd. You can't even use the excuse that it's future slang or whatever, because the only person who talks in space slang is this guy. I'm not kidding, it's just him. In being so rabidly apolitical, the opposite is achieved. Starfield is incredibly political, just not in the way sentient thumbs might think.
Fucking pronouns!
However, man-children who think games shouldn't be political and being more inclusive is what makes them political, they were already beyond help. No, what makes Starfield political is the refusal to take a stand or provide meaningful commentary outside of a blasé and half-hearted, both sides kind of bad, but not really, I guess. In doing so, it reveals its actual ideology, the one thing it truly believes in.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
The settled systems are the safest, most sterile, and sexless sci-fi universe ever created. It is the Kendall Jenner Pepsi commercial of science fiction. It is terrified of a player having an opinion about it. It wants to hold up a mirror to the player and ask, what do you believe? But the mirror is covered in ads and insane loading screen tips. No, Bethesda, the one bank cannot be apolitical. Constellation can't claim to be apolitical when it is a literal stone's throw away from the center of the United Colonies. Because that's not how politics work. That's not how systems work. That's not how people work. I keep arriving at Doyle's conclusions for every single choice the writers made because those are the only ones that make sense.
Bottles are going to be good for the
United
stealth
Colonies
runs.
can never be portrayed too negatively because Constellation is headquartered in New Atlantis and you need to be there for main quest progression.
The
If
magic
the UC
bottle.
were too sinister, that raised too many questions about Constellation. Can't have that. The Colony War happened to justify dropping copy-pasted dungeons everywhere. The capital city of an advanced spacefaring society capable of waging interstellar warfare is still in danger from alien fauna somehow because this place needed to have some
supposed to
rustic
turn around.
terrain for aesthetic reasons, I guess. This goes on and on. There is one quest in the game that best showcases the flaws inherent to this writing ethos and why this game is so frustrating to talk about. Not only does it perfectly represent how being apolitical means being very political, but because there was some missed potential. First Contact. It's a classic sci-fi setup. After almost 200 years of slower-than-light travel, a generational colony ship from old Earth arrives at its destination to find out they've been leapfrogged. FTL was invented while they were in transit, and the Paradise Planet they've claimed has already been colonized, in this case by a company that built a luxury resort. The colonists don't want to compromise. They filed for settlement rights centuries ago, and feel like they're owed this world in its entirety. The board doesn't want to compromise. They built a tiny resort on this planet, and they don't want to share a single acre. You're asked to play the role of diplomat and negotiate between the two groups. What this actually involves is telling the colonists to go fuck themselves. Your choices are buying them a grav drive and resources so they can find somewhere else to settle, selling them into indentured servitude, or killing them all. I hope I don't have to tell you why these being the only options is psychotic. Genuinely, what did Bethesda mean by this? You're never given the option to make a real compromise or side with the colonists, even though I feel like the comment about filing paperwork was the perfect setup for a dungeon raid. I thought the game wanted me to go to Earth and dig up their claim.
I'm here to make a clean run.
With lots of opportunities.
I promise you're not going to be mad at me.
You could rub the document in the board's smug faces and give their shitty resort the finger. It would have been a very satisfying ending. In fact, I was so certain this was the intent, I thought my game
Alright, hurry up, take me there.
option to do the
I want to see
dungeon
my
raid was
mission.
missing. But nope, you have to do whatever the board wants.
Alright, old man,
What
let's
is
go.
the story saying? What is it
I
about?
want to see if even if I get the
intention was to
little
be ironic-
warning markers. Don't kill anyone. Ghost never detected. Beautiful. Perfect. Excellent. Ah, yes. Overall chaos low. Nice. Oh, this is wonderful. So as long as they don't freak out, I can still let their little warning signal go off.
As
long as it doesn't get red.
The old world's ultra wealthy are now subordinate to the ultra wealthy of the settled systems, it falls completely flat. Such a comparison is never examined and, moreover, misses the point when the colonists are normal people who have endured difficult, austere conditions for nearly 2 centuries. Fucking them over doesn't feel like karma swinging back around, it just feels like being an asshole. If the intent was to be satire, that the board is so comically greedy that they won't share an entire planet they are barely using, that doesn't make any sense because the colonists also refuse to share. For no reason. My brothers in Christ, it is a planet! If the intention was to be depressing, that the board's greed is insurmountable and you can't resolve this quest in the way you might want, that doesn't work either, because that would be the only case of Starfield taking this tone in the entire game. If the quest intended you to feel down, you would have been able to express more sympathy towards the colonists. They would have been more reluctant and depressed if you sold them into servitude or they were forced to settle elsewhere. Instead, they're fine with either option that leaves them alive because Bethesda doesn't want the player to feel anything. anything. Doing this quest feels like overdosing on crazy pills. There was so much effort poured into custom assets, voice acting, and world building, but no one bothered to check that you could resolve the quest in a way that wasn't completely servile. This is what it means to be apolitical. Paradiso is there, it will always be there, and anyone who might possibly interfere with that can go kick rocks. Again, Starfield is nominally about choices, about exploration and agency and personhood. But you're only ever allowed to watch the story happen in front of you, no matter what that story is saying. You are told the solutions to problems, and then you go do them. The story of every quest doesn't treat you like an active participant, so the decisions you make at their conclusions are arbitrary options presented to you out of obligation, not a real choice that you made. Here's my ending to the Paradiso quest.
Hey,
But Bethesda says no. They care about their railroaded story and nothing else. You're essentially treated as the loading bar between in-engine cutscenes. If they're gonna hold your hand this much, why offer choices at all? When I say that Starfield doesn't respect the player's agency, this is what I mean. And without a sense of
want
agency,
these
the
two.
story's nominal
These are gonna
purpose
help.
rings hollow. Without real convictions, the game world falls apart. If Starfield was truly invested in being a mirror to the player, they can't just be asked questions. Beliefs have to be explored, reinforced, or challenged with a clear voice. To be meaningful, exploration has to be dangerous, tactile, confronting. Seeing what's out there is only the first half. It's what we learn, what we bring back, and how it changes us that makes it feel substantial. And by design, the settled systems could never provide that. A more generous eye could write up First Contact as a whiff, one of the side quests that didn't get a ton of drafts and lacked another layer of polish. However, what's inexcusable is that the exact same sins of First Contact are found in every single faction quest. Why am I complaining about the factions when the game is more so about Constellation and the Starborn? Because the vast majority of custom assets, scripting, and gameplay hours are devoted to the faction content, and you are shepherded towards it with all the subtlety of a nuclear bomb. The main quest is barely longer than a single faction quest line, clocking in at around 8 hours. The factional stuff makes up the vast majority of the game's highest effort content. It's also where you'll make the choices the game considers important enough to receive ending slides, so they're fair game. By going over them in a little more detail, I want to illustrate that while each had potential, they all failed for the same reasons. Real quick, I will also offer some tepid praise here and say that at least Bethesda dropped the thing Skyrim and Fallout 4 did,
You
where
fucking
you always
asshole, I know
ended
you're
up
gonna
as the
betray
faction
me.
leader. It never failed to feel incredibly contrived. Anyway, to continue the theme of cowardly, apolitical writing, I want to start with the Freestar Rangers. The quest line is a slurry of common Western tropes. Spurned veterans from the big war want revenge on the government, so now they're up to some banditry. But they're secretly doing the bidding of a wealthy industrialist. This CEO, Ron Hope, hired these veterans to harass farmers off their land. He did this so he could turn their farms into mining pits with a special new anti-fertilizer that boosts mineral content in the soil somehow. Apparently, Hope Tech is on the ropes despite him being rich enough to have a seat in the government, so he had to start this insane and convoluted scheme to cut costs, which ends up seeming way more expensive, time-consuming, and risky than simply selling the anti-fertilizer as its own product. Did the Thieves Guild writer do this one too? Anyway, his stated motivation is that he wants to keep the money rolling in and keep protecting his workers.
Oh,
in
God damn
his
it.
company town. He has to cut costs, you see, otherwise he'll have to start firing people. Starfield is screaming at me that this dude is a slimy, lying dickhead, and for once we're in agreement. So I confront him with the evidence of his misdeeds, and after his pathetic attempts at a bribe fail, he decides the best course of action is to start shooting me. Me, a man who he knows just massacred an entire base full of hardened, vengeful, well-equipped colony war veterans. It goes as well as you'd expect. The game then tries to backpedal, being all, well, he did so much for Hopetown. No, he didn't, Sam. That was the whole fucking point. So why am I harping on about this? Well, because they were so close to sticking the landing. Imagine instead if Ron Hope realized he was backed against the wall and decided to surrender. He could have feigned regret, let himself be cuffed. And then he could have used his wealth and connections to avoid any sort of consequences whatsoever. That would have been an ending. Sure, you could construe this as the game not being reactive, but I think the storytelling benefits would have been worth it. That ending would have said so much more about who Ron Hope is, the flaws of the Freestar Collective, and the role of the Rangers within it. The quest could have ended with you sitting on the rock with your fellow Rangers, sipping a beer and feeling a little shitty. But at least you would have felt something. As I've established, though, that wasn't an option. The player can't be confronted with anything that feels too real or, God forbid, political, so the actual ending to the quest line is absurd nonsense. The whole quest lets you make flavorful choices about what kind of lawman you want to be, and it comments on some of the role-playing you did along
Fuck
the way.
me.
And then the story eats shit on the finishing line. This is the exact same problem with the best quest line of the game, the UC Vanguard. I was being a little reductive when I said it boils down to, hey, remember aliens, but I still stand by that. Regardless, I think this one's competent. It dives into the history of the UC and the settled systems, planting plenty of foreshadowing with fun payoffs later. It has decent quest variety and some of the game's more memorable characters. It even has a final mission with some real energy to it. It's still riddled with Bethesda writing tropes. The character motivations and plotting are pretty thin, flat, or nonsensical, but at least it was dumb, fun, sci-fi schlock. Just a couple issues. Victus being the one behind all the Terramorph attacks is very silly. He's so obviously villainous, I thought the game was setting him up as a red herring. The real twist is that it was that straightforward. So I asked, what if it wasn't him? What if it was President Lady? By changing some character motivations and a couple of plot details around, you could tell a much more meaningful story than insane megalomaniac does of terrorism. If it was President Lady, Bethesda could have shown that the United Colonies aren't improving because the flawed authoritarian system the nation is built upon can only produce flawed authoritarian leaders. President Lady might have wanted to further centralize and control the United Colonies, so she orchestrated
Am I gonna need
terrifying,
bone
unpredictable
charms?
attacks to justify increasing the power of her state
Can I
security
use bone
apparatus.
charms?
She has the perfect scapegoat in Victus, and the player would have no reason to believe him if he insisted on his innocence. She could have played this off exactly how she does in the real story, where she sees him as a relic of a darker time for the UC and executes him for real this time, her hands clean of wrongdoing. Imagine how fucking cold it would have been if she confessed to being the real mastermind at the end. Enjoy your citizenship, live with the consequences. That would have been an awesome twist. Instead, the attacks were orchestrated by a vengeful, sociopathic war criminal mastermind from a secret prison cell because that's more comfortable and less real to the player than having to reconcile that they might have been working for the bad guys. Starfield doing service guarantees citizenship, but not engaging with what that means is monstrously gross. It's like they wanted to plop down a pop sci-fi reference and didn't stop to think about how that'd affect the world building.
I didn't
Like
equip
they
my
took
bone
Starship
charms.
Troopers at face value. It's important to note here that this isn't me wanting more depressing questline resolutions because that's
could be
more
nice.
realistic or political or whatever. Hell no. These quests could have been written in ways where the player can avoid these bad outcomes by rewarding critical thinking and clever choices. That way, if you put in the work and pay attention, you'll feel like you, the player, accomplished a goal or made a meaningful choice. Then, the stories can actually be about something and be fun, instead of mindlessly following a quest marker to the next quick hit of dopamine. As it stands, the Vanguard
Rats,
quest
one
line
attack,
ends with,
come on.
"Congratulations, you're such a good boy, you get Suffrage Prime." Ugh. The SysDef and Crimson Fleet quest line does have some reactivity, but this one's broken on a more fundamental level. First things first, the hook for this quest is deranged moon logic. If you do a naughty and get caught, Dollar Store Cisco shanghais you, a random criminal, into his incredibly
good enough.
sensitive undercover operation
Do the
to
run
take
with
down the
these.
Crimson Fleet, the largest and most well-organized pirate mafia in the settled systems. It doesn't matter what you were arrested for. You could have been picking up litter or
Let's go.
being an actual
Ghost
pirate.
run.
But no matter what, you're the one for the job. You can get this quest through the Vanguard quest line, but I'm betting this is how most players encountered it. In any case, you join the Crimson Fleet. They're a fun, scrappy group with some real camaraderie, and there's more to them than they let on. Sorry, that was a blatant.
No, I'm not gonna help
No,
it.
they're
Ghost run.
irritating edgelords who are trying way too hard to be badass. Jazz was alright, I guess. I'm getting ahead of myself. The whole point of this quest is to ingratiate yourself with the Crimson Fleet while collecting, or failing to collect, evidence for SysDef. This means getting to know the Crimson Fleet captains, and I think I would rather rip my fingernails off with rusty wire strippers than be around any of them for a second longer than I absolutely have to. They're the worst. They're every amateur writer's idea of badasses. Violent, hyper-aggressive psychopaths who swagger around with unearned arrogance and kill each other over scraps. They're not badasses, they're pathetic. Every attempt to characterize them otherwise falls flat. They don't think or act like real people. Like, take Rokov. He got kicked out of the Crimson Fleet, an organization that normally kills you for leaving, and managed to become the captain of a luxury cruise liner. And now he wants to flush a steady, well-paying job in conditions like these down the drain so he can go back to being a scuzzy loser in a decrepit fuck barn? What? The quest line expects you to build rapport with these people. If you side with the Crimson Fleet, they all show up at the end, smugging about the good old days and lending a hand. If you betray them, you gotta be the one to put them down. That'd be a great way to end the quest if I cared about them, or they believed in anything. At the very least, this is the one quest with any real reactivity to it. Betraying the Crimson Fleet means the key will be emptied or destroyed. an actual consequence, because there was a dense cluster of vendors that you could sell your loot to. But that's as far as it goes. The bigger problem is that there's no
I'm
real
just going
player
to kill
agency in
Havelock.
this quest. The Systef
Oh
quest
shit, we
line
got a guy
is
here.
huge and
I already
sprawling,
fucked up.
loaded with NPCs, scripted scenarios, and one of my favorite levels in the game. But since Starfield is so terrified you'll miss it, it shreds its own verisimilitude to pieces to ensure that you won't. There's an opportunity here to do something interesting. If you're a dedicated space cop, the quest could be over the instant you docked at the key. Even at lower levels, you can kill every single pirate inside, including Delgado, without too much trouble. Quest over. But that would mean not seeing all the content, missing out on Crix's legacy and all the credits it contains. And that would be awesome. That'd be real, meaningful agency. Whether out of impatience or bloodthirst, you could have screwed yourself out of
You
tons
stay
of content.
asleep,
Sure,
nice
that
and tight
sucked
there.
the first time, but isn't this game meant to be replayed? What happens if the next time through, you go along with it? That'd be an incredible realization. On that note, Akande tells you to avoid hurting innocent people while you're undercover, except you're never put in danger of actually doing so. Non-lethal options are plentiful, easy, and clearly signposted. You're never confronted with a tough choice that might endanger the mission, or ever pressed on who you are or why you want to join the Crimson Fleet. At least Akande will fire you if you get too into the role. That's nice, but you can still finish the rest of the quest line with the Crimson Fleet, so you don't miss out on doing Crix's legacy. As it is, even if you side with Systef and surrender Crix's legacy like a nerd, you still get the exact same amount of credits as if you sided with the pirates. Because God forbid something of consequence happens. Whichever side you choose, the game does its best to make sure you don't feel anything. If you slaughtered the Crimson Fleet, who cares? Because they sucked. If you betrayed Systef,
Hey,
who cares?
you know
Because
what
they're
I'm saying?
vaguely authoritarian jerks who shanghaied you into this mess in the first place for insane reasons. Killing them doesn't even add bounty to the United Colonies. Awful. If I sound frustrated, the next faction is
I'm past it.
so much worse. If First Contact made me feel like I was downing fistfuls of crazy pills, the Ryujin Industries quest line made me feel like I was mainlining weapons-grade PCP. The plot is pretty simple. Climb the corporate ladder, go from getting coffee to performing industrial espionage. As a corporate operative, you're tasked with infiltrating various companies, stealing, planting evidence, even breaking into Ryujin itself to ferret out a mole. The NPCs are playing every cyberpunk trope to the hilt with snide relish, engaging in betrayals, sabotage, and shady deals at every step of the way. That sounds like fun, and it can be at points. However, the writing for this quest is brain damage levels of baffling, because the game only lets you be a Ryujin stooge, a mercenary out for the paycheck, or a Boy Scout.
can I
and
make it to the
pretend
other
you're wagging
side
your
from
finger
it?
at all the vile shit going down. You can betray
I don't
several
think
characters as you
so.
climb the corporate ladder, but you can never betray Ryujin itself. Even when it's revealed the product they want you to steal back from a rival corp is a mind control device. Ryujin developed a mind control device, called it Project Dominion, then planned to use it to become the most powerful entity in the settled systems. They were going to sell both the device itself and a secondary device that shields you from its effects, making anyone too poor to
Anybody else
afford
around
either
here?
essentially mind
Nope.
slaves. And then Starfield has the balls
You
to
don't
try
see
and
me?
frame
You
Ryujin
don't
as
see
the lesser
me?
evil just because they're not speedrunning human trials? Are you for real? That's where the line gets drawn? I feel like I'm being pranked.
Corporate culture may have its ugly side, but that doesn't mean we've lost our humanity.
This has to be a joke, right? Is this a jab at Elon Musk and his monkey murdering machine? There's no way you're supposed to take this at face value. Except I think you are, because you're never allowed to express the opinion, hey, this is super fucked up, and Ryujin needs to be burned to the ground. At the very most, you can convince the other board members to shelve the mind control device. That's it. Hell, right before the questline ends, you can rat on a rival corp to SSNN for
You're gonna
stealing this
reload the
technology,
oil?
but you can't also choose to tattle on Ryujin, even though you have ample evidence of what they're up to. Are you supposed to feel like a monster at the end of this questline? I'll never know, because the questline bugged out at the very end, and I couldn't finish it. I had to look up what happens instead, because
Give
fuck
up.
doing this insane quest ever again. It's been said that you have to meet Bethesda games halfway, that they're sandboxes. You have to use your imagination, make your own fun, and commit to your roleplay to get the most out of them. That you can be whoever you want within these massive fictional worlds. I disagree. This is my response to that, because this is as much freedom as Bethesda will allow. This is the most role-playing the Ryujin questline will actually tolerate. It's petty and juvenile and stupid, but pretending the game's letting you do something vulgar and rebellious is as close you can get to meaningfully expressing yourself. If the Ryujin questline is intended as satire, then so is Gallagher. Vaguely placating the player's sensibilities by trying to frame Ryujin as the lesser evil when they were plotting to build a mind control device shows where the concern actually lay. Bethesda wanted to have a fun, over-the-top cyberpunk questline about backstabby corporate espionage and didn't want the player to feel too bad doing it. There was no thought given to what the player might think about the actual text of the story or how they might want to affect it. I can't read this as satire. It's too dumb. This is why I said I didn't just want depressing endings. What I want is more agency within a real story that has something to say. The good ending to this quest, betraying Ryujin and quitting, is right there, but it's not a choice you're allowed to make. Now hold on, Gun, I can hear you saying. Why are you whining about factions and politics and agency and stuff when the main quest is more about the big ideas? Well, you already know my feelings on that. But I should address its issues anyway, because, like I said, the entire thrust of the narrative, becoming Starborn, breaks everything else in the game. The first and most important thing the story says is, don't worry, this universe exists to cater to you. You're given a ship for no good reason because Barrett's such a wacky guy, then you do the tutorial and are granted membership in gentrified Starfleet. The artifacts are nebulous nothing burgers, and the characters leap to insane conclusions about what they are and what they might do. We'll talk more about the characters in a second, but for now, it's made clear that even though this is your first day, you're the one running the show. It's frustrating that modern Bethesda games are so desperate to rush you into the power fantasy where you're the center of attention and the only character that matters. It foils any attempt to immerse yourself in the fiction because it feels like the universe is bending itself backwards to make you the hero. This might also just be a personal thing, but I feel like the game is patronizing me. That if it's not putting me front and center from the word go, my fragile ego won't be able to take it, and my attention will waver. The game doesn't trust its own storytelling or mechanics to hook you, so it embarks upon a series of contrivances to make you feel like the most important person ever. That's what the opening hour of Starfield is telling me. That it doesn't trust my agency, that it doesn't have confidence in itself, and its universe exists to make me feel like Protagonist Man with magic space powers. Providing a power fantasy like that is what video games can excel at, but starting you off at the top leaves nowhere for the story to go. Mechanically, you might become more powerful, but narratively, the story is over after the tutorial. And that's the first hour. The deeper issue with the main quest being about gathering artifacts is that the mystery surrounding them is surface level. What are they made of? Who made them? What are they for? The characters discuss these questions and talk about how exciting it is to be pushing the boundaries of our scientific understanding, but structuring your quest this way immediately conveys to the player that the artifacts are nothing more than MacGuffins. Constellation is supposed to be an organization that explores and discovers, but what you actually do is go where the eye says and then get the artifact that is always there. If it wasn't for the eye, the main quest would be impossible to complete. There is no exploration and going to a place to find a thing, finding the thing, then repeating the process. Starfield's main quest was a brutal victim of and then storytelling, the flattest and least engaging way to tell a story imaginable. You find an artifact, and then you find another, and then you find another, and then you buy one, and then you get another, and then the Starborn attack, and then you go find more artifacts, then you build the armor layer, then you become Starborn. The purpose of the main quest is not to explore the final frontier or push scientific boundaries, but to show off points of interest in the settled systems and herd you towards the faction quests. It takes you to different places, and you encounter some obstacles along the way, but the story is only ever get the artifacts. The Starborn are supposed to be a mid-game twist, a mysterious new threat that shakes up the status quo, but think about it. What does their arrival actually change? If you've been playing the game in the way Bethesda intended and biting the quest hooks like they clearly want you to, the Starborn are complete pushovers. They fight you like every other enemy in the game, bark out generic villain dialogue, and then die like bitches. And then the Hunter kills one of your companions. This is supposed to ramp up the stakes and make the main quest feel more personal, but it comes off as predictable, arbitrary, and desperate. As soon as they had you help out your friends on the eye, I knew someone was getting murked. This isn't a consequence of your decisions or your pursuit of the artifacts, it's a naked grab for emotional investment. And again, it doesn't change the story, it just subtracts a character. Still gotta go find those artifacts, bucko, so get on it. The Hunter is apparently ruthless enough to attack Constellation to get the artifacts, but he never does so again for the rest of the game, nor does he stop you from trying to acquire more. At the end of the game, you can even convince him to abandon his pursuit with the Radiant Dialogue minigame. I love the idea of being able to talk down the main villains of a game, but this feels unearned.
Right,
there was no indication before this that the
along.
Hunter or the Emissary were ever going to desist in their quest. They talk about novelty amidst the multiverse being a factor, but it's empty cruft because that relies on external factors you have no control over. You don't convince the Starborn that their point of view is wrong or that you deserve the artifacts. You're attempting to convince them that they're bored and should stop. And it works. The Starborn's motivations are so nebulous and ill-defined that subverting them feels less like convincing them of something and more like you caught them while their brains were rebooting. Once again, reaching a Doyless conclusion, I feel like the speech option was there to have a speech option, not because it's an important part of the story being told. So you
Come
can
on.
kill them
Let's
instead,
go.
and they die in seconds, which sucks. The level of threat the Starborn pose is
Smell your
never
fart.
explored because they're as powerful as the story needs them to be at any given moment. Defeating them doesn't feel earned, it just feels like the game is finally allowing you to win. And then you become Starborn. Again, it's interesting that they contextualize New Game Plus as part of the main quest, but issues arise once you start thinking about it. Having your story being about the multiverse to facilitate perpetual
yes, what
play
a nice
is fine,
painting.
but it's impossible to meaningfully explore the concept of alternate universes within the scope of a Bethesda game, especially one as massive as Starfield. Rewarding the player for doing New Game Plus again and again and again forces the player to acknowledge that each alternate universe only has cosmetic differences. Doing so directly guides them towards the conclusion that the game wants them to keep playing forever, but nothing will change and no decision will
I'm
matter.
out.
So why
See
bother?
ya, Campbell.
Actually, hasn't the whole game been about how becoming Starborn makes you cold, unfeeling, and
Hold on.
patronizing? Is that the intention? With how much emphasis the narrative puts on
Completed
your human
the game without
connections, I don't
killing
think that was the case.
anyone.
The main quest is about becoming an immensely powerful being that is the center of the universe.
Completed.
Except that's just the default premise of a Bethesda RPG. All the implied grandeur in a multiverse stuff doesn't
Killing
convince
no
me
one
this
but
was a
key
story
targets. Okay,
worth
this is
telling.
the one I'm
It
going
engages
for.
with a
Clean
writing
hands,
trope
that could
I
be like-
personally despise and
I
can
don't
be found
know.
across countless science fiction and fantasy stories. The avalanche
Another
of
run.
proper nouns. In Starfield, you have to defeat the Starborn to get the artifact to build the armillary to reach Unity. This isn't inherently bad writing or anything. Fictional universes need their own constructed concepts and interior logic to function. The issue is that writers tend to hit the shift key when they want their story to feel more lofty and important without laying the groundwork to earn that grandeur. By talking up these proper nouns in hushed, wistful tones, they're trying to get the audience to care about their story faster. How can you not care about the thing? It's the thing. It wasn't enough that Earth was destroyed, it also had to be a big, dramatic, binary choice. This feels incredibly jarring in Starfield. The art direction is screaming hard science fiction, a genre where science is treated with enthusiasm and respect, while the story feels like a generic fantasy novel about hunting down magical MacGuffins, and the gameplay is trying to be Fallout 4, it just confuses things even further. The actual grandeur doesn't have room to exist within this tangled mess of directions. All the proper nouns and production value in the world can't make following a quest marker for some multiverse MacGuffins feel like real exploration. If the intention is that it's not the big ideas that matter, it's humanity itself, the people we meet and the connections we form, Starfield also falls flat in its face. As I discussed in both the Skyrim and Mass Effect videos, sometimes the story's characters, even if they're a vehicle for a subpar plot, can be engaging enough to keep a narrative afloat. This is why I consider characters to be the most important component of a story. If there's no one to latch onto, identify with, or care about, your entire narrative is dead in the water. I don't care what happens to these people are the 8 deadly words, as coined by sci-fi critic Dorothy J. Haight, and they apply to Starfield in spades. The game at least tries. They put in the work to give the main companions and supporting cast personalities, backstories, and character arcs. They talk differently, their quests are built around core themes, and they're intended to give deeper insight into the 3 primary factions. This is how companions in RPGs should be written. However, by structuring the main quest around Constellation, an organization designed to be as agreeable as possible, they don't feel distinct outside their character concept, and can't develop past it. Although there are 5 companion characters, they're all reduced to different
Oh
flavors
god,
of
she's gonna be
Constellation.
mad.
Sarah's the leader, Sam's the space cowboy, Barrett holds up sporks, Andreja's the smuggler, and Vasco's your true neutral.
Hey,
ruler.
sorry, I
Although
didn't.
most of them are intended to highlight the different factions
sorry,
in the
I-
settled systems, they're a part of
Couldn't
Constellation,
help, couldn't
an
stop it.
apolitical
too
organization
strong.
that the player must always
Power
feel
level
welcome in,
99.
so they don't have any strong feelings about anything. The intention seems to be that they're trying to be Starfleet in a galaxy
I'll go
that
sleep.
doesn't care about exploration. Instead, this comes off as them being smugly callous towards all the problems in the settled systems. Sarah's a veteran of the Colony War and gets sad about it, but she doesn't have any strong feelings about the United Colonies beyond bureaucracy bad, I guess. Sam is a descendant of the founder of the Freestar Collective, but doesn't have any thoughts about that outside his daddy issues. Barrett lost his husband in the Colony War, but doesn't have any strong feelings about the UC, the Freestar Collective, or the war itself. Andreja is part of the reclusive House Varun, but doesn't have anything to say about it. You can't even ask ask her questions about her beliefs because there aren't any answers. Not in a hand-wavy, faith doesn't have concrete answers kind of way, but in the it's just a wacky space cult, bro, don't think about it kind of way. She would have been the perfect insight into the history, culture, and beliefs of House Faroon, but she doesn't have anything to say about them that you can't infer from their mural in the Vanguard hallway. Do you know why the Zealots use lots of disabling weapons? It's because their population is plummeting, so they're kidnapping and enslaving the people of the settled systems to bring back to their home planet. You didn't know that because I made it up. It's such an obvious conclusion to reach that makes them even more sinister and interesting, but it was never even hypothesized within the game. I'm left with the impression that confirming a detail that vile would have made the player feel something, so it got the axe. Guess they use more disabling guns because they're more sci-fi or whatever. Sorry to harp on about Andrasia and House Faroon so much. She feels like the least Constellation-y character, so I thought they were going to take her in interesting directions and realize the potential RPG companions can provide. Instead, she was betrayed by her people for vague reasons and feels whatever about it. How are we supposed to care about any of these people? They're all written to be nice and charming in their own ways, but nothing besides that. They don't feel like real people who have inner lives, they feel like Marvel characters. On that note, Starfield even feels like an MCU entry, because the setting and the characters that fill it are so sexless and unhorny that it's like the galaxy is populated exclusively by monastic robots. Just one more way Bethesda sanded down their game to be as safe and inoffensive as possible. As a result, the concessions to market expectations for romance in RPGs comes off as exactly that. Strange and obligatory. The only person who's allowed to be sexual in Starfield is the player and their chosen NPC. This means they make a sophomoric comment after sliding off your bed fully clothed and providing you with an emotional security buff. It's so unnatural and off-putting, I'd rather they didn't provide the option at all. I wouldn't like that either, but this is
Kinda wanna
worse
reload
somehow.
that.
Sexuality is a part
sure
of
they don't
human
get me
existence.
at
and
all.
Bethesda refused to engage with it to avoid controversy and pursue maximum profit potential. I find this cowardly. But beyond the obvious doyalist reasons for this choice, it has a much more damning problem. None of the characters feel real as a result. Since the companions are the only 4 characters in the settled systems that are allowed to be sexual, and only then at the player's behest, it's one more strange flaw to add to the pile of other reasons they don't feel like human beings. The tragedy here is that there was clearly a titanic level of effort involved in creating them. They have thousands of lines, they're reactive to story beats, they comment on specific locations, and discuss quest conclusions with you. But since they were all confined by Starfield's sterile writing ethos, they are devoid of life. All of the talented performances were wasted. Like I said, they even got me with Sarah at the memorial. However, even when she died, the most the game could get out of me was an...
Oh no. Anyway.
This is perhaps the most subjective part of what is already a very subjective video, but I cannot be asked to care about these characters. Maybe I'm just a callous asshole. If you played the game, did you find them engaging? I don't know. In comparison, Sela isn't even the best character in the rest of the Righteous, but I have more to say about her than I do about any character in the entirety of Starfield. And this goes beyond the companions. I only focused on them because they're so central to the narrative. There are a handful of interesting side characters in Starfield, some that are fun to hate and some that feel like real people, but they are few and far between. None of them are interesting enough to make the rest of the game worth experiencing. When broken down into its constituent elements, Starfield's story doesn't work. When viewed as a whole, it's even worse. For all its talk about exploration, the multiverse, choices, consequences, and human connection, I never believed a word of it. In being so non-confrontational and taking whatever path would make the player feel the most okay about everything, the settled systems were broken beyond repair.
Yep,
the
I'm not
faction
up there
quest
yet.
lacking any meaningful choices or resolutions robs the setting of texture and depth. The primary characters being slightly different flavors of Constellation robs the setting of vibrancy and humanity.
Nice.
Reducing the story of humans reaching the center of the multiverse down to a series of linear fetch quests interconnected with lifeless and then writing so the game can
Alright, done with the,
concoct a diegetic
tutorials?
reason for
Showing
New
me
Game
around
Plus
the
was
hub?
a remarkably awful choice.
Nice.
Doing so is clearly telegraphing that the Hunter, the avatar of disengaged doyless nihilism of treating this game like a toy and not a work of art, is ultimately correct. You know, this dude. The bad guy. You even get his armor if you do New Game Plus 10, so that means this was intentional. This is neither commentary nor irony. This is the game telling you to treat it like a solipsistic time waster in the same breath it wants to say it's deep and meaningful.
So dumb, it's brilliant.
No! It's just dumb.
The most natural, meaningful conclusion of the story, rejecting Unity to make the most out of the one life you have, is at odds with the obviously intended conclusion of embracing it. These two options are not given the same narrative or mechanical weight. Even if you do reject it, you're allowed to go back whenever you want, which means that there's only one real option. Rejecting Unity isn't embracing your humanity and mortality, you're
Let's
just kicking
go.
the apotheosis can
Ready to
down
pop
the road
off.
a little. You can turn the game off after rejecting Unity, but nothing else in the game is designed with that intention in mind. The only thing Starfield says with conviction is keep playing forever. This might be one of the biggest stories ever told.
The artifact gave the scientists a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead.
I acknowledge that I'm a hypercritical asshole when it comes to video game writing, and that what I'm looking for in that department is different than most. However, I never expected Bethesda to cater their $100 million AAA product specifically to snobs like me, because that's ridiculous. So why am I even bitching about this? Why am I complaining about Starfield's writing if it was intended as a generic space adventure with a generic setting and a generic repeatable story? What did I expect? Well, I try to look at games holistically, because that's how they work. Story, gameplay, art direction, each of them affects the other. You must understand this. Even if one aspect of game development isn't a priority, it still has an effect on the stuff that is. If the writing had been good, or at the very least competent, everything else about Starfield would have been elevated. What's particularly frustrating is that, like I said, sometimes you do get glimpses of something amazing. But then it crushes them under mountains of bad, or simply, meh. Instead of enhancing the game, Starfield's writing hits the point of story collapse an hour into the game. Questions pile up thick and fast until you hit a point where something happens that's so dumb you take a step back and realize everything is broken. This is what I mean when I say Starfield doesn't respect your intelligence. It's so terrified of offering an opinion it doesn't spend any time justifying itself. The world building itself is focused on player retention, yet it melts under scrutiny because that's all it cares about. In comparison, Vardenfell is a volcanic alien hellhole full of racist elf wizards, but it feels so much more like a real place because considerable thought was put into how people would live there and what their society would look like. You can get immersed. If you're not invested in the settled systems and its stories, everything about Starfield is lessened. Instead, you have to lean on the gameplay to carry the experience, and, whoo boy. Even if you approach Starfield as a game that you can turn your brain off with, it fails on pretty much every level. Interacting with Starfield's gameplay systems is an endlessly confounding and painful process. I'll remind you of the Field of Rakes analogy because it's just so accurate. Nothing about Starfield's gameplay works because in its maximalist aim to do everything and be everything, it does nothing well. Whenever I'm enjoying something about Starfield, another gameplay design philosophy fucking jumps me out of nowhere and takes my lunch money. The end result is a game that is actively hostile to its own design directives because it gets less fun the more you play it and learn how it works. The Bethesda RPG is something of a genre unto itself, and like I said in the intro, it's so close to being something incredible that they keep suckering us in. After all, when the formula works, it results in some of the best games of all time. The basic premise is that you explore an open world, find problems, overcome them, and grow stronger, increasing your character's capabilities, wealth, and your own mastery of the game's systems. In doing so, you learn more about the story, you encounter more complex and challenging problems, while finding more interesting places to explore that uncover even more narrative. Over the years, Bethesda has experimented with this formula, tweaking it to achieve different goals. As they've become one of the largest and most profitable AAA studios in the industry, this translates into simplifying their gameplay mechanics until they take no mental effort to engage with, out of sheer mortal terror that one of their customers might have to think about what an attribute point is. This is ridiculous for reasons I've already covered. What makes Starfield's take on the Bethesda RPG interesting, and incredibly flawed, is that it's a blend of previous titles and their own interpretations of that formula. More than any other game, Starfield is intended to feel and play like Fallout 4. Like Fallout 4, it pursues the goal of perpetual play.
That
Just
darn
like the
oil.
storytelling,
It's
none of
always
the gameplay
disappearing.
systems are very complex,
God
nothing
damn
is
it.
challenging, nothing confronts the player or makes
Did
them
he
think.
see me?
You engage with the core
No.
gameplay loop, explore, kill, loot, explore, until you're too tired to continue. It is a much more streamlined version of the classic dungeon crawl experience, which they
Come
nearly
on,
perfected
get the
with
fuck
Daggerfall
outta
back
here.
in '96. In Daggerfall, there are a handful of handcrafted locations with important characters and quest givers scattered around an enormous yet empty map. They direct the player towards randomly generated dungeons, and by overcoming the challenges therein, you loot the place down to the bedrock. You head back to town, sell your ill-gotten gains, upgrade your gear, and grow more powerful.
Don't spot me.
With
don't
Starfield
spot
having
me.
procedurally generated planets interspersed by loading screens, radiant
What the
quests,
fuck,
and some large
man?
handcrafted
God damn
locations
it.
crammed with named NPCs, the game feels remarkably similar to Daggerfall. You are often pointed to a location where there'll be some bandits in one of 4 flavors, you shoot them, you loot them, you fly back home. What it's lacking is Daggerfall's challenge. On top of this, Starfield also takes a stab at being an honest-to-God role-playing game like Obsidian's New Vegas, with a focus on world-building,
I hope
choices,
that
characters,
didn't,
consequences. It has a sprawling skill tree, more
I
varied
could've
quest
just-
types, and avenues for player agency and expression. You might be seeing the problem. These 3 types of games are not inherently incompatible, but they are difficult
I
to
didn't
cohere.
alert
They have
them.
different structures,
Did that
different
count as
priorities,
an
and
alert?
reward engaging with the game differently. Personally, I find the problems lie with the perpetual play style of game design, the Fallout 4 style. Like
Let
its
me complete
predecessor,
this mission and
Starfield treats you
see.
like an annoying toddler
This is
that
gonna be
needs
a
an
test.
iPad, giving you an avalanche of tiny dopamine hits to keep you playing.
I don't
And whenever
think
I
so.
get a
I don't
whiff
think
of
so.
grinding that a game isn't respecting my time, I drop it like a hot rock. If a game is intended to be played over many, many hours, it must, by necessity, tease out its systems, its progression, its rewards, and any story it might have over the longest possible stretch of time. The only conclusion I can come to is that it's not worth it. I can understand and appreciate why MMOs and ARPGs are built like this. They can serve as fantastic social spaces, but why a single-player RPG? It's been said by myself and countless others before me that Bethesda is terrified of
They
telling
don't.
its players no, because they think they're interfering with that fantasy of going anywhere and doing anything by doing so. But this has the opposite effect. By telling me I can go anywhere and do anything, the actual scope of what I can do is diminished by raw necessity. Providing meaningful content for every kind of gameplay style is impossible on such a massive scale. Therefore, the only recourse, if you're so scared of saying no, is to do it all badly by cramming everything into this ill-fitting ARPG model. More damningly is that this core design directive means Bethesda
just
can't
rewire
also
that.
tell its players yes. They can't
They're
reward
not
players for
actually gonna
lateral
walk
thinking,
through it.
making a dedicated build, or learning the game's systems. It can't establish replay value by pathing out a reactive narrative or meaningful quest lines, which means that their stories have to be empty, vapid, and without consequence by design fiat. Therefore, without any form of pushback, there's no way for the game to provide real stakes or a sense of achievement. There's only the grind. It's not that I'm impatient either. Some of my
Dumbass.
favorite games are ones that take a long time to get going in terms of the player's power arc. But in those games, reaching the end of that arc feels like a real reward. In Starfield, it feels like the game is arbitrarily dropping roadblocks in my way to keep me from making the rest of the grind too easy. Let me explain. Early in my first playthrough, I got jumped in a high-level system by a squadron of spacer ships. I had to use asteroids for cover as I picked off the weaker one until I could take a crack at the big one. It was a huge ship, clearly outclassing me. I was almost blown up myself, but after burning through my repair kits, I was able to disable and board it. A brutal CQC fight ensued.
What
They
the
drained most of my
fuck?
ammo and the health packs that I'd been saving up for hours, but I managed to do it. The ship was mine. I went up to the pilot seat to claim my prize. Nope. I wasn't allowed to fly it because I needed to invest some arbitrary skill points first. Starfield didn't want to tell me yes. It doesn't even really let you sell the captured ships you can fly. After commandeering a ship, you have to register it for a huge percentage of its total value before you're allowed to sell
What?
it. This means you can make more money selling a handful of guns than you can being a badass
What made them
space
know?
pirate.
Did they notice the whale?
This is also
oil
why
thing?
all the vendors have so few credits between them, to discourage the player from selling all their loot at once. The loot that the game is built around procuring. Credits are so useful for everything in Starfield that it doesn't want you to acquire them too quickly. So instead, you have to do the settled
okay.
system shuffle, going from planet to planet to planet, wasting your time because you dare to engage with the gameplay systems as they were designed.
No, you don't. You're dumb.
Otherwise, it'd break the progression curve. Even if you do save up a bunch of credits, the game doesn't allow you to spend them in the ways that you want. I love the shipbuilding system, but I couldn't engage with it until I ground out more skill points and inane challenges by installing and uninstalling random bits. Because if I didn't have to do that, that'd be another way to break the ship combat. By the time you reach the end of the intended progression curve, where you can build or fly the most powerful ships, nothing you do with them will feel like an accomplishment. You don't get to enjoy having an awesome spaceship because using it feels like bullying now. You'd mastered the ship combat hours ago. This is just the game patting you on the head for spending so much time grinding. The game systems are so simple, the game has to take away functionality to turn them into skills. It doesn't feel like getting better at anything, you're just being allowed to suck less. Attempting to integrate actual RPG mechanics into this Fallout 4 style game design philosophy is functionally impossible because the game does not and cannot have any investment in them. It wants you to do all of the content forever, so it can't structure itself around character specialization, narrative decisions, or systems mastery. But why am I complaining about that when Starfield was explicitly designed as an action RPG? Because the action isn't fun. Look, I'd be lying if I said that the gunplay isn't at least decent. That's not the problem. The problem is that there is nothing else. Guns, ballistics in particular, are so powerful, numerous, and easy to use that using anything else is pointless. There are so many other skills focused on combat, and they're all ancillary. Investing into martial arts or melee weapons isn't adhering to a character concept, it's just being a contrarian. I started this game on its highest difficulty setting, very hard, and I never turned it off. The worst it got was annoying. At the beginning, when I found the right weapons and faced the right enemies, the game felt pretty good. The weapons felt powerful, and gormlessly standing out in the open got me killed. This didn't last long. Once I got 5 or 6 levels, Starfield became incredibly easy. I didn't even invest into stealth until I was level 30 or so because it wasn't necessary. The ammo system is a speed bump. You're so flush with ammo a few hours in that you'll never need to worry about it again, even when you do hit the occasional bullet sponge. Now, I don't want to give you the impression that I'm bragging or engaging in get-good asshattery. Truth be told, I'm very, very bad at video games. However, I still enjoy playing games on harder difficulties because that should force me to use all the tools at my disposal. The issue is that Starfield doesn't have or need tools beyond shoot the bad men until they fall down. It's serviceable, but that's all it ever is. Once you learn that guns go blam and jetpacks go whoosh, you've mastered Starfield's combat. The only thing magic space powers do is make the game even easier. The game is so large and action-focused that combat needed depth, complexity, challenge, or variety to remain engaging. There's no other way to keep such a titanic game interesting over its intended lifespan. Instead, for the overwhelming majority of your time with Starfield, the core gameplay loop, the action in your action RPG, is mindless, repetitive mush. Your 5th hour with the game looks identical to the 50th. The only real difference between very easy and very hard is how much ammo you use. Better loot and flat skill increases don't make you better at the game, they just make your numbers go up. Without anything deeper to learn about the combat system, there's no reward for engaging with it. No challenges, no discoveries, no twists or shakeups. I've seen people trying to play this game like Dishonored, but to that I offer this classic bit.
Hold on, Emily,
dancing around like this is wasting your time. It's cool you can do this, of course, but it's never necessary, nor is it encouraged. It's only possible at all because of borked AI and stealth mechanics. If the game was intended to play like this, it would be the most optimal way to play the game. Instead, when the game is this simple, it forces enemy variety, AI, and level design to carry the combat experience. Because a simple yet smooth combat system can stay interesting if the enemies and environments encountered have enough variety. This will force the player to adopt different playstyles or tactics as they progress. Starfield doesn't do this. The reason is space bandits. You'll be shooting so many goddamn space bandits. They dress them up in different costumes, call them different things, but they all use the exact same brain-dead AI. Even the Starborn, interdimensional beings of immense power from alternate universes, fight like every other human opponent in the game. Alien fauna are no different. Some burrow, some spit, some slash, but the actual differences I found between them were the size of their hitboxes and health bars. Terramorphs are supposed to be these horrible, mind-bending predators, but they're just bullet sponges. I think this is why I enjoyed the 2 0G dungeons so much. I love 0G maneuvering in games, and although I never expected Starfield to be Boundary, it's woefully underutilized. It's a twist in the typical Bethesda combat experience that provides some much-needed variety. The physics are great, the guns kick you back a little, fun stuff. But the areas designed around 0G can be counted on one hand. The instant they're over, it's back to playing Fallout 4 in space. There's ship combat too, but I've already described to you the only tactic you'll ever have to employ. Starfield ship combat can be boiled down to a DPS check. Shoot the bad guy first, spam repair if you take damage, win. All of those ship parts, weapons, shields, engines, and the effort it took to make it all work together, all in service of a DPS check. I wasn't expecting this game to be a space sim like Star Citizen or Elite Dangerous or anything, but it's still too basic to feel worthwhile. At least the effects and production value are outstanding. Weapons carving into enemy hulls, ships breaking apart in a shower of sparks, it all looks fantastic. But the flying doesn't feel good and the combat is extremely simple, so all of this feels wasted. Once you finally do spend the skill points on ship design, you get access to the particle beams, and then you never have to think about space combat again. That shouldn't feel like a relief, but it does. Whether in space or on the ground, if your combat system is built so that I want to get it out of the way as
God
fast as
damn it.
possible,
They
that
can't
is a
shoot
bad
fast.
combat system.
Okay.
When I say Starfield
How am I
doesn't
gonna get rid
respect
of
your
her?
time, this is what I mean. Ideally,
Without
a game
alerting
will reward
anyone,
you for
this is
learning
gonna be
its systems,
hard.
experimenting with its tools, and understanding what it asks of you. The time you invest in it will be rewarded with a sense of tangible progress and achievement. Starfield wants you to spend forever playing it, but also can't be too slow to get going, so it gives you the most basic and effective tools right at the start,
Yeah, I can
never
just-
evolves from that, and asks you to use them in the exact same way, endlessly. Your reward for playing the game is to play the game the exact same way, but slightly faster, and I can't help but find that boring. Another reason I'm so confident this game is intended to waste your time is the loot. Once more, it goes back to that perpetual play game design. If your game has simpler skill trees in combat, finding a new shiny thing is a great way to pick that button and get some corn. The weapons are designed like ARPG drops, complete with color coding,
See if this
randomized
works.
properties, and prefixes that affect their performance.
I wonder if this counts
This
as an
feels
alert.
indescribably
We'll see at the end of
awful
the
when
mission.
it's welded onto a single-player RPG template. There are unique items, but they're never as good as something that has the right prefix. For some reason, the hunter gave me a special laser rifle after he blapped Sarah, and it was worse than a plain pistol I picked up a couple hours into the game because
See if that
had a
counts.
better
Let's
prefix.
try it again
Some
on
of the best
that
moments in
guy.
RPGs can be finding a
Smoking
powerful
room.
item that changes the way you play or expands your tool set. Not in Starfield. Gotta keep grinding and grinding until you find the exact thing you're looking for. However,
Grind,
none of the
baby.
weapons are really fun or interesting enough to justify using them over something that does more damage. Because you're doing so much combat, using anything less than the most optimal and efficient equipment is the best way to any percent your way into a migraine. You can modify your weapons too, but wow. The game's crafting system is a hot
How the
dog,
fuck
water,
did
and
you
gin
guys see
sock
that?
sandwich with a side of fried toenail clippings. First, you have to spend crafting materials at a research bench to gain access to weapon modifications, spacesuit adjustments, and fancier chairs for your settlement. However, these are broken up into tiers, so you first have to invest valuable skill points into upgrading your crafting skills. But wait! Before you're allowed to actually spend the skill point, you have to complete a crafting challenge by installing mods or building outpost shit, wasting more resources each time, after which point then you can upgrade the relevant crafting skills so you can spend more resources researching the project you want to craft so you can spend more resources to finally craft the mod.
I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein, and I want to know what the fuck you're doing with my time!
This is explicitly designed to pack gameplay hours. It doesn't make any sense why you can't buy a mod from an NPC, find them as rare loot, or craft those special weapons
How'd you
and properties
notice me?
yourself.
What the
I guess
fuck?
people had too much fun enchanting in Skyrim. Can't have that. Even if you have all the credits and resources to get the specific kind of equipment you want, you have to run around doing this treadmill of mindless nonsense until the game finally lets you have it. And it's all unnecessary because the game never needs you to build a weapon that powerful. You'd lose it anyway when you start a new game plus. Once you finally level up the separate crafting skills and do the challenges and the research, you're done. This is one of the main reasons to keep doing New Game Plus instead of playing a new character, so you never have to engage with this bullshit ever again. I understand the itemization works the way it does to force you to experiment with a variety of weapons and playstyles, but it doesn't shake out like that because of all the aforementioned issues with combat. So the crafting is then reduced to its essential truth. It was a part of the open world sandbox that was taken out, made as agonizing and grindy as possible, then put back in. This is the core philosophy that broke so much of Starfield's action. When you cram this perpetual play stuff into a single player RPG,
Oh,
it
shit.
cuts the game's verisimilitude and robs the player's ability to feel clever or skillful. The
I
only
know,
thing
I'll
it
just
can
carry
do
his
is
body
dole
out to the
out
balcony.
mediocre half rewards for playing
Off
the
the
game
balcony.
the one way Bethesda intended. And this is why any attempt to jam actual RPG mechanics into this was doomed from the start. Starfield skill trees are certainly there. An attempt was made. And I don't mean that facetiously. It feels like someone at Bethesda tried their damnedest to include some
There you
actual
go.
RPG mechanics
go.
within the exceptionally restrictive scope their bosses set out for them. Unfortunately, confined as they were by the rest of Starfield's design directives, they were always doomed to fail. Mostly for the reasons already mentioned. The vast majority of skills are combat-oriented, and those are typically just flat, boring percentile buffs that you don't need. When you see all these tabs with different different labels, your imagination runs wild with everything that they could be used for, how investing in them will develop and define your character. Except the only character you're allowed to play is Commander Shootmans. If you want to play any other kind of character, you're fucked out of luck, kiddo. I think this is best reflected in how the game awards experience points. Levels and skill points are very important because they slow down as you progress. Your earlier investments are the most important ones because there's no ability to respec your skills, while gaining new ones takes longer and longer. Finding the best way to earn XP is a necessary part of the character advancement process, and how a game awards XP reveals what it's actually about, since that's the behavior the game incentivizes the most. I know Starfield isn't about exploration because exploring a planet gives you around 200 XP, while recreating the annihilation of the buffalo in a high-level system gives you more than that per click. The Bethesda loop is so central to Starfield's design that investing skill points outside of it is a complete waste. By design, Starfield enforces a boring generalist playstyle.
How'd you guys see me? You're so good.
But so is piloting, commerce, lockpicking, and weightlifting. Compared to skills as useful as these, do you think a boost to your scanning range is going to be worthwhile? What about a skill that reduces the amount of materials you need for crafting by a tiny percentage? Absolutely not. Acquiring the third tier of the reloading skill means you are 50% less likely to be interrupted while reloading. When I saw that, I had to take a moment. Even the sweatiest, most hardcore tactical shooters never interrupt your reloading because despite their pursuit of authenticity, they understand how awful it feels to have a reload interrupted. I've been frustrated all game with reloads not happening, and I put up with it because I thought it was a glitch.
That's such a good cheese if it works.
This is a crippling overabundance of pointless niche abilities that only exist to pad out the skill trees. Basic ability functionality also had to be stripped away from the sandbox for the same reason. Building your skills like this means you can't reward investment in them either. It is cool that skills sometimes come up in dialogue, but they're almost entirely used as another way to say yes. In some edge cases, they did advance the quest, albeit in insane ways. Even with such basic implementation, this had to be a complete nightmare to add, and I gotta respect it. But as far as I can tell, a single point is all you need for them to pop up. The level of investment doesn't matter. You can invest in Persuade, but the dialogue system is such a mess that it just makes the convincing minigame less painful. I like that they implemented something like this instead of a simple pass-fail dice roll, but some flaws emerge when you look at it too closely. For one, the choices most likely to succeed are influenced by the target's personality, so if you pay attention to the dialogue, you don't even need persuasion. On the other hand, this forces you to pay attention to the dialogue. And sometimes you get a critical success, so you didn't need to think about it at all. There's no reason to invest in social skills. There's some stealth-oriented skills with similar problems. I actually like the pickpocketing mechanic since it gives you all the relevant information and requires you to be quick and sneaky, but that's as much praise as I can muster. The fact that Starfield doesn't give you a detection meter or the actual ability to pickpocket until you put a point into them is absurd. Furthermore, these mechanics
I wonder if I could reload fast enough that I could just shoot him when he comes around the corner.
Outside the quest designed to make use of them, and even then the level designers don't commit. Whenever you're doing spy ship for Eugen, everything you could ever want or need to complete the current quest is spoon-fed to you. Here's a ludicrously huge ventilation system to walk around in.
Oh, I got him.
There's no room to feel clever or badass because it holds your hand so aggressively. I never felt rewarded for investing in anything, and I don't think my Starfield character is different from anyone else's. There's no incentive to build towards a specific character.
I should have hit the other guy's body too.
Will always accommodate you regardless of your decisions. I appreciated that there's backgrounds and perks you can select on character creation, but these barely have an impact on how the game is played. They're hardly even flavor. Picking Xenobiologist was cool for the Vanguard questline because it came up constantly, but again, it was only ever another way of saying yes. It didn't uncover anything new about the quest or add another dimension to it. Outside of the Vanguard stuff, it came up maybe twice. The traits aren't much better. Their tag dialogue options come up infrequently, and they're also just kind of boring. Marginal stat adjustments and fiddly conditional effects don't make the game feel any different. It certainly didn't feel like a core character trait. Even worse is that, true to the rest of Starfield's non-committal design ethos, you can always get rid of said trait with barely any effort. I guess it's nice to provide the option, but paying 3,000 credits to some random-ass NPC feels like the laziest, most cowardly way to do that. It's also disappointing because this is where Starfield had the most potential. If this stuff is what the rest of the game was built around, instead of the Fallout 4 methodology, I think the game might have had a shot. And no, I'm not asking nor expecting my open-world Bethesda RPG sandbox to be as complex or in-depth as something like Baldur's Gate 3. Because that's absurd. They're completely different games with completely different goals. However, even with managed expectations and judging it on its own
shit.
merits as an action RPG, Starfield utterly fails. Its
Oh,
design
you
choices
asshole,
are
what the fuck
confusing
are you
nonsense
doing?
until you realize it's just pretending really hard not to be Fallout 4. Then everything falls into place. More damningly is that sometimes, even Fallout 4's Commonwealth rewarded you for
Let's go meet
exploring
Emily.
and had some interesting stuff to see. Starfield's exploration, on the
Come
other
on, Chris.
hand, is just as joyless and bafflingly designed as the rest of it. In a game nominally about exploration, the actual
Let's
act
go
of
get Emily.
exploring the settled systems is terrible. The only thing about Starfield that genuinely brought me a sense of wonder and astonishment was that Bethesda watched No Man's Sky's release go down like the Hindenburg, and their conclusion was, yes, thank you, I'll have some more, please. This galaxy of procedurally generated planets concept is a bottomless time and money sink that sucked away literal years of developers' lives. Hello Games tried it with No Man's Sky. BioWare tried it with Mass Effect Andromeda, until it blew up in their faces and they had to start over from scratch. RSI is trying it with Star Citizen. Stop it. Get some help. Look, I'm not opposed to devs using proc-gen tools to help them make environments. Without these sorts of tools, no open-world game could exist. The problem is that 1,000 procedurally
Can I
generated
not?
planets
What the fuck,
were
man?
never going to be fun
There
to
we go.
explore. I understand why devs keep trying to make this happen, because it makes sense for a space game. In theory. Space is massive, and if you want to convey that in your first-person action game in a way that feels authentic, you have to find a way to create planets procedurally. In practice, the human brain is way too good at pattern recognition. It will pick up on repetitive features almost immediately, which destroys the purpose of having all these planets even be explorable. Once you recognize that a chunk of some moon is the exact same chunk of another planet across a local cluster, both are ruined because you now know how the game is assembling locations. You know you're not going to find anything
Oh,
new.
my bad,
Once,
bro.
I even
Didn't mean
had
to
a
scare you
planet
like
that
that.
used two of the exact same
Got
chunks
fucking
moved
terrified.
opposite of each other. What makes this even worse is that all the points of interest on these planets are copy and pasted. In the course of the main quest, I went through the exact same cryo lab. Twice. It is the only kind of cryo lab that you will
Oh.
ever find, and this is also
Nice.
the case for every other single
I
type
gotta
of
meet Emily
location.
down there.
Every military installation is the same, every ecliptic base, every abandoned relay station, all of it. It's always the exact same level, down to the notes people left lying around. Once you discover this, your drive to explore is destroyed. There's so many planets and moons to walk around on, but you're never rewarded for doing so. In fact, there's so many planets that it
What
disincentivizes
up, Emily?
exploration because you already know what's there. Nothing. So why bother? This is another
fuck?
reason why I said Bethesda
Find the
was
golden cat
unequipped to make
master key?
Starfield, because they fundamentally don't understand what makes space exploration appealing. It's like they think seeing some sci-fi vistas is the only reason to explore the stars. I can't help but find that shallow and myopic. Science fiction jargon and concepts are thrown around like confetti without a moment consideration for what's being said. This can get real nitpicky, like, no, that's not how
You got the
space
nearest
works, but
key, good.
others are more foundational. Do you know how much our understanding of biology and consciousness would be upended if we found a sentient colony of microbes? But in Starfield, it's something to check off a list, a word salad of sciencey concepts that someone fished out of a bucket, slapped onto the
Bye, thank
exploration
you.
features, and no one bothered to double check. This is what I meant when I said Starfield has no investment in its genre or premise.
Yeah.
To Bethesda, space exploration means you fly to lots of different planets. End of story. In being so uninterested in science fiction, the game is also disrespecting the player's imagination. It's so focused on letting you land on every planet and presenting you with expansive procedurally generated vistas, it fails to treat the player as if they're capable of imagining
Granny,
anything
let's
beyond
go.
that. Let me explain. Bethesda used to employ an environment design technique called representative space. Technology limitations meant that in order to portray the massive fictional worlds they had in their heads, the devs were forced to reduce locations down to their essential elements to convey the idea of a place. They trusted the player's imagination to fill in the gaps and intuit that these locations are actually much larger than they appear in game, or at least feel that way.
Oh,
In
shit,
Morrowind,
wafers, what the
Balmora is
fuck?
a small town of just under 100 people, but due to the way the NPCs talk about it and the importance it plays in the
Samuel and
region,
Emily.
your mind pictures the
They
real
ditched me?
Balmora
What?
as something like this. That's representative space. However, Bethesda is moving farther and farther away from this because they don't trust their audience to get it. They don't trust the player to be capable of imagining anything that's not depicted for them one-to-one. This has the opposite effect, making the spaces depicted feel too small to feel real, yet too big to feel representative. New Atlantis is tiny for what is essentially the new center of human civilization. However, what if everything about it was exactly the same, but it was a limited area called the Spaceport District and was surrounded by a backdrop that showed it sprawling out into the landscape? You might not have been able to walk around the entire city, but it would have felt more believable as a space. Your imagination would have filled it with people and places and stories. Everything the narrative was trying to say about the United Colonies would have been elevated.
Oh, they're still mad about the
because
whale
it would have been
oil.
that much more real and important to the player. The way it exists in the game now, it's like they were terrified of having invisible walls, but then their instance procedural generation
this
system
guy's
has them
slumped.
anyway? On that note, I
Hey,
understand why people prefer single, giant, contiguous maps in their open-world games. However, I also understand and accept why Starfield was built the way it was. As a planet-hopping sci-fi adventure, its environments had to be broken up into disparate planets connected by loading screens. Sure, these could have been disguised a little better, but feeling like you're teleporting around the galaxy isn't the problem. It's that when you fast travel, you know that wherever you end up is always going to be the most interesting part of that planet. It's not the travel mechanics, it's a problem with structure, scope, and design directives. They went about
you can see me.
exploration with a flawed mentality. This is already an ice-cold take, but I think the settled system should have been 30 to 40 handcrafted planets with larger, more bespoke maps.
Alright,
This
let's
way,
see if those
the
kills
idea of
counted
a
if I got
planet could
ghosts.
be conveyed more succinctly, feel more real, and be more engaging to explore. There'd be more incentive to seek them out because you wouldn't know what
Thank
you'd
you,
find.
Sam.
You'd see these more curated,
That's high
interesting
praise.
worlds, and that would spark the imagination, because you're being led to believe that other places like them might exist beyond the game's limitations.
Didn't kill
As they
anyone?
are presented
Yes,
in-game,
never
the player
detected.
intuitively understands that each planet is a random seed that stitches a couple of
Wait,
palette
never
swap tile sets
detected.
together. Therefore, they won't be encouraged to see more, and they certainly won't care what's beyond the game's boundaries. They already know the answer. I'm even more confident that a smaller number of handcrafted planets would be the right call, because the
Alerting
handmade
or
locations
killing
that are already
no
in
one
the
but
game
key
are pretty good.
targets.
Sarah's companion quest line takes you to a really engaging slice of Cassiopeia with winding elevation and interwoven foliage. They can make interesting environments. It's impressive that each planet has a day-night cycle based
Alerting
on local hours. It's even more
or
impressive that they have
killing
dynamic
no one
skyboxes
but
based
key
on
targets.
nearby
Okay, so I can
planetary
alert
bodies. I
key
even like the
targets.
varying levels of gravity and atmosphere and the effect that can have on your
Okay,
character.
alerting or
There's different types
killing
of hazards and weather
no
effects that can
one.
inflict all
Yeah,
sorts of
alerting or
debuffs.
killing no
It's
one
the
but key
bones of an
targets. So
interesting
key targets are
system,
good.
But it's all
Oh,
made so
excellent,
trivial
perfect.
out of an imagined necessity. Like the player would get frustrated if the injuries were more
Bodies
than slaps on
found
the wrist.
too?
The issue of variety and intent also comes up with the alien fauna in the game. I like their designs, but they
Let
are
me
also
see.
copy-pasted everywhere, making subsequent appearances feel less special and revealing that they only exist so you can click on them with your scanner. When you actually do the planet hopping Starfield is built around, it becomes more and more obvious that it was built this way to facilitate raiding quests, not real exploration. Sure, you can survey a ton of planets for constellation, but it's pointless, inefficient, busy work that shoves the game's problems in your face even harder. Even worse is that scanner data is wiped between New Game Pluses, the thing the game wants you to pursue, just so you can click on all those plants again for a handful of credits and a pittance of XP. Do you want to tell a story about exploration and imagination, Bethesda, or do you want to tell a story about grinding? I think the real shame here is that the proc-gen tools were primarily used for planet map
Okay, so as
creation.
long as
With so much
I
gameplay
don't
focused on
alert
the
the
shooting and
enemies,
looting,
or they
Starfield
don't,
would
like,
have
set
been
off the
much
alarm
better
or some
served
shit.
if, like Daggerfall, it was the dungeons that were randomized instead. There's nothing quite so demoralizing to an exploration
hands are
experience
shadow.
as seeing the exact same place being presented as a different location. Exploring the settled systems outside the quest marker is so awful, I'm convinced Bethesda didn't intend for you to do it. So why have this feature at all?
Okay,
While I
that's
mention
good.
it, it's time for a brief rant on the UI. Yes, the handhold and quest markers are back, but they were never going anywhere. I'm not shocked they've returned.
No one but
Instead,
key
I want to highlight
targets.
that playing this game is an exercise in
2
frustration
killed.
for all the
Ghosts
aforementioned
never
reasons,
detected.
and
Beautiful.
you have to fight the
think we're
UI
doing
in
good.
every step of the way. It's really bad, clearly designed for controllers. Even then, there's so much stuff that's hidden in menus, so much wasted space and odd decisions that I don't think controller users will have a much better time navigating it. Stuff that feels like it should be front and center is tucked away somewhere puzzling. Comparing gear is confusing, and everything is excessively clicky or assigned to weird buttons that are all packed too closely together. For example, if you want to build at one of your outposts, you have to pull up your scanner, hold E, then navigate through the tabs to build mode before you can do anything. Also, God, the outpost system sucks. Cards on the table, I hated this asinine dogshit in Fallout 4, and I was none too pleased to see it return. I understand why they have this system, but it never fails to feel like a complete waste of time. It takes an absurd amount of time and resources to construct a functional outpost, and again, it'll be wiped the next time you enter Unity. Building one settlement was exhausting, existentially challenging even. I have no idea why anyone would make more. As far as I can tell, the only way to enjoy the same feature in Fallout 4 was to mod the restrictions out. That doesn't mean it was a good system, just that it was ill-conceived. Did Bethesda...
Pleased to meet you. As am I. Would you like to see your room in the tower? Can I see it? Yes. You may. You'll get to see it all. The entirety of the Hound Pits.
Good. I think I'll like it here. I'll go with Callista, Corvo. I'll see you later.
You do not fail to impress. Armed with a blade, you've changed the course of the city forever. And with the Pendleton twins gone, our own Lord Pendleton will assume their votes in Parliament. In one night, you've done more than most men do in a lifetime. I need to speak to you soon. But for now, Lord Pendleton requests your attention.
learn their lesson in time for Starfield? Hell no. While they wisely curtailed the amount of action surrounding your outposts, they still believed in the concept as a decent time waster. There's no good reason to build them though, because the gameplay system they're designed to support is crafting, which, again, is fucking terrible. Therefore, the one reason to interact with the outposts is to further enmesh yourself into one of the worst aspects of the entire game. Sure, it can act as a base for the player with crafting benches and storage space for all the crap they collected, but so can your ship. You know, the thing you always have and always need in order to do literally anything in the game. Another victim of maximalist game design. It's cool that you can build outposts, I guess, but it doesn't add anything to the experience, so there's no reason to have it except to waste some of the player's time, and that kind of sums up exploration as a whole. It's another part of the gameplay loop that was reduced down to its simplest, most basic form, had a bunch of stuff stapled on top, then put back in. It's not exploration, not really, and that's a shame. The reason this hurts so much is because I can kind of see a decent game in Starfield if I pretended something else entirely. I feel like I have to fight this game to enjoy it on any level, yet it's obvious how hard people worked on it. So, all of this time and effort and talent was wasted. It's one of the most bizarre gaming experiences I've ever had, a confounding mix of overblown scope and short-sighted ambition.
What do you think, Corvo? Carlton Bridge. Been in the city for years, but you lived in Gunwall Tower with the late Empress, so maybe you haven't visited the bridge before tonight. Something to look out for. See all the lights on the water? That's right, you'll be spotted for sure. You're gonna have to shut off their power before I can pick you up. Now, about bringing Sokolov back alive, he's smart. Maybe even smarter than Kira. The whole gun wall over his thumb with all that natural philosophy business. New technology, potions and the like. Seems dangerous to me, but what do I know? Here we are. I'll meet you at the arches under Sokolov's place when we're ready for it. I'll see you when we're ready.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. 5 stars. So kind. Beautiful. Back to Starfield sucking dick.
The game was ambitious in terms of raw scale and nothing else. If Bethesda's upper management had curtailed their fallacious directives in a few key areas, there's a good chance Starfield could have been something interesting. Instead, everything in the game, its art, its music, its gameplay, its UI, its spaceships and settlements and characters are dedicated to the grandest future amongst the cosmos that Bethesda can imagine. Clicking on rocks and shooting the bad men until they fall down. Just because the game has so much stuff to do and you can do it all within the same game doesn't elevate those individual systems into something worth your time. Being able to customize, pilot, and walk around your spaceship doesn't mean anything when you only use it as a storage locker and space combat is so flat. Being able to walk around on planets and find stuff there doesn't mean anything when it's always the same things with nothing to do or say. Being able to visit colonies and talk to the people there doesn't go anywhere because their purpose is to house radiant mission boards and NPCs that give you fetch quests with lifeless stories. Being able to build outposts doesn't mean anything because they're just there to force you to grind for resources, for more outpost stuff. From a technological standpoint, it's incredibly impressive that you can do all of this in one game, but I keep circling back to why? Game systems should interact and reinforce each other, not stand in isolation. This is also why I cared so much about the writing being flat. If we cared about the characters, if the plot wasn't a loose thread of linear fetch quests and had interesting themes to explore, everything else in the game would have been elevated as a result. All the gameplay issues would still exist, but it'd be worth enduring them to see more story. Instead, it's a field of rakes. The stilted, monotonous story forces me to acknowledge that the gameplay doesn't have legs. The flat, repetitive gameplay forces me to acknowledge that the narrative doesn't have anything going on, and there was nowhere to go. It was designed this way. At this point, you're probably screaming at me, what about mods? Modders always fix Bethesda games. They're just platformed for mods. There was even a mod for the UI before the game released. That is missing the point. There's so much wrong with this line of thinking. First and foremost, free unpaid labor shouldn't be required to fix a AAA game with a development cycle this long and a budget this massive. It's commendable that Bethesda has been so accommodating to the modding community over the years, but these days you can't take that for granted. Moreover, this game was in development for 8 years. There was time and money to do the work modders resigned themselves to. No, the reason so many Bethesda game mod lists look like CVS receipts is because they're broken in the same ways. They're built broken on purpose because endless, mindless engagement is the only thing they care about. You can fix the UI, you can fix the skill trees, you can fix the loot, the bugs, the performance, the level scaling, the ship combat, the encumbrance system, the difficulty, the crafting, and the AI. You can add new quest lines and NPCs and companions and weapons and ship parts and planets and dungeons and locations and factions, but you can't mod out the settled systems. The setting was written and designed around everything you just spent all that time fixing. At the end of the day, however much you mod Starfield, the game world will not be interesting enough to make that effort worthwhile. You'll still have to go to these boring planets and talk to these boring characters to advance lifeless, linear quests that go nowhere. Now, another megamod project like Enderall might come along, where a crew of talented creators will remix all these systems and assets into an entirely new game with a new setting that's worth experiencing. But how long will that take? More importantly, how could I ask anyone to spend that kind of time and energy? So then, is Starfield going to get a 2.0 patch like Cyberpunk, or will it be left to languish? Bethesda says they want this game to last for years, but frankly speaking, I don't think the settled systems are interesting enough to keep people engaged for that long. More damningly, I don't think it'll keep modders engaged, but that remains to be seen. It is possible that someone far more talented and intelligent than I am might pick up the rakes and find a way to make Starfield sing, but I won't hold my breath. Lots of people, myself included, were looking to Starfield to see the direction Bethesda was going to go after their latest titles, and I think that question has been answered. Good news! You no longer have to endlessly speculate about what The Elder Scrolls 6 will be like. You've already played it. It'll be just like Starfield and Fallout 4 and Skyrim. Some gameplay systems might be shuffled around, but it isn't going to feel meaningfully distinct. The only thing they can do by setting their game in a different part of Tamriel is to retroactively make that region more boring with inane retcons. Hammerfell, High Rock, elsewhere, it doesn't matter. It'll be full of just alright time-wasting gameplay systems and bland, confusing, sterile writing. It's not even their fault, and I'm not even mad. We all bought Skyrim, we all bought Fallout 4, and we all bought Starfield, desperately believing this one might be it. To paraphrase Warlocracy, a much better YouTuber, part of these games' decline is on Todd. Most of it is on us. I'll offer one last piece of unsolicited advice. In a single-player RPG, the amount of play hours doesn't matter as much as the time spent thinking about it. Putting the player on a dopamine treadmill won't last forever. Eventually, inevitably, they'll hit diminishing returns. And then their memories of the experience will amount to a shrug.
Shit, it got me.
It was alright, I guess. If you care about anything except sales numbers, maximalist game design is inherently flawed. The only reason I decided to write a criticism this thorough is to illustrate how and why. If your game wants to be everything for everyone forever, you better bring your A game. Starfield did not. So, Starfield sucks. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't at least a little disappointed. Everything about it looks like it'd be right up my alley, but it didn't respect my time, intelligence, agency, or imagination. It won't respect yours either. Starfield is on Game Pass, but I'd argue that even then it's not worth it. Even if you're intrigued by the premise of Starfield, actually playing it and paying attention to what it's saying will reveal its most damning sin. It's not about anything. No modern Bethesda game is. You can see a beautiful vista. You can appreciate a well-modeled object.
Go down there.
You can marvel at how sleek and cohesive and grand it all is. But it will never reward you with a meaning behind that. The aesthetics are all that's left. At least with Skyrim and Fallout 4, you might have made the argument that they're fun to play, but I find that is no longer the case. Starfield's moment-to-moment gameplay is a barren wasteland of isolated systems that are designed to waste your time and nothing else beyond that. However, I don't want to end the video on a downer. Real quick, here's a few games that might scratch that space exploration itch, and are also just brilliant games that are worth your time. Outer Wilds is the premier space exploration game. It might not have the hard sci-fi sheen of Starfield, but it's truly about exploration and everything that entails. I'd say more, but I won't spoil you. Deep Rock Galactic has an incredible core
just going around that guy.
A little like Left 4 Dead, but with excellent progression systems and procedurally generated missions that are fun and varied. Its difficulty levels also let you choose the kind of experience you want, from brain-off mining sim to colonial marine simulator. It's one of the best co-op action games ever made. Arcane's Prey from 2016 is an immersive sim with meaningful RPG mechanics, and your first time exploring Talos 1 is one of the most entertaining and rewarding gaming experiences on offer. Star Sector is everything Starfield was trying to be, only as a top-down fleet management game instead of a first-person RPG.
Shit.
You can do everything you can do in Starfield, except it's given real weight due to its challenging nature and dynamic simulation elements. Star Sector has just as many raiding quests as Starfield, but because the world actually reacts to each one, they're elevated into something fun and meaningful. They feel like beats in a story you make for yourself. Each of these, on their own, will give you so much more than Starfield ever can. In a way, however, I'm glad to have played it. I can finally break the Bethesda cycle. I will not be playing Elder Scrolls 6. There's plenty of other ways to enjoy that universe these days, and they're developed by
at least
people who
gonna
care.
turn off these
Furthermore,
pylons.
there's been a glut of great games
These are
released in
dangerous.
2023, from the AAA sphere to AA projects to the smallest indie teams. A fantastic year for video
Okay, no,
games,
that's-
if not
that's
for
for
the
the
people
alarm.
who made them. But the industry is changing,
Okay, he's
slowly
coming
but
around.
surely. The audience for games has never been larger, and they're hungry for new, engaging experiences.
I can
The
hear the
Bethesda
pylon
RPG
popping
isn't
off.
intellectual property, it's a network of interconnected systems and game design philosophies that occasionally cohere into something incredible.
Oh, fuck, I
Eventually,
killed the
another
enemy
studio
by
will make a good
rewiring it.
Bethesda game. I can't wait to play it. Thanks for watching.
For players, the minute they smell live service, players get very frustrated and very angry. So we could be looking at the return of a more content-focused model in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So let's just look at the season pass, okay? What will the season pass entail? Well, what we've got is we've got a couple of things that they have promised. And according to Insider Gaming, the new trailer for Avatar Frontiers of Pandora has just confirmed that the upcoming season pass will include a bonus quest at launch and 2 story packs next year. So you don't just get future content, okay? They're trying to motivate the purchase with the bonus quest when the game launches. And the story content that is going to come is going to land in the middle and the late portion of 2024. According to Insider Gaming, the first story pack, the Skybreaker, is slated for summer 2024. And then Secret of the Spires is the second story pack. That is slated for the fall of 2024. Concrete release dates have not been confirmed at this time. So this is clearly a case of planned DLC, which I have no problem with. This is commonly a criticism. People do not like planned DLC. They think that it's bad. They think that everything that's available or built at launch should be in the game at launch. What I think some people fail to understand is a lot of the times the planned DLC is not even ready when the game launches. They do something called parallel development, where there are teams actively working on that DLC right now, so they have something more to sell to you in the future. I have no problem with this unless it's clearly evident that they sort of sandbagged or pulled content from the base game. That's the only time I think you can call foul, and I don't think we've ever seen concrete evidence of anybody doing this. But they already have names for both of these story packs, which tells me this was all planned and slated. The lack of concrete dates is not shocking, as the content is probably currently in development, and the bonus quest will work within the base game.
I forgot about this part.
These story packs, according to Insider Gaming, are aiming for something more. This is what they say. While the bonus quest Familiar Echoes appears to operate within the base game, each story pack is now expected to introduce completely new areas from their unique narratives. And according to Insider Gaming, the first story pack may have us interacting with characters from the first movie, and here is what they say. The Skybreaker concentrates on fresh nomadic characters, so it's notable that today's trailer mentions they will reunite with old friends. They are also setting out to attend a gathering of clans from other areas, though it's set after the events of the first Avatar film. These new details could imply that players might encounter familiar faces from the movies. So they also seem to think that the second story is going to focus on aerial combat. That is something pretty significant in the game. I've continued to wonder why the third-person perspective was not utilized throughout the entire game. I'm not alone in that. This is actually something that came up in an interview with IGN. The game director said it was never really a consideration. When asked why the game was primarily in first person, he said, quote, "Because we want you to feel immersed. We want you to feel immersed and feel like you're really on Pandora," says Diet Diedenfeld, the game director of Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, and says, so it was never really a big discussion for this. Now, I get this. I get this to a degree, okay? I also think that they utilize a lot of familiar mechanics from Far Cry, because that's a first-person game as well, and that familiarity and comfort likely lended itself to the development of Avatar. Now, he went on to talk about being close to the environment. First person's the best way
Oh, the drawbridge
for you
spotlights. I
to
didn't
feel
do
that. And
those.
to be fair, the
We gotta do
game
that.
does look really nice,
way too
which I
far.
think is a must for a game built in the world of Pandora. The environments are lush and brightly colored. It really does seem
Oh,
to capture
this is beautiful.
what the movies
This is easy.
look like. So the last thing I want to
Do we
look
need a
at,
key
though,
to get in there? What the
before I
fuck?
discuss what content flow might look like, what does this mean for the future of Ubisoft titles, is I do want to look at the pricing, and I'm going to show it to you. Because the first thing to notice is the Ubisoft Plus push. It's right next to me. You can see the blue box for $14.99 a month. And you'll notice you get everything in that you also get with the most expensive version. But before we look at Ubisoft Plus, it is $40 for this season pass. You'll notice the $69.99 all the way on the far side there, and then you go up from that to the $110. So for $40, you get your season pass. Now the bump up to the ultimate pack is $20.
Yo, that is some money. The Ultimate Edition, $15 a month. The game does look kind of interesting, but I hope they have more weapons and skills in Melee. All right, we're back.
more, and that's just cosmetics and a digital art book. So if you go all the way up from the 110 to the 130, you get some extra cosmetics in that digital art book. But the push for Ubisoft Plus is something that they've been doing with recent games. Someone sent me a screenshot. They did this exact same thing with AC Mirage. And I believe this might be insight to the format going forward. Something that isn't quite live service, but you want to keep players invested. You want to keep them coming back, or you want to keep them considering your subservice, which is related to what I want to talk about next. Why are they calling this a season pass? Historically, season passes referred to a bundle of DLC or story expansion type content. You would basically buy it at launch so that whenever new content comes out, you're already securing everything they're going to do for a bundled price. But with the rise of live service games and battle passes, I kind of question the continued use of the term. Games like Destiny and Fortnite live and breathe with seasons. Halo Infinite Season 5 is going on right now and being celebrated by the community. So with the waters getting a little bit muddy about what a season is, what a season pass or what a battle pass is, I was really surprised to see the term continuing to be used. My first thought was, well, if this is a season pass, will there be more season passes? Will there be more seasons? Is it a season, or is it just you buying everything bundled? Is this related to some sort of plan going forward? Long term. Since Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I've continued to wonder if
Valhalla
games would build large worlds and maps and utilize them in a long-term capacity. And with pricing pushes now promoting Ubisoft Plus alongside of buying the game at full price, I could see a lot of people being tempted by the $14.99 a month. You get everything that comes from the $130 version of the game. And the first season pass could be them testing the waters. Number one, how many people buy it? That's the question. And then how many players actually come back in the summer and the fall of next year to play this content? Just sales alone could be motivation enough for them to build a second season pass, which is related to the last thing I want to talk about. Is this a new way forward? What if we begin to see live service games without the live, right? That is something that people hate. Yes, the dreaded term. Everyone doesn't like this anymore. They're growing to loathe this, live service games. I recently speculated that the next phase of live service games would need to move away from the current trappings of the models that so many games try to implement. They would need to think more about ongoing content approaches versus needing to constantly keep people inside of the game. Most of the criticisms of live service games could be avoided. FOMO, which is fear of missing out, that's being leveraged in many games. You don't want to miss out, do you? You got to run that activity. You got to check that box. You got to be there for the event. I think some measure of FOMO is fine. If you do a special event in a game, it makes sense that you kind of have to be there for it. But once a game starts to become about the compulsion or what feels like passive coercion to leverage your engagement, well, many players might check out. The greatest challenge facing the format that is more content focused as well as being more spread out. So if you picture in your mind, there's the live service format where they're constantly needing to give you content. This would be more of a content-focused format where the things would be spread out, more traditionally waiting 6 months or a year for DLC. I think the greatest challenge here would be loss of player attention. Sure, you can get a bunch of people to buy your season pass at launch when everybody's talking about your game and when the marketing's at an all-time high, but what happens 6 months later? You got to motivate them right now with cool trailers, you got this extra mission in the base game at launch. It doesn't really matter if they don't touch the content when it finally shows up, because this is not a multiplayer game. You don't need some healthy player funnel. But the idea here could be healthier content rhythms. You could come back to the game in the summer. You could try out the next story pack, and then the second pack arrives in quicker succession. Potentially what this could do is create a funnel of engagement that will allow for other season packs to be sold and delivered in 2025 and beyond. I don't think all ongoing content models need to focus on multiplayer or keeping players always inside your game. It's very possible that Assassin's Creed Valhalla taught Ubisoft valuable information about big games continuing to get content. The ultimate question is whether or not players would embrace this format. I even theorized that when Star Wars Outlaws showed us gameplay, they could do an ongoing content model with their game. It could potentially be very easy, depending on the game and the way that it's built. It could be easy to add planets and new stories, or just new outlaws that you could play in episodic style content, since they did name it Outlaws. But once you build the world, the mechanics, and the base game, a lot of the groundwork is done. There's also the lingering question about what Ubisoft plans to do with Assassin's Creed going forward. Similar to how Call of Duty turned itself into a central COD HQ, the plan for Assassin's Creed to have AC Infinity be a central hub, sort of like an Animus for all of your Assassin's Creed games. Well, does this mean they have plans for a live service Assassin's Creed game? In the wake of AC Valhalla, it sort of makes sense. An ongoing AC game would be more in the vein of what they did with AC Valhalla. I'll continue to say that building these massive games only to offer a few DLCs or a few story packs, it just seems like wasted potential. And Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora could be an initial foray into a new format. Fundamentally, it comes down to revenue. So while Avatar sounds like it's going to be more than we first expected, it may end up being just another game that launches, slams out a bunch of pre-order bonuses, and then it fades into the background of the conversation. So the question is, will it last, or be just another Ubisoft game? Well, only time will tell. So let me give you my thoughts and my conclusions here. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora has the potential, I think, to be a great game based on a movie. We've been getting some good games based on movie content lately. Hogwarts Legacy proved it could be done. Even Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor show that you could take original stories and put them in an existing universe and have them be great and have them highly praised. The comparisons to Far Cry make it tough for this game, I think. It may make it tough for this game to get off the ground, no pun intended, but if they can nail the feel of Pandora and offer a great single-player experience, they may have an IP that they could invest in long-term. Now, the second thing I want to say is, I don't want to read too much into the season pass language, given the term's history, but it does look like an interesting content rhythm, to say the least. Roughly 6 months later, getting story, and then a shorter window for the next pack. That kind of feels like a great way to kickstart regular content, but that doesn't mean it needs to be a live service or an online game. The ongoing game format hasn't been perfected or written in stone just yet. There are likely new ways to keep big games in front of people for longer periods of time without needing to lean on FOMO, battle passes, or other tiresome practices. My conclusion is this: Ubisoft tends to get a bad rap, and while some of it is deserved, I think it is often overstated. They have a lot of great IP in their catalog, and AC Mirage seemed to get fairly positive responses. It's in third place for the previous month, for October. It's in third place for total sales, behind Spider-Man and Super Mario Brothers. That's a pretty big deal. That's a big piece of property. That game did well commercially. So while I'm looking forward to Star Wars Outlaws more than Avatar Frontiers of Pandora could be a great first step into creating a bridge between the Far Cry format and the ongoing format. Almost like a hybrid between Far Cry and AC Valhalla. Whatever their plans for Avatar, it's clear they don't just plan to launch the game and that's sort of the end of it. And with an IP this big, that's not surprising. What could be surprising is if Ubisoft manages to chart a new path for ongoing games. With Assassin's Creed Valhalla and The Division in their back pocket, they may just have a new playbook.
Got his ass.
For the future.
Let's go.
And that's the show open. thank you guys so much for being here. This one caught my attention. This caught my attention because I thought,
see my mission
what
stats.
on earth would they be doing?
Surgical.
A
first mission
season
through Collins
pass
Bridge, killing less.
inside
Yes.
of Avatar 4. Like,
Didn't kill anyone,
what's the
not
goal here?
detected.
Now, again,
Beautiful.
I don't think
Beautiful.
this is indicating some sort of live service game, but it does indicate they have plans for ongoing content. You know, they are trying to motivate those pre-orders up front. They're also trying to motivate people to get on to UB Plus. I mean, $15 a month and you get the $130 version of the game. I mean, that's pretty impressive. So, make sure you guys are doing all the things, man. Smash the like button. Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you so much. Joker Quinn gifts a member, and I appreciate that. We are at about, I need to check the member count. We're in like the 3,100 range, and if we hit 3,500, you guys can make me do the steak with ketchup one more time. It's been a while since we've done that, about a year, I think, or more, since we have done that. So if you are new and you've never been here before, this is Reforged Gaming, a daily talk show where we kind of break down latest gaming news and discuss it. Yes, we still are at 3,100 members. So you guys are right there holding on to 3,100. And you guys can become a member on your own. You can do that for $5 a month. Sample the members' content if you like it. We have higher thresholds and more content as well. We do a daily writers room segment, and we also do a weekly VIP segment. But you can also just smash that like button, hit subscribe. That's totally free. Those increase the likelihood of you getting a gifted membership. There's very generous people here, so consider doing that. And I would love to know what you guys think about this. Do you think there is some sort of a new push for ongoing content? Are we potentially seeing that with games like this, right? Are we potentially seeing this idea that, hey, we are going to be seeing now more and more games not doing just a single launch. There's going to be this ongoing setup of, here you go. There's a lot to do here. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Mirage was in third place behind Marvel Spider-Man and Super Mario Bros. Wonder, above Madden and EA Sports Football Club and Mortal Kombat. That's a lot of games. What's crazy is Hogwarts Legacy was in the 10th spot, even still.
I understand.
That is, that's crazy. It's also crazy that Marvel Spider-Man is in fourth place for the year after only being out for a month. That's absolutely bonkers.
Got loot.
Thanks, Reforge. I appreciate that. Thank you. I no longer get noties for Writer's Room, and I can't find them anywhere on your page for past ones for the last month, and I'm trying to figure out why. We stopped sending noties for them because we were sending you so many notifications. So you should get, it should be right there on the members only playlist on my channel. All you got to do is scroll down, and there's a members only playlist that you should be able to see as a member. I think this pricing is very good for a push to Ubisoft Plus, and Avatar is a big enough name to probably bring people into the subscription.
I think
the thing to consider is that pricing. Like, if you really look at this, like here, let me give you guys a better look at this.
Somebody wants to
talk to you. Let me just expand it up. All right, let me just expand it up, and I'll do this. I'll go down here. All right. Like, if you really look at this, they're giving you the $130 version of the game for the $15 a month. Now, obviously, people might consider signing up and canceling. Now, their hope is that you wouldn't do that. You would sign up and you would get all of the things, or you would see all of the games, and, you know, then you would keep it or whatever. But I think more and more companies are going to not just try to do subscription service. I think they're going to try to do ongoing content models. Again, I'm not talking about live service, but I'm telling you, the way that they treated AC Valhalla, I could see that being a format going forward where they say, look, man, there are so many things we can do with the game when it's this big. When we create a world that is this large, why walk away from it? You know,
Samuel,
I mean,
my
they spend
boy.
4 or 5
I'm ready to
years
kill.
if it's fast, 5 or 6 years if it's a better dev cycle, 5 or 6 years developing this massive world, and then they market it like crazy, and then you sell a bunch, and then that's it. Time to walk away and do another one. I have members recap. Are you rolling into writer's room after that? I am. Yes. Yeah, we're doing that. That's exactly what we do. We go from, let me double check and make sure that the writer's room is hitting the playlist. And it is. When I look at the members only playlist, I see recap, writer's room, recap, writer's room. It's a pretty steady rhythm. So did you bump down from writer's room and not realize it? I'm not sure. Subscriptions on top of subscriptions on top of subscriptions, it's too much. I do think we're going to hit a subscription bubble, right? We're seeing even some of the subscription services already, they're having to combine. You know, Hulu and Disney are going to be combined as of March of next year, I believe. And in my mind, it's like you are going to have to start to be more frugal as a consumer, but I also think these companies are going to have to start to think about the fact that, like, the subscriptions become white noise. AC Valhalla has it cooked in, and so does The Division, and recently the Crew Motorfest, and now Avatar. It is the future for Ubisoft and their releases, says Detective Seeds. So in your mind, Detective Seeds, where do you think the live service Assassin's Creed lands? Like, where does that land? You know, that's my question. Is, do they have plans for an actual live service game, or is the future going to be more of a question of, nah, man, we're just gonna do a basic game. You know, we're just gonna do a basic game. We're gonna launch some DLC, launch some expansions. We're not gonna do this online thing. We're not gonna do this live service thing, because there were many people that thought we were going to see a live service Assassin's Creed after Valhalla. What's good, Brad? That and the price increase is getting crazy too. I don't think the price increase is a problem. I don't think going up to $70 is an issue. I know people initially expressed frustrations about that, but virtually every other form of entertainment has gotten more expensive for the last 20 years, and video games haven't budged. I bought games 20 and 30 years ago for more money back then because of inflation. It was way more expensive to drop 60 or 50 bucks, sometimes $70 on a video game back then. You know, cartridges, shipping, that doesn't matter. The consumer was spending more money on games that didn't last nearly as long as the games we have today. I don't have an issue with that. I don't. That to me is such a non-issue in the grand scheme of gaming and bad practices, good practices, whatever. I do not at all think that is an issue. This is why I'm so thankful I don't have to pay to play online. If you factor in inflation, video games are cheaper than they should be. Right, in the grand scheme of things, I actually don't think pricing is an issue. I think what you're running into, though, is when people look at something that is priced like this. You can't see behind me. Hang on, let me move myself to the other side. Okay, so, you know, $70 isn't really an issue. And I don't think it's a big issue either for them to say, oh, for another $40, you can get two story packs next year. Okay, I think that's totally fine. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't have a problem with any of this. My speculation is that this is the new format going forward. You're going to see really, really big games built, and then they're going to keep adding content to them. I think the question is, do we get more than those 2 story packs inside of Avatar Frontiers of Pandora? Do we get more?
You lost your
because
invitation,
that latest
huh?
trailer, it's like, okay, I can buy the season pass. You guys are going to deliver some DLC next year. is that designed to be a
mine now.
continued thing, or is it not? Is it just like, nope, that's all we got, and then they're done with Avatar? They just walk away from the game entirely. How often would they be releasing content to ask for another 70? Quarterly, semi-annually, or yearly? That's just it, though. I wouldn't envision them asking for another 70. I would envision them asking for another $40. You're basically paying $40 for content in Avatar next year, 2 story packs. And at the end of that year, I could see them saying, hey, we have another season pass coming. We have 2 more story coming next year, and you can buy them for $40. I can't support that pricing up front for a game I can't be guaranteed is coming. Don't trust them to deliver. What do you mean it's not guaranteed to be coming? Are you talking about the story content's not guaranteed to be coming? Or are you saying that the actual game itself might not be coming? What are you actually saying, Eugene? I'm not understanding your point. Sven says, I think this is taking the old school season pass approach. I think what's being offered is what the additional story content will be. Do you think there's nothing after that, Sven? That would be my question. Is there absolutely nothing more? This is it, and then they're done. Detective Seed says, I think they will release them under the like $30 to $40 roof, and then bam, you will have continuous access to all of their future content coming. Have you seen their Skull and Bones issues? I don't think Skull and Bones is indicative of what Ubisoft creates, though. If you're talking about Skull and Bones,
she's
that's
in the white or
different.
black.
I'm talking about Avatar. I mean, AC Mirage just charted. AC Mirage just charted. Like, I don't think Skull and Bones is indicative of like Ubisoft's track record. The AC Origins did great. Odyssey did great. Valhalla did great. That franchise is doing just fine. AC's doing just fine. Avatar is building on the Far Cry format. I think that's fair to say.
Miss White.
And the last couple Far Cries, I don't know how well Far Cry 6 did, but I felt like Far Cry 5 did well. I liked Far Cry 3, 4, and 5. I didn't get a chance to play 6. I wanted to play it co-op with my wife, but it wasn't genuine co-op. It was just like a companion. I would love genuine co-op in a game like Far Cry 6 where 2 people have 2 skill trees and 2, loot pools. Derek says, I was barely into Avatar 10 years ago when it was cool. UB currently has 11 Assassin's Creed games planned for the future. I think the Mirage was an outlier, and the rest will be Odyssey, Valhalla size, and they will release episodic content within the worlds. I actually don't think you're correct on that, Detective Seeds, in only one way. I think you're correct in everything else. I think Mirage was proof of concept. I think they're going to continue doing AC games in that format. The commercial success of Mirage is too big. It is way too big to ignore. I cannot see them not doing another one. There's no way. Absolutely no way. It's in 3rd place behind Spider-Man and Super Mario Brothers. Right? Oh, sorry. I'm muted in Discord. Sorry about that. I had a lot going on today. It was the first day that I used the teleprompter, so I wasn't in my normal habitat. I don't know what it was. You don't know what it was about 6. 6 is a different style. Well, then they did that other one, too. They did the Far Cry. All the artwork had, like, the 2 women on the front of it. I don't even remember what that one was about. Eugene says, I'm not talking quality. I'm talking about the ability to deliver content as promised, when promised. Division burned me on them being able to do that as well. I mean, I could see you not having confidence in the ongoing or the future content based on what happened with the Division. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't expect anybody to believe that the story content's going to be great. I would imagine that it is coming. Lono put a new toy in his cage. Yeah, New Dawn.
Red dress.
Did New Dawn do well? I didn't pay any attention to New Dawn. I don't even know if people liked it. I don't know how it did. Lono, isn't Assassin's Creed Infinity more of a factor in the Mirage thing? Presumable AC Infinity will be a platform and then Mirage-sized games attached to it. Well, AC Infinity is going to be a central hub for Assassin's Creed. Kind of like now when you boot up Call of Duty, it's the Call of Duty HQ. I told everybody that's what was going on when Modern Warfare 2 launched last year. I said, look up in the corner. It says Call of Duty HQ or COD HQ. I said, that's what they're doing. They're creating a central hub. Everything will load out of this. AC Infinity is the exact same idea. And I think you're right. Yes, they could throw in Mirage-sized games in there with regularity. Mirage did really, really well. I don't think they're going to stop doing games of that size. Yeah, I agree with what Detective Seeds is saying. I don't know about Hexe, but I think Assassin's Creed Red will be huge. Yes.
What
they're
the
going to take you to feudal Japan. It's going to be massive.
So they each act differently too.
But it's going to be. I think it's going to be the return to the. It's going to be return to the big game, the big format. That's what I think.
Yep. Let's go. Nothing suspicious.
All I'm saying is that there's no way in heck I'm prepaying UB for future content. Yeah, I could understand that. Guys, you like this shirt? I don't think I've worn this one before. I'm sitting back a little bit farther in the stream so you can see a little bit more of the shirts now. With the way the teleprompter's set, I have to sit back a teeny bit more just for good framing. And you get to see more of the shirts. So this is another one from Into the AM. This is not a stream sponsored by them, but I'm constantly wearing their shirts. Make sure and use code LONO or go to intotheam.com/Lono. You can stack my code on top of the crazy sales they're having right now, and the sales end on the 17th. I believe the 17th is the last day. Red is next. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Red will be next. Yeah. I may buy Avatar, but no way am I paying for future content. I think Avatar looks... It actually has my attention more than I thought it would. And I honestly think it's because of the things people are saying about it being familiar or similar to Far Cry. Another gifted member from Ula Tech. You guys are at 3,100 members right now.
I understand, sir.
If you can hit 3,500, you're going to want to do it before this week. I will be out of town next week for the holiday, so no streams next week. I can't even guarantee there will be uploads next week. I may just take the entire week off. Front-loading and pre-recording for that is so hard. And when I'm out of town, generally, we can't cover things as they happen. So it's extremely hard to pick topics that'll be like, yeah, people are going to care about this next week. That's really, really difficult. I cannot guarantee there'll be uploads next week. We are trying to plot out and plan things that'll be there. And we got some more members coming in. One coming from Patrick Hugh, one coming from Stone Spire, taking us to 4 members on the day already. You guys could easily do this. You could easily get to 3,500. And if you do, I have to reverse sear a ribeye, which is my favorite way to prepare a ribeye. But then I have to ruin it with ketchup. We did this like a year ago. I don't know why you guys like to do this to me, but that's what people suggested. So that's what we're going to be doing if you guys can do it. Come on, Lo Nostradamus, you can do it.
I'm out.
Yeah, that's difficult. That's difficult to do. Even as good as I am at that, I can't do that. 18 months from Detective Seeds, and it's a VIP. Have a great break with your family next week. I appreciate that. Enjoy the time off. Thank you. Enjoy the vacation. I appreciate that. Will this new strategy make them abandon the old method of second wind? Do you think that they'll also do an end-of-the-year edition by 2024, 2025, where you can get all of the expansions of the game for $70? This is what they would do, Shelly. If you own Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, let's say they're going to do a season pass number 2, and it's slated for 2025. What they would do is they would give existing customers, you could buy that for $40. Anybody who did not presently own Avatar Frontiers of Pandora at that time could spend $70 and get everything up to that point bundled, and then probably also the future content.
Oh, Lord, show them
basically allow them to buy in at $70, and then they would get everything up to that point as well as the future content. You've got to apply a fairly... My Bluetooth earbuds in my pocket. I was like, what is that? You would have to apply a fairly good discount at that point, I would think. If the game's been out for over a year, I don't think you can be charging full price. That you're not going to get anybody to buy at that point. If they don't, I'm talking about the people that don't own the game. They're not going to buy the game at full price at that point in time. Maybe best not to tell people more content is coming. Why? In what way, Eugene? Why would that be bad? I buy a game, I just want to play it and be done with it after so many hours, depending on the game. Well, see, and that gets at one of the things I said that would be difficult about this is because once you lose the attention of the player, it's extremely hard to get it back. It's really, really hard to get the attention of the player back because you're dealing with really, really short attention spans. You're dealing with so many games coming out. So let's say they get 20% of the people that buy Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Let's say 20% buy
I see you, Samuel, all the way back there.
Season pass.
You motherfucker.
It's probably way higher than that. It's probably like a 30 or a 40%.
Fuck, I can't.
But let's just say 20%. 2 out of 10 people decide, yep, I want that. And fast forward into the middle of next year when the first story pack comes out. The question is, how many people play it? How many people even remember that they bought it? Do you know what I mean? Are you sitting around waiting for that DLC? I mean, if you're not actively playing the game or paying attention. Now, you may get like a little tweet in your feed or a YouTube video from somebody you follow or maybe a little ching-a-ring on your console. It's like, hey, that content's coming or whatever. I don't know how they would do that. But that would be my thought is, how do you keep people's attention? If I take a break from your game for that long, dude, I'm not going to remember. Oh, yeah, I bought a season pass for that. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that's one of the reasons why so many companies lean towards live service, because it's like, nope, got to keep them in the game, got to keep their attention, got to keep them coming back. You got to leverage FOMO, you got to leverage this, you got to leverage that. Can the new format work in the hyper speedy rhythms of today's digital age? I just don't know. I agree with that sentiment. I absolutely love Ghost of Tsushima, but if a DLC dropped right now, I'm not sure I'd put down my other games and jump back in. I'm not sure why you're speaking such utter nonsense, because everybody would drop everything they're doing to play Ghost of Tsushima DLC because the game's so good. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I finally went back and finished everything. I was finishing out the map. I was rounding out some of the side quests and small quests in Ikishima. I was so glad, to have time to do that. It's like little 45-minute stints, you can get a lot done in a game like that. Eugene says, because now I may just wait until it's all released and can get it on sale.
I'll wait till this
I
guy
would
passes.
hazard a guess that people that think like that, Eugene, are in the minority. Anybody that was considering Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is not going to say, well, I'm going to wait an entire year because I might be able to save $30. Now, you might say that because you have a crazy backlog. You've got all these games.
Get the fuck out of
You're
here.
like, yeah, I could take it or leave it. I could wait to play Avatar, right? I would hazard a guess that the average consumer is just
don't
like,
eat this body.
no, I'm going to buy all this right now. I don't want to miss. Give me the most expensive version is what a lot of people are likely going to say. Happy PlayStation Portal Day. Yo, what's good, Henry Heck? Yeah, I was getting a little nervous. I was like, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, everybody got their shipping alerts.
Jesus Christ.
Mine'll be here today. I'm really pumped to try it out. I'm really pumped that it's coming right before a trip. So I'll be able to really try it out. I'll be able to take it to another state and see how well it works. Maybe it's because I'm currently in my first playthrough of Sekiro. Yeah, maybe. Apparently I paid for something extra in Starfield. That didn't age well. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I guess it didn't age well if you're not playing. If you're playing, yeah, there's plans DLC for Starfield. I've not seen anything said about it. Maybe they'll do like a trailer or something for it at the Game Awards. I don't know. It's not an actual 100-tier battle pass. It's just DLC. Well, and see, that's why... Do you guys think I'm right on this? Why on earth are we still using the word season pass? Because I know that traditionally it's totally fine to call it that.
You didn't see me?
It's totally fine to say, this is season pass. Borderlands did it. Tons of old games did it. And season pass literally referred to a bunch of expansion level content. But now it's like... Do you really want to call it that? Why don't you call it a story pass? Why don't you call it a DLC pass? Why don't you call it something else?
No
season
detection.
Doesn't imply, but it's
one
attached
civilian
to a lot of
killed.
other things
What?
right now. It's like,
how did that happen?
Halo's doing seasons, Fortnite's doing seasons, Destiny's doing seasons. You're taking your PS5 with you. So I have 2 PS5s. I will take one with me because I want to show my nephews like the PSVR 2 and some of the new games. But I'm going to leave one of my PS5s back here. And I'm going to leave it in sleep mode or standby mode or whatever the heck it's called. I almost never use that mode, so I don't know what it's called. Standby, I think.
Hold on.
I'm going to leave it in that. I'm going to leave it plugged into the internet. And I'm going to try my PlayStation Portal in northeastern Ohio. And my PlayStation 5 is going to be all the way back here in Kentucky, plugged in, hard-lined. Because we're seeing great videos, and then I saw a video this morning that looked really bad, and I was like, okay, we need more details, though. Because the guy was like, here's a speed test. My home internet's fast. And it's like, your home internet has nothing to do with your Wi-Fi. That's not it. Rest mode, thank you. I don't use it. I was like, I don't use rest mode, so I don't know what it's called. I always just power it off. But I've seen videos that look really, really good of the Portal, and then I saw that guy's video this morning of Forbidden West, and it looked really bad, and it was like, okay, is your PlayStation 5 hardwired in? My PlayStation 5 always jumps on Wi-Fi. Even when a LAN cable's plugged into it, it'll jump on Wi-Fi instead. So I went in and said, forget network, because I got so tired of that. It's like, I connected them to the Wi-Fi once because I just couldn't be bothered to get up and make sure the cables were properly run. I was like, just put them on the Wi-Fi for now. And it would always grab Wi-Fi, even when the LAN cable is plugged in. So it's like, if the guy's not plugged in hardwired, if the PlayStation 5's on Wi-Fi, if the PlayStation 5 doesn't have good signal to the Wi-Fi, those are all things that could be leading to the lag that we saw in the clip. I saw a guy using his on a mobile hotspot, and he had better results than that guy in his house. I'm like, there's something going on here. I don't think, yes, it's connection dependent. Yes, the PlayStation Portal can have bad experiences. Any device that's remote playing can have a bad experience. But it was like, there was a guy sitting on a park bench, and it was running better using his mobile hotspot than the guy that was in his home. And I'm like, there's something going on with your Wi-Fi, bro. And again, I would check the PlayStation 5. You know, you got your PlayStation 5 down in the den, and you think it's hardwired and it's over Wi-Fi, and it doesn't have a good signal to your router. That's going to cause those issues. It doesn't have good signal. So I'm going to test it out. I'm going to try and record some vids and let you guys see that. You guys will probably have to follow me on Twitter for that. I may post a video once I get back on what I think. We may do a video tomorrow as well on my preliminary findings and what I think. Swoozy with a VIP. Welcome back in. Guys, we are about 45 minutes into the stream. Do me a favor and smash that like button. We almost have 200 likes. Let's keep it going. Maybe consider gifting a member. You could become a member. You don't got to sit around and wait for people to gift. You can become a member all on your own. But if you can't afford a membership right now, people are super generous. You're very likely to get one. When this hits 25, I give 5 back. You might even get one from me. He had a terrible home network. Internet speed has nothing to do with in-home connectivity. Yeah, like when he showed his speed test, I was like, your speed doesn't matter, dude. It'll matter if you leave the home. So, he showed his speed, and I was like, that doesn't matter. Your up and down don't matter. You're connected through the home network. It's bypassing the internet. Like, okay. Also, you have 2 internet connections in the home, or are you not actually using your home network? Like, if my AT&T was plugged into my PlayStation 5 and then my Portal was connected to my Spectrum, I'm not using my home network at that point. I'm using the internet, and the connections may vary. You might have a bad experience. Cloud can do the same thing. I've always said the biggest barrier for cloud gaming is infrastructure. Internet infrastructure is our biggest barrier to having a good experience remotely. Yeah, you got to go into the PlayStation and tell it to just use the LAN cable. I got so tired of doing that, I just told it, forget this network, so it never grabs Wi-Fi. I'm like, it was so annoying. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. The Portal will be here today, and I'll let you guys know what I think. We can't talk about that right now, though. We're getting off on a side topic. We can't talk about that. We got to talk about the topic at hand. All right, let me throw out a discussion question for you. How likely are you to play content that you paid for almost a year ahead of time in a single player game like this? Like, how likely are you to play that content? Because I really consider the window of time and the window of attention being one of the primary problems here. Like, gamers will complain about live service games, but we're also extremely short attention span people. 5 gifted members from Rob V. Thank you so much, Rob. Rob's been dropping 5 bombs pretty consistently lately. Thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate that. If you guys just got a gifted member from Rob V, be sure to say thank you to him. If you can afford your own membership and you didn't need that gifted membership, pay it forward. You can gift a single membership to somebody else. You don't have to do the big member bombs. Creature says, hit and miss. I buy games and forget that I bought them sometimes. Not likely. Zero chance. See? You guys see? Do you see what we're saying here? RVD? What's... Wait. RVD. Why are people saying... Nick said RVD and Brap said RVD. Why are we saying this? What's that stand for? Story expansions are always a must play. 100%. I play when No Man's Sky has an update. Love the content, man. Thank you, Rob. I'm likely to play if the base game is good or at least decent. If I've already paid for the extra content. Sometimes I don't, though. Rob Van Dam. Oh, Rob V. I was like, what in the world? I'm not familiar with that. I know Jean-Claude Van Damme. I don't know Rob Van Dam. Sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm one of those people that buy the most expensive one, and I almost never play the stuff I paid for early. I forget or I get caught on the next game. Okay, so the reason I asked that question and the point that I'm making here is our own short attention spans are part of the problem. Now, I'm not blaming you. Okay? Oh, it's a wrestler. Oh, yeah, sorry. The only 3-letter wrestler that I know is HBK, okay? The Heartbreak Kid. I don't... Or Triple H. There's 3 letters. But yeah. I don't know RVD. I apologize to all the wrestling fans out there, okay? I stopped dressing up and pretending to fight, people in my backyard when I was like 7, so... I'm kidding. Kind of not. Anyways, half the people in the stream leave. They're like, this guy just disrespected wrestling.
Forgot how I get up there. Oh.
I have a confession. I've never read a digital art book, not once. Oh, that's what I'm saying. No, but that's different, though. Now, hang on. That's different. I'm not saying have you ever bought a digital art book or a cosmetic in pre-order and not used it. That's completely separate, okay? That's separate. What I'm saying is if you buy content and it comes out like 9 months later, how likely are you to play that? And a lot of you are like, not very likely. I'll forget that I paid for it. Okay. Now track with me here. I think that's part of the issue, is that our short attention spans, these game companies are trying to capture and keep your attention. And one way they try to do this is with really, really annoying live service formats, whether it's FOMO, fear of missing out, a battle pass, a live event, something where if you miss it, you can't get it, you feel like you've been left out. So I'm not saying that you should change. What I'm saying is some of this is at an instinctive level or just a natural level. We are just naturally very easy to distract. We're extremely easy to distract. We all laugh at the meme of the dog that's like, squirrel. Like, we all make fun of that, and we'll say, that's what it's like to have like ADHD or ADD. But at some level, we all have that in us where 9 months from now, you're not thinking, bro, I can't wait for that Avatar story content to come out. You've forgotten about it.
Got the tall boys and
I mean, can you be blamed for that? There's so many games coming out. Just this year alone. You're like, you barely get started in a game and you feel like something else comes out. you're not even done with the game. You're maybe halfway through and you feel like something else comes out. That's what these games are competing against. They're competing against, yeah, the goldfish brain of the world, but they're also competing against all the other things garnering for your attention. Now, I have said that I believe the path forward for a lot of live service games is to abandon the notion that you need to keep people in the game all of the time. If you go more content driven and you go more spread out, I think you could win. And here's why. The content substance could be significantly better. There could be more of an organic response.
Fuck me.
Hey man, did you play that content? No, I forgot all about it. Dude, it's really good. Yeah, man. We had to wait 6 months for it. We had to wait 9 months for it. But it's really, really good. The actual value of the content could go up and then have a more organic and more natural response of, dude, you got to play this new content. You've got to play this new expansion. You've got to play this new DLC season, this whatever. I don't think companies want to do that. I think they know the statistics and they say that's too risky. The minute you have somebody disengage with your game for a week, it's the likelihood of them coming back goes down. Once they've disengaged with your game for a month, the likelihood of them coming back to your game goes down even more. Every week, every day, every month that passes, it's probably way less likely statistically that you will go back to that game. Unless companies chart a new path where it's like, no, it's worth it to go back. The content's really good. I bought Baldur's Gate 3 Deluxe Edition, have only done the opening ship part, and I bought it day one. Just have not had the time to play despite really wanting to, and I keep buying new games. Yeah, this is a trope and a meme in the world of people who love books. I have, on the other side of this wall over here, I have, in my mind, I'm trying to picture them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. We'll say 5. I have 5 bookshelves, floor to ceiling, full of books. I would say 75% of them I have not read. Some of that's unfair because some of them are like 10 book series or commentaries that you don't just sit down and read through. But still, 75% of them I have not read. And I'll continue to buy new books. I just got some birthday money and some gift cards on Amazon, and I immediately went to my wish list and I bought through a bunch of books that had been recommended to me. And so, because of this, video games get into a similar category. It's like you feel like, oh, I've got to get the next one. I can't miss out on this game, right? I can't not buy that game. And then your backlog gets bigger and bigger and bigger. My backlog is absurd. It's absurd. Some of that is season of life. It's a season of life. Just this week alone, what day is it? I don't even know what day of the week it is. It's Wednesday. Just this week alone, I have had dinner with my kiddos after like 7:30 in the evening. That's nuts. That's Hilly, you're reading that? That is such a good book, dude. He's my favorite. I'm listening to, I just finished his biography. Oh my gosh, that's such a good book. I just want to completely change. I just want to change course right now. You know, I wish I had a different kind of, well, that's wishful thinking, but man, I wish I had a platform to talk about that kind of stuff. Anyway, the point I'm making is this.
Slick.
Have you read Think and Grow Rich? I have not. Thank you for the $20 super chat tip, super googly. I appreciate that. Lona reads as many books as he finishes games. I actually read way more than I finish games. I've been reading a lot lately. I have. I've been reading a lot more and listening to audiobooks a lot more. It really can change your mental state.
Broadcast
really
control station. Let's
disconnecting from nonsense on Twitter and just like bathing my brain in richness. What was that? Maybe that was a flicker. Wow, super is super. Do you think the price increase of games has made it more likely for people to buy the deluxe editions? I don't know, Rob. I don't know. I mean, if you're like me, this is terrible, but I'm just going to be transparent with you. Do you do the thing where you're like holding the product in your hand and you've convinced yourself to spend, let's say you've convinced yourself to spend $150, and then you're like, well, I'm already spending $150. What's another $20 at this point? Do you do that? I do that. I so do that.
Can I go up there?
I'm
shit.
terrible. I am terrible. That's why I don't buy things for myself. I don't.
Fuck yeah.
I buy things for my kids. I did that with my son's bike. I was like, well, we're spending this much money. At this point, what's another $30, you know? Abe, with a gifted member, rounds us out to 10. Thank you so much, Abe. Appreciate that. Getting us about halfway to the first 25. You guys were at 3,100 members. I believe you can hit 3,500 this week. I know you can do it. If you want that steak with ketchup, you guys are going to have to push hard. Deep down, I don't want you to hit
Goddamn
it
dog.
because it's such a waste. It's such a waste. And I'm supposed to eat less red meat. Okay? My cholesterol's not high, but it's getting there. And I'm supposed to eat less red meat, so. Imagine if Lono talked about books. The Kindle crowd would be in here bashing paper. That's right. But to answer your question, Rob, I do wonder if people are like, well, I'm already spending $70. I might as well spend 110. Do you know? Like, I wonder if psychologically it is getting more passive acquiescence from the consumer to say, I mean, I'm already spending close to $100 anyway. So, you know, 109 is not a big jump. $70, that's pretty expensive. It's pretty expensive. Games aren't cheap. Games aren't cheap. I might as well buy all the stuff. You're supposed to eat less red meat. Then why don't you cook it until there's no red in it? Or if there are times where I wish technology existed to slap people through the internet. And this is one of those times. This is one of those times. I would write a check. I would write a pretty lengthy check with a lot of zeros to slap you for saying that. Like a channel called Lono's Library. Don't you tempt me. We made that mistake before by convoluting the brand, but that doesn't necessarily do that. Don't you do that. Don't you do that to me. Don't. I've got stacks and stacks of books and ideas and outlines and topics and things that are all like just humming in my brain. And I'm like, gotta talk about video games instead. Video games instead, dudes. It's getting to the stage where if you don't buy the premium or the deluxe edition, you feel like you're not really treating yourself. Yeah, I wonder too if there is that sort of latent FOMO where you see this and you feel like you're buying an inferior product, right? You see gold, you see ultimate, and you're like, yeah, I guess I'll just take the standard. You know, why don't they just call the $70 one trash? You know, we got the trash edition for all you brokies out there. Well, then we got the gold edition. Yeah, dude, everybody likes gold. Then we have the ultimate edition. And you're like, well, certainly I don't want to buy the trash edition. That would be, I don't want to be the guy that's buying the trash edition. You know, are we internalizing any of that? Like, I wonder. You're like, but I won't have all of it. I won't have everything. I'll have just the basic version. I'll be a basic... Ooh. Who commented that? Who commented what? I have to disagree. I will never spend more than 60 pounds on a game. All the games this year, I was most excited and looking forward to Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Kappa. Here's what I think is going to happen with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Let me make a prediction. I think it's going to land in the low 80s score-wise. Its Metacritic will probably be 82, 83, right? I don't think it's going to dip out of the 80s unless it's genuinely just like bad. Everything we've heard from the previews, I'm like, okay, you can usually gauge where you think a game's going to land. I'm like, okay, low 80s. That's not terrible. Right?
This is going to be kind of hard
but
getting
I think
out.
This is going to be one of those games where you'll see a lot of consumers say, I don't know, man, that game really surprised me. I didn't think I was going to like it at all. I didn't think I was going to like it at all. I do. I
Come
think
on
it's going to
around.
surprise people. Because I think what's going to happen is, and this happened with a lot of people, I feel like this happened with Hogwarts Legacy. I feel like a lot of
get
people went
stuck
in
on.
expecting movie game, probably going to be pretty thin, probably going to be not that great, and then they were like, oh my gosh, this game
Fuck
is
me.
way better than I expected. I think Far Cry is going to be not that extreme, but I think it's going to be similar. I think people are going to go into... I said Far Cry because it's in the chat. Dadgummit. I think people are going to go into Avatar, and I think they're going to have a similar experience. Not as extreme, but I do think there are going to be people that play Avatar, and they're like, that really surprised me. I didn't think it was going to be very good. It was a lot better than I expected. On Lono Library also, read books, and people could play that in the background. Yeah, you can't just read books. You're going to get into copyright issues. I've always wanted to showcase
Fuck
my
me.
voice acting with Redwall. I think you're allowed to sample books, but you can't just like sit down and like read a book. You could read books
I think
that
the big
are
boy might see me too. I gotta get
public
away.
domain.
I'm
I
just
believe
gonna
Patrick
zip.
Stewart did that with
Use all my spiritual
A Christmas
remedies.
Carol. I believe that book is now considered public domain because it's so old. It doesn't have to be just be old. It has to be old and not part of a trust. Copyright guys can weigh in, but I'm fairly certain you can't just like sit down and be like, all right, guys, because you're basically creating an audio version of the book, and that gets into you infringing on their copyright. You can read samples and react, though. You can read quotes or like all of or part of a page and then react to it. You don't necessarily have to be like, yeah, I can't even read a sentence. You're allowed to read a certain percentage of the book to create content from. I rarely buy deluxe editions, says Rob V. If I want DLC down the road, I'll pay for it when it comes out. Now, I did buy deluxe for Baldur's Gate 3 and Lies of P for the early
The fuck was
access
that?
because an extra 10 or 20 bucks is not too bad. Yeah, the early access conversation is like, that's a whole nother conversation.
You didn't hear anything.
Double check with Omar. I think it's a function of time. Yeah. You can't replace the book would be the issue. You know? You can't be like, yeah, I just read that whole chapter. Tomorrow we'll read chapter 2. You can't. I don't think you can do that. And even then, I don't think you could do like an entire chapter.
I'm
You're
back,
like, yeah,
baby.
check out the rest of the book. The book is great. They probably would let it slide because you're promoting their book, but in general, you're going to get bought for that kind of thing.
You goddamn right.
Yeah, did you guys see in the show open? So the question about why they went with first person
Never detected.
versus
Beautiful.
third person was because of
Beautiful.
immersion. He said that they really wanted you to feel close to the world of Pandora. And I was like, I hear you, brother, but have you thought about this? That you're wrong. Have you thought about the fact that you're wrong? Because Horizon Forbidden West, especially in Burning Shores, is one of the best looking games on the PlayStation 5. Spider-Man 2 is one of the best looking games on the PlayStation 5. Ghost of Tsushima is one of the best looking games. They're all third person and their environments are highly praised. They're beautiful, they're lush, they're awesome. It's like, I get it. He was like, you're more immersed, you're closer to the environments. He says it was never even a consideration. And I was like, what? You guys never even thought about it? You never thought it's a beautiful world with big, really giant, tall, iconic characters. Let's make them look at a gun the whole time? Or a bow and arrow the whole time? I was like, what? Like I said, I was like, I hear what you're saying, but have you considered that you're wrong? Like, that's not true. I don't need to be in first person to appreciate the beautiful world that you've designed. Some of the best looking games available right now are third person. It was like 14 years, and then because the death of Oddbor plus X years, and now corporations and estates, it got messy. Like nothing enters public domain anymore. Oh, yeah. That's not surprising, Eugene. Now that you're saying that, I thought about that the other day. I was like, shouldn't there just be a steady trickle of public domain movies and books? And I thought about that, and I thought, It's probably because everything gets gobbled up by the networks, everything gets gobbled up by trusts, and nothing will enter public domain anymore. Mickey Mouse is supposed to be pretty soon, and Disney will F with copyright law again to ensure that it doesn't. Yeah. Such a shame. I was even thinking about that. My wife and I are rewatching Twilight Zone, and I've got so many things I want to say. I'm like, man.
To you when you visit his shrines. I visited those shrines too, and I know what it felt like to shove a blade into your empress. But I don't know you, who you are, and who you fight for. You're a mystery, and I can't allow that.
there's just so much rich anthropological assumptions and like epistemological, like it's rich. It's very rich with just, man, people assumed and thought very differently back then. It's cool. Like, it's neat. But it's also like, yeah, that's a whole other thing I want to do. And I have too many ideas. Like, I said that to my wife last night. I was like, what do you think about an entire channel or content based on Twilight Zone? Just go through every episode and like break down and analyze it. The worldview, the presuppositions, the assumptions. Like, it represents a moment in time. It's one of the most prolific creators, Rod Serling. Who started this? I started this. I'm sorry. Super Googly with a 20 spot says, I automatically rule out first-person games no matter how good they are. I didn't touch Cyberpunk because it is first-person. I get dizzy playing them. You know what's interesting? I was going to bring up Cyberpunk.
Dizzy.
Thank you for the 10 spot. I was going to bring up Cyberpunk because I said, some of the best-looking games right now, are
I'm not even going to get my
Cyberpunk
equipment
has been
back.
hailed as one of the
Fuck
best-looking
that.
games right now, especially if you put it on a PC, high-end PC, and you turn all the pretty stuff on, right? Well, you can be third person like when you're on a bike. And I remember playing it and thinking they really could probably have done third person, especially with melee builds, because you're jumping around and you're swinging swords or like a hammer and stuff like that. But I just think that the way they built the FOV and the shooting mechanics and the way the AI, I don't know if it would work. I do think that's a game where they could consider trying it, though, especially considering some of the builds are completely non-gun based. I think it'd get a little awkward for the guns. It just would, because the guns look and feel so much better since they made all the updates. It just does. The game feels fantastic in first person, I think. The original ideas of copyright law have been so ruined and twisted, it no longer serves the public interest it was intended to. It serves moneyed interest.
Oh, shit.
And that was not the purpose
Damage
or the
still
intent.
follows me.
Such a bummer, because you could create really,
That
really
sucks.
cool and interesting content with old stuff. There's so much old stuff out there. Like I would actually go down right now and tell you that the Twilight Zone's like one of my favorite
these guys didn't even notice
shows
me.
of all time, because it's
I'm
just so
good.
prolific and creative. I just love it. I really do. Every episode, I'm like, my gosh, like, they're so creative. I think out of 3 seasons, there's been like 2 episodes that I was like, that was kind of a stinker.
To Dowd's base. That's where we're going.
They don't have any third-person mods for Cyberpunk? I'm not sure, but if they do, that doesn't really help out the people on console. Guys, if you've never been here before, be sure to hit that subscribe button so you can talk in my chat. Smash that like button. Let's set our sights on 300 likes. We're halfway there to 25 members. I will owe you
Probably some
more
guards up here.
members. We have an upload today that we'll be going to in about an hour about Wolverine. I don't know what's going on
they're
there,
dead.
but I may have been wrong about that game. You guys will have to check out that upload later. We'll see what's happening. Twilight the movies? I said Twilight Zone, Abe. I prefer third person. Sekiro, Elden Ring, God of War, Ratchet, Zero Dawn. All these games are really immersive. And here's the thing about Avatar Frontiers of Pandora gameplay. It is third person when you're flying around. CD
Oh, it's up
Projekt
the
Red
tree.
doesn't regret
Oh.
making Cyberpunk first person, but has yet to decide on Cyberpunk 2. Sasko continued. I wanted to say that the first person perspective is the main characteristic for Cyberpunk, and its perception by the players too. It's also noticeably different from The Witcher, and this helped us to craft the product identity. I was going to say that with all of the augmentation and all of the abilities, I think it's really important that you're in the head of the player in Cyberpunk.
Nice.
If you start tripping out, when you start seeing Johnny Silverhand, that doesn't necessarily work as well when you're in third person. It needs to be cerebral. It needs to feel like it's me. I would say, but then I think of Hellblade. I'm literally arguing with myself. Hellblade, through audio design and brilliant artistry, gives you the experience of Psycho. I wonder what Hellblade would feel like in first person, though. It'd be terrible because of the melee. I hate melee combat in first person, but
We're going up.
moving through that world in
We're
first
not.
person with Melina Juergens in your
Kinda
ear,
want that cable?
like doing all of
No.
the psychosis work
That'd
and
be
the
awesome.
voices work. Golly goodness, it'd be good. But yeah, I don't necessarily think you have to be first person for those things to work. I think that any game, as long as you do excellent work, you can give the person an immersive, cerebral, almost psychological experience. I believe Hellblade pulled that off rather well. It's my all-time favorite game. I think it is one of the best games ever made. I think it's the closest to art. Gaming as an art form, I think, is the closest we have, I believe, in Hellblade. It's the closest to perfection in a game I think I've ever experienced. Skatinator with a gifted member. Thank you so much, Skatinator. This guy, always making me, just his avatar. I've said this before. Just that avatar makes me feel good. He's just smiling, you know? He's just smiling, and I love it. Thanks for being here, dude. Love the positivity. You guys are the best. He's just having a good time, you know? I wanted to see a bigger version of the picture. What's going on with... we got clothespins in your beard. That's funny.
I didn't even get my knife.
Green, no path tracing in Hellblade. Yeah, there's no path tracing on your face either, Zubair,
Oh,
but we
damn
let
it.
you hang out. That was mean, but I had... That was mean, but yeah, it had to be said. It had to be said. Abe with a gifted member. Thank you guys so
Maybe
much.
I can take a
Get a little
sword
member
from
train
one of you
going here,
guys.
guys. Hop on, choo-choo, halfway to 25. You guys could chisel away at that big member goal. Days like today, wink, wink, are great days to gift members. Wink, wink. We don't have a bunch of padding of people
Oh,
that we
he's a
don't want
crossbow
in the
guy.
member pool. Wink, wink. Days where it's primarily just us. These are really good days to go crazy. There's a gifted member from Whiskey Neat. Don't go crazy on the days where there's an extra 200 people who hate me and love a platform or love a console. Like, thank you, Whiskey Neat. Gifted a member. It goes to Arsenite. My face has amazing path tracing. The sun does full resolution with infinite bounces. Yeah, it's not surprising stuff bounces off of you, Zubair.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Don't mind me.
I am
Just-
sorry. That felt easy and unavoidable, and it's your fault.
Doubts.
Zubair, stop arguing about path tracing and
Forgot
check
where
your
I get
Discord
that.
DM, says Eugene. We need a Lono Wink emote. We do. Lone Wolf says, there are only 2 games in my top 10 of all time that are first person or have first person mode. Really? That's interesting. I wonder if that would be true of me as well. You know, I wonder. Eugene says, wow, fat shaming. Zubair says, it's a survival mechanism. That's right. I'm rubber, you're glue. Is that how it works? Borderlands 2 and Fallout? Yeah, I think in my top 10, I don't know if I might put Borderlands 2 there. I might. It's hard. It's really, really hard. I have a hard time picking like a top anything list. I usually like to say, these are just my all-time favorite games. You know what I mean? Love being here in this community. Glad I'm in a situation I can gift more members. Skatinator, I appreciate that. If you guys have fallen on hard times and you can't gift a member or become a member, what you can do is you can smash the like button. That is totally free. We could easily get 70 more people to smack that like button. So do that if you haven't already. So when Zubair says something, you apologize for roasting somebody. But when I say something, I get strangled. I see how it is. It's different versions of love, Murph. You know this, you know? I'm just saying that in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, third person would have made perfectly good sense.
Why aren't you turning
It's an
around?
open world action adventure game. I'll be honest with you. When he said it was all about immersion, do you know what I thought?
What are you doing?
I thought the real reason that y'all did this is because it's what's familiar to you. You guys basically said, open world game with lots of stuff to do. We've done that before. Far Cry 3, 4, 5, and 6.
You don't see me?
Far Cry 3, 4,
Oh,
5,
he
and
did.
6. You know, this is not a new concept to us. Let's go with what is familiar. What's good, Thrifty? Let's go with what is familiar. You know? And I think that was the primary driver, was that they knew they could create an open world with enemies and outposts and missions and things for you to do, and it would just be more familiar to them to say, We've done this before, man. You know? Now, somebody's going to push back and be like, well, what about Assassin's Creed? Sure, but it's very clear this game borrows from Far Cry. You know? And now he's king shaming. Shut up, Eugene. When Eugene's not super interested in the topic, he is absolutely a rogue in chat, right? An agent on your team has gone rogue. You know? It's like, gee, many Christmas, bro. I don't have a preference of first or third person, just as long as the gameplay complements the perspective. Skatinator gifts another member. Thanks so much. He's like, come on, boys. Let's keep the member train going. Don't let the members drop off the top of the chat. That's my man right there. Thank you, Skatinator. And it goes to Jordan. If you guys got a gifted membership today, be sure to thank the people that are generously gifting. You might even get one from me. Every 25, I give 5. I'll be doing that later in the premiere. That's a good reason to stick around. I mean, they made Watch Dogs, and that's third person. Right. I know people are going to push back and be like, well, Assassin's Creed, third person.
Blade.
Watch
Nice.
Dogs is third person. I think that they knew Avatar was going to be a game where you were using guns and bows and arrows and not really be melee-based, and they thought,
Where's this
we've
guy?
made games like that. We've made a bunch of Far Cries. Let's make it like Far Cry. It's a Far Cry skin. Of course, it's going to be first person. Thrifty says, Avatar would have been amazing as a third person. This is going to be like Starfield, Fallout in Space. Avatar will be Far Cry with oversized Smurfs. Do we know how this game looks if you turned it up to 11 on PC? The Insider Gaming seemed to indicate that it looked really, really pretty on PC. Abe jumps on the member train. That's a layup to 15 out of 25, tempting somebody to drop a 10 bomb. Thank you so much, Abe, for doing that. Sneaky Wolf hits another one in. Thank you so much, taking us to 16. And for some reason, did I double tap it? Let's try this again. I might have double tapped the member and it's just like stuck there. There it goes. Thank you, Sneaky Wolf. €80 for a Far Cry copycat with a season pass. AAA Gaming is doomed. You think AAA Gaming is doomed? Did you pay any attention to the Game Award nominations this week? AAA Gaming has never been better. What you talking about? And you haven't played it yet. How do you know it's a Far Cry copycat? Is it? It could be. Let's say that it is. Right? And a 10 bomb from Abe. And it's the Agents of Chaos. Abe takes us all the way past 25 in a single swoop. Thank you so much, Abe,
I think I forgot to
for
save.
doing that. You are the best. Not only did you drop the 10 bomb, Agent of Chaos, man, knocking us past 25 like nothing. And Swoozy comes in and keeps the member train going. I told you guys, today is a great day to go crazy like this. You know, we can create a silver lining. When the viewership's a teeny bit lower, that means you've got our loyal crew here. That's a really good day to go nuts.
Oh,
and
you,
it goes
what the
to
fuck are you
Peter
doing
Parker.
there?
Peter Parker just got gifted a membership, so we are in good hands now. AAA Gaming is nowhere near doomed. AAA Gaming has never been better. Those are bold words. How are those bold words? Have you ever seen a year like 2023 in the last like 10 or 15 years where virtually every platform, every publisher is cranking out greatness? In a year where Stonespire gifts a member and Skatinator
You
drops
sneaky
a 5
bitch.
bomb and takes us to 33 members on the day. It's gonna be a big one. It certainly feels that way. Thank you so much, Skatinator and Stonespire. Appreciate you guys so much. When have we had this many games? Like in a year where a game like Hogwarts doesn't get any nominations. Right? I don't want to get into that debate again. I don't. I believe Hogwarts deserved a couple, but not a ton. Why? It got outpaced. It really did. And that's a great game. That's a very good game. Huge bangers before 2014 and 2015. You got to go back pretty far to find a year as strong as this. You really do. You really do. We have massive commercial successes, great critical acclaim titles this year in a pace that we haven't seen in a long time. Quintar with the 10 bomb jumps on top and takes us to 43.
What are you
Thank
looking
you
at,
so
bro?
much,
Chill.
Quintar. You're the best.
Oh, shit.
Quintar's gone crazy some months, so you guys better watch out. There are people coming out of the shadows right now dropping member bombs on chat. Make sure and say thank you to the generous people. We are very, very close to me owing you guys 10 members. Parasito says, I think we can agree that the general direction of gaming is gloomy, with microtransactions, always online, crappy live services, and a giant gap between good and bad. And the reason this year feels special is because of the amount that broke the mold by delivering truly great games simply as games instead as money printers. Let me take that action, Paris, because you're really wrong, and that's not common for you. You're a pretty smart guy, but you are extremely wrong. And let me tell you why. This is gonna feel like a comforting blanket. You're gonna feel like everything's gonna be okay when I get done telling you how wrong you are.
Oh shit!
Here's why you're wrong. This year,
should take him
the
out.
commercial success of
getting the goddamn
single-player
way. Fucking
games
pussy.
like Spider-Man, Mario, even AC Mirage was in third place behind Mario and Spider-Man.
Can I get behind him?
And games like Baldur's Gate 3. I know you can play Baldur's Gate 3 with other people, but it very much is a more traditional, old-style game. It is not some newfangled, microtransaction-injected live service game, okay? I believe this year will have an impact on gaming for the next 5 to 10 years. Because I believe right now developers and publishers are saying, wait a minute, we don't need to do all of this. We don't need to do all this. I think you're wrong because the commercial success this year speaks for itself. It will have an impact on the industry. I think the live service bubble is already starting to stretch and it's close to bursting, and you're going to see a lot of companies shift in the direction of no. We can do ongoing content, but we can't do this live service thing. It isn't going to work. There's too many games. There's not enough players. We will not be able to capture and keep an audience. If you make a game that depends upon keeping the funnel full of players, you will fail. There's not going to be that many live service games that come out in the traditional format of got to keep them playing, do something every week, do a season, do a battle
pass. Did I have to
keep
kill
them
him?
Coming back. I believe so many games are going to have to depart from that format. Alan Wake 2's visuals are better than Horizon Forbidden West, but the comparison isn't fair. It's never fair to compare visuals of a survivor horror game to any other genre. Right, because they scale everything down. The game benefits so much from smaller scale and smaller environments.
Steel Dowd's key.
Jordan Hederman with 5 months. Thanks for the gifted, Quintar. Thank you guys so much for the gifteds today. Let's keep it going. There is 25 members just at the top of the chat right now. You guys are keeping the member train nice and strong.
I'm coming for your key.
There was a developer that just cut 30% of staff because the market doesn't support new IP. Very interesting take. What are your thoughts? I believe the market does support new IP. I believe we've seen evidence of this within the indie games. I think the challenge is.
Okay, I got lucky.
I think the challenge is
holy shit.
The market's just really saturated.
Got his key.
You have breakout indie titles like
entrance.
Death's Door. It sold 100,000 copies its first week. It's now on tons of other platforms. We've had other really good breakout indies. We've had other really good breakouts, smaller studios. Taking risks is risky. Right. Yeah, Liza P was a brand new IP. Hi-Fi Rush was a brand new IP. They got nominated. They've been highly praised. Now I would not necessarily say that some of the titles that broke out that were new IP were quote unquote indie. They were smaller studios with traditional funding, but I don't think that the industry is showing. I don't think the industry is showing us that new IP can't make it. Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, I know it's leaning on Harry Potter, but that was brand new. Now, yes. Getting to leverage a license and a well-known IP is a huge advantage, but it also is just as risky because people are going to come to your game and shred it if it's not any good. Starfield was new IP. Yeah. If Starfield's name was Fallout 5, I don't think anybody would have batted an eye. If the final move for, apocalyptic response was to leave planet Earth, that gives you your story for that gives you your context and story for Starfield. But Yeah, Starfield was a new IP. It's like when people say Elden Ring was a new IP. I have the same attitude. I'm like, yeah, kind of.
Good. Stay comfy.
Everything inside the game is Dark Souls except for the size of the world, but sure, Elden Ring's a new IP. You know. If another Borderlands game comes out, they don't call it Borderlands, and it looks and smells and operates just like Borderlands, but they decide to call it, like, you know, I don't know, Gun Hunter. No one's going to be like, dude, Gun Hunter's a brand new IP. We'd be like, yeah, it's basically Borderlands 4, but okay. I love the Assassin's Creed franchise, but there is no AC game that is going to beat out Spider-Man 2. Well, I think the mistake would be to think that it has to. AC Mirage is in third place last month commercially, behind Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, Tiny Tina is a new IP. Like, you see what I'm saying? Come on. I'm not knocking Starfield. I'm being consistent. Starfield, Elden Ring, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Like, yes, these are new IPs, but it looks and smells exactly like the previous games they built. So is it really a new IP? You know? They've slapped a different name on it. To use your own words, I think we're passing in the night. The lion's share of games that have come out in the last 5 years have set us on a trajectory following the big publishers saying that nobody wants to play single-player or story games anymore. Everyone ran towards microtransactions and live games. Yes, we have large studios putting out games like God of War and Horizon, but we have still had the majority of releases seem to be more of a financially beneficial release instead of being a creative expression just to make a good game and to have the money flow. That's why I'm saying this year broke the mold. Hogwarts Legacy, Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man ETC are all in the completely opposite direction from the quality through quantity mentality that most publishers and developers apparently adopted a few years ago. They go where the money is, Paris. And that's why this year will change things. You're right, everybody ran towards microtransactions and live service games. Where are all those games now, Paris? Are they commercially successful or are they dead in the water? One of the common arguments about live service games and why they're terrible is people will point to the cemetery of dead live service games, failed live service games. And I always say, hey, there's successful ones over here, but commonly people will do that. They will trot out the corpses of all these live service games.
That's a pretty good route.
But what do you think these studios and developers are going to do when they look at this year's commercial results? What do you think they're going to conclude? They're going to conclude, we may have made a tactical error here. We don't necessarily have to chase the always online, over monetized, season based, battle pass based game. Like, we don't necessarily have to do that. I'm telling you, they're gonna go where the money is, and this year proves gamers respond to excellence. Gamers will buy single player games if they're good. Gamers are tired of a game that they feel like is a second job. The game companies will go where the money is. We, as a consumer base, spoke loud and clear this year. Now, yes, you could point to the sports games and the battle royales and be like, look how much money they print. Sure, but look at what has happened to every game that has tried to chase that feeling. All these games that have tried to chase that feeling. Eugene's got a picture here of the top 20 games year to date. 1, Hogwarts Legacy, Legend of Zelda, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Jedi Survivor, Starfield, Resident Evil 4, Dead Island 2, Final Fantasy 16, Elden Ring, Armored Core, that's 10, Remnant 2, Dead Space. 12 out of the 20. Remnant 2 is co-op. Sure, but we would say that Remnant 2 doesn't represent the new push for, like, over-monetized trash live service. 12 out of the top 20 games aren't falling into that. Well, let's just take Remnant 2 off and keep it really pure. 11 out of the 20. That's what they call a majority. That's more than 50%. More than 50% of the top earning games year to date are not live service, are not over monetized. This idea that, like, oh, the trajectory of the industry and the sky is falling and everything's terrible. I'm not saying Paris is doing that. There are YouTubers selling you that story, and it isn't true. Elden Ring is from last year, though. Robert, you didn't mean to, but you just made my point even stronger. It didn't even come out this year. And it's in the top charts for year-to-date earnings. You just inadvertently made my point stronger. It likely had an explosion this year because of Armored Core in anticipation of the DLC, would be my assumption. And they did that update with the PvP stuff. That might have helped it too. I don't know. A game that didn't even launch this year is charting. That's a cell phone. I don't know if it was meant to be a cell phone. Maybe he's just clarifying. Maybe he's agreeing with us. He might be agreeing with us. He's like, Elden Ring's from last year. You're right. And it's in the top 20. This notion that the industry is going to hell in a handbasket, I don't see evidence of that. I see the exact opposite. Publishers and developers are looking at those revenue reports and saying, what are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we chasing Battle Pass, Season Pass, trash? Why are we doing that? We could make an amazing single-player game and make tons of money. Now, you thought AC was boring. It doesn't matter. Last month it was in third place behind Mario and Spider-Man. That's standing tall. That's an established IP with a loyal fan base. Everybody wants to poo-poo Ubisoft. They dropped a small, less expensive version of Assassin's Creed, and they're in third place behind two of the biggest games this year. Mario and Spider-Man 2 are two of the biggest games this year. It's in third place behind them. That's not bad. It's up on the podium holding a bronze medal in a month with Spider-Man and Mario. That's pretty dadgum good, and it wasn't even full price. What was it, like $50? And it's still charted? I think I'm not putting enough emphasis on the past year breaking the mold or misrepresenting my opinion. Public mentality is slow boat to turn, but the past year is putting in the work to do that. Right. Maybe I misunderstood you, Paris, because you said, we're on this trajectory of live service and microtransactions. Maybe we're in agreement that I believe that trajectory has been disrupted this year.
Oh, hey guys.
Like a torpedo in the side of the boat. All these companies are like, what? What are we doing? The gaming community is speaking loud and clear with their wallets. 11 out of the top 20 games this year are not live service microtransaction ongoing games. They're single player games.
Fuck me.
One of them didn't even release this year, and it's still in the charts.
Fuck. This
People
thing
buy
is
it
gonna
and didn't
kill
like
me.
it. Third place
Fuck.
for continued play or purchase. That's what you're saying, Paris? Okay. What do you mean people didn't like it? AC Mirage has a 77 on Metacritic from the critics and a 7.5 from the users. That's not, to me, people didn't like it. Not a terrible game, not an award-winning game. That's just a good game. And also, the user scores are going to be split on a game like Assassin's Creed Mirage because, let's be honest, they went with a style that a lot of people probably thought, dude, I'm going to love this. And then they ended up not loving it. It has a 76 on OpenCritic. That's not bad, dude.
Didn't kill,
That's not
ghost
people
never
not loving
detected.
it.
Beautiful. Oh, I'm gonna get so many achievements.
And I wasn't arguing that the money that it generated meant people liked it. I was arguing business perspective this entire time. Invoking what people think about the game is kind of superfluous to the discussion. I'm saying businesses are going to look at the sales reports and say, what in the world are we doing? Assassin's Creed pushed out a more stripped down version of itself for $50, and it's in third place behind Spider-Man and
What up,
Super
Marianne?
Mario. What are we doing? We're chasing the wrong thing. We have misfired. Fortnite has led us astray. Everybody's trying to basically sprinkle Fortnite into their game.
Suicide Squad, that shit looks
Because they
so
think
whack.
that golden goose is going to lay eggs for them. And it isn't. It isn't. Top selling games is a substantially different argument when you factor in live games with battle passes and microtransactions.
they're
right,
going to see.
right. And I think that's the question, Paris. Are companies going to continue to see the potential money of a live service game? Because the potential money of a live service game far exceeds the sales that we're talking about. My point was, there is a cemetery of live service games that are dead and failed. And companies might look at that and say, this is a very, very bad path to go. Why don't we just make really, really good single player or even co-op multiplayer style games like Baldur's Gate 3 or like Remnant 2? You don't need to build this Destiny replacer or this Fortnite copycat. You don't need to do that. You can make plenty of money, be commercially successful, fund your next project, keep the doors open, keep the shareholders happy. You can do all of that without chasing that live service feeling. Now, I've continued to say that I believe live service will grow in its prominence and its presence, but I've also recently said it's got to evolve. Every game can't come out with a season pass. Every game can't come out and demand that you just constantly play it and constantly come back and constantly log in. That's not going to work anymore. You burned people out. You took the industry and you wrung it out like a rag. And everyone's like, okay, if it looks like, smells like, talks like a game where I got to keep coming back week to week or I'm going to miss out or there's a battle pass, I'm not playing it. There are plenty of people like that.
I forgot about you,
They have this
bitch.
strong
God
aversion
damn it.
to these types of games. And I think that's a good thing to a certain extent. Why? Because it's going to make these companies dig a little deeper and get a little bit more creative. You want to get me to come back to your game in 2 or 3 months? You want to get me to come back and play your Avatar Frontiers of Pandora DLC next year? You want me to come back?
Hear
It
me
better be
sliding, you
good, or I'm
bitch.
not going to pay any attention to it. Good, fast, cheap, pick 2. Right. The whole mantra of, when you go to Walmart, you're getting things convenient and at a low cost, but you're not going to be getting the good value, right? You sacrifice the value for the convenience and the price. If you want it to be convenient, and you want it to have good value, the price is going to go up. You need me to make this fast and convenient, but also of high quality and caliber, it ain't going to be cheap. Like, you lose cheap. That axiom reigns true all the time. I think Helldivers has a big opportunity to grow a fan base now that Bungie has delayed their game to June. I think the biggest problem with a game like Helldivers is you won't feel tethered to it. It's going to feel arcadey and fun and mission-based, and that's great. But I think that's really, really hard. I think it's extremely hard to get people to come back to. And the reason I think it's hard to get people to come back to is they don't feel tethered to the game. They're not in the game. They don't have a character in the game. They come and they control a character and they blow stuff up and they shoot stuff with their buddies. And then they take it or leave it, dude. As soon as their friends get bored or they get bored, they ain't coming back. Why? They don't exist in the game. That's going to be Helldivers' biggest challenge. Is it's going to feel very, very
How do I get
throwaway.
Emily?
If you want me to keep coming back to a game like that, I got to create a character. I got to earn things to make my character cooler, stronger, better, so that my guy looks awesome. So that, dude, next week, if we come back and play again, I'm going to get some more cool stuff. We're not done yet. There's more to do. My character is good, but he's not great yet. If there is not that investment catalyst tether point, then I'm not attached to your game. Your game is no different than Mario Party at that point. It's a fun game to play with my buddies, but I'm not in the game. I'm just controlling a character in the game as a means of entertainment. I have not entered into the game in a cerebral or psychological way. There's no mental tether at all. Now, when you make a character in a game like New World or World of Warcraft or even Diablo, and you see your character constantly, and you pull open
What
the
are
menu,
you
and
doing
you're getting
over
loot,
there?
and you're changing things, and you're stronger, and you look cooler. All of those things.
You don't want to.
They tether your brain to the game. You feel as if a part of you is out there in it. That's something that, Destiny does rather well. People feel some weird semblance of loyalty to their character and their class and the world and the activities. Now, they've lost people. They have. But
They didn't see
I
that.
wouldn't
Good
believe
shit.
delay rumors.
Stay here
Cheers,
with your
chat.
boy.
Bungie didn't delay their game until June. Internally, according to everything we've read, internally it was delayed. They just haven't publicly announced it yet. It's possible they're waiting to do that because they didn't want to do like double whammy bad news. Like, haha, we laid people off and we're pretty toxic about it. And we also delayed the DLC. I don't think they're going to announce the DLC because they're trying to maximize pre-orders. They already have people canceling pre-orders. I believe that delay is likely coming. Bungie confirmed there is no delay. They say a lot of things. It would not surprise me if that delay still ends up happening. They release a press statement. Again.
Where's the other guy?
Again.
Must have left. I'll take
They're
him.
trying to stop the
Get over
bleeding.
here.
They don't want a bunch of people walking away, canceling, and not pre-ordering. So that literally is to establish consumer confidence. It would not surprise me at all if they come back later once they've procured more pre-orders, once they've received more of the interest from trailers and stuff like that, and say, hey, we do need to bump this back. It wouldn't surprise me in the least. It may not be as significant as a delay as reported by Schreier, but I don't know. My gut tells me that it's still coming. That's just my gut. Now, my gut can be wrong. I could be totally wrong. They could still hold the date. I actually be more concerned about it holding the date versus a delay, if I'm quite honest. Tomorrow is Game Awards? No, it's not. It's in December. It's going to just tick people off more. Maybe, maybe not. There's a large portion of their consumer base that doesn't pay attention at all. And they're the type that will pre-order from a trailer. They're the type that will pre-order once it's in the game. Once it's promoted in the game, they'll pre-order. And they won't try to go through the means of canceling the pre-order if they announce a delay. So, again, I would be more concerned as a player that they're not delaying it based on everything we heard. If everything we heard is accurate and the internal delay ended up not happening, I would be concerned about, like, okay, well then how are you going to increase the quality? If the interest was waning and you were concerned that it wasn't going to be good enough, what have you been able to do in the meantime while laying off 100 people? So, again, I would be more concerned about the lack of a delay. A delay wouldn't concern me. A delay would make sense of everything that we heard. Agree. I find it more concerning they aren't delaying than when I thought that they were. Right. That's why my gut tells me you'll secure as many pre-orders as possible, knowing a greater percentage will not cancel their pre-orders because they don't pay attention to this kind of stuff, and they're not going to go through the means of doing it. Doc says, hey, what's up, Lono? I'm not going to lie. The live service games that succeed are impressive. I love Apex Legends, but I don't fully know why. I'm not even good at it, but man, that gameplay loop. I'll tell you why you like it, Doc. I think I can sense what it is. You like Titanfall. I don't like Apex Legends, but I'll play Apex Legends for a little bit, and I'm like, my gosh, this game feels good. You know? The guns and the sliding and the sounds. I don't know. There's just something there. That's Titanfall, dude. That's that Respawn secret sauce. That's that original Call of Duty crew secret sauce. It's all in there, dude. It's so baked in. You can't even. You don't know what it is. It's like when you taste something really good.
That
and you're like,
mission
I don't know what's in
slash
this,
on the
but this
wall.
is amazing. And they start listing the ingredients, and you're like, yeah, sure, all that, cool. And you just keep eating. It's that OG crew that built Titanfall. Titanfall's gunplay to this date, I believe, is virtually unmatched. Like the Hall of Fame of first-person shooters. It's like Destiny, Titanfall, Apex. I believe the newer Call of Duties feel really good, even though, you know, reviews are down. Star Wars Respawn FPS is going to hit. I don't know. I don't trust anything Star Wars from this point on because of Disney. Fake gamer talk? Huh?
Holy
Poor
shit,
Titanfall
never
2.
detected. Beautiful.
Poor Titanfall 2, dude.
King Sparrow Isle. Let's
You always have
fucking
to
go.
do like a daily. Let's pour one out daily for freaking Titanfall 2, dude. Just so sad. So sad. Always bums me out to think what that game could have been, dude. Titanfall 2 campaign, probably the best FPS campaign ever made. Yeah, it's still one of the best. Still one of the best. Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, Rocket League, how they keep going. Warframe was close too. I never got into Destiny, but the people that are hooked are hooked. Well, here's what I think's happening, Doc. I actually
doesn't hate
think
me.
there are a lot of live service refugees in the conversation. I think one of the reasons when live service comes up, you hear from people and it's like, dude, did a live service game insult your mother? Like, what's the deal here?
Thank you, Sam.
Why? There's so much animosity. I tell you what they are. They're a live service refugee. They have left a live service game at some point. They have either left Destiny or they have left, you know, a Fortnite or something. They've
That was
left
horrible.
something where they just kept playing it. And now they're like, dude, I hate live service games. It's like they got burned. You know, a lot of y'all are Destiny refugees. A lot of y'all are like, I used to play that game all the time. And you twitch when you think about it. So I do think there's a lot of people like that in the conversation. And yeah, people that played EverQuest, people that played World of Warcraft, and they're like, dude, I can't do this anymore. You know, they're a live service refugee. And this is why I think we're going to go through an evolution with live service games where the ongoing content format is going to have to be closer related to what we're seeing in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. It's going to have to be content driven, not engagement driven. Do you understand the difference? The difference is if you're going for engagement driven, and yes, Doc, this has to do with Game Pass. If you're going engagement driven, the content's going to have to hit at a cadence where quality will suffer. Engagement driven format starts to burn people out. It burns out your devs. It burns out the content. If you go content driven, well, then the content has to be really, really good. Because engagement driven isn't about delivering excellence. It's about keeping people in the game. Engagement is game. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Engagement is our oxygen, Phil Spencer says, right? You gotta keep people engaged. Well, when that's the goal, I think that's when you end up in all of the bad tropes and all the bad trappings of live service games. And the way away from that is a content-driven model. Too hard to sustain engagement-driven? I believe engagement-driven has its trappings. I believe the live service trappings and troubles that we see is analogous to something that Game Pass will face, yes. When you are engagement driven, the challenge you're going to face is we must keep people in the funnel, which means we must release on time. And I believe that's a threat to quality. Now, this is not a rant about Game Pass. This is more of a that's tangential, but I believe it's related. I believe it's very related. Because the goal is you got to keep people in. The only way to keep people in is you got to keep that content flowing. Now, they have a huge advantage with ABK that they can leverage now. I hope that they leverage it in a way that allows devs to cook. Don't do what you did to Jedi Survivor. Xbox didn't do anything to Jedi Survivor. But Disney made a corporate decision about what? We got to have a Star Wars game out every 6 months. Oh, okay. How the frick are you going to do that? Well, what they're doing is they're stressing cadence over quality. And look what we got. Jedi Survivor is still not in a good state on PC. They finally got it to a passable state on console, and the director left. So, draw a straight line from that to live service. When you are going for engagement model, gotta keep people engaged. Gotta have a season. Gotta have content. Gotta have micros. Gotta have stuff to do. What you're doing is you are inherently thinning out the content's value and its substance. Which does what? It folds back and works against itself. You start losing people because they're like, the content just isn't as good anymore, or the content just doesn't hold my interest, or the content feels very copy-paste, or the content feels extremely samey or similar to things I've done in the past. So it starts to fold back on itself. If you go to a content-driven model, as opposed to an engagement-driven model, oh, this is so good, I did not intend to land this plane. What you are doing is you are functioning in an analogous way to the buy-to-play market. We have made this argument many, many times. The buy-to-play market is healthier than a subscription market because the buy-to-play market, the games must be good or they will not sell. There's a reason the commercial charts that we just looked at are topped. They are topped by big, awesome, great single-player games. Why? Because they had to be great or they wouldn't have sold.
Gatehouse drainage.
So if you want your ongoing model to work, you need to draw a straight line analogy from how buy-to-play works. Why? It's content-driven. Why do these games sell so well? Because they're good. They're great. How are you going to get your ongoing content to sell well?
This is how I could get in here.
It's got to be good. When you're engagement-driven, I'm telling you, you will always sacrifice quality. And then you lose players over time, they get burned out, and now they're like, nope, I don't want to look at another battle pass for the rest of my life. I think I saw Lono's hair stand taller when he got that concept. The minute I connected that analogy, I was like, that's the ticket. You got to think in the realm of the buy-to-play market, because the buy-to-play market works. It works in every other sector. Create something of value, sell it. Create something of value, sell it. Submodels are plateauing and folding in on themselves. It's why Hulu and Disney are combining forces. Many of these sub-services are going to start combining forces. Would not shock me in the least if we see Netflix gobbled up by Amazon. Or Apple. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Engagement models fold in on themselves. Content models will work much better. You gotta sell people on the content. Can we talk about content feels very samey argument for a second? You play a game in order to play its loop. If the loop changes, players lose interest. It's not the original game they fell in love with. It's the loop that doesn't change. Players lose interest because they're bored. Is there a middle ground? Yeah, the middle ground is, think about roller coasters, Paris. A roller coaster is, at its core, a roller coaster. But when you go to a really, really good theme park like Cedar Point, the roller coasters are all very different. And that's the mistake people commonly make in live service games, is this roller coaster feels just like the last one I rode. Instead of it being like, well, yeah, it's another roller coaster, but it's completely different than the last one. You see, when you go to Cedar Point, every roller coaster is not big hill, loop-de-loop, big hill, sideways spin corkscrew, get off the ride. If they all did that every time, by the third one, you'd be like, what's the point? They're all
Holy shit, the wall of light is on.
Third one, you're like, no, this
shit.
one's different. This one suspends you and you kind of hang, and it's got completely, it's got corkscrews that go like this instead of corkscrews that go like this. It doesn't do the side-by-sides. It doesn't do the loop-de-loops. It doesn't do the really, really big hills. It goes for speed. Parts of it go backwards. Like, that's how content creation within games needs to think. The base level content loop is a roller coaster, but the roller coaster can't be the exact same roller coaster every time. What am I doing? Go to the NPC, okay? Grab the bounties, okay? Go to the activity, okay? Throw the ball, okay? Kill the boss, okay? Open the chest. I've done this before! I've done this before! You can't do that. Eventually people see behind the curtain and they're like, I've done this before.
I take the drainage.
It's not another roller coaster. It's the same roller coaster. You just change the color of the paint. Nobody rides their 4th roller coaster at Cedar Point and says, "Yeah,
my bad,
they're
bro.
just all just roller coasters."
I see you there.
So there is a base level loop. There is a base level content.
Might just shut off the wall of light getting there.
Theme or feel. That's not the issue. The issue is when they become so less distinguishable from each other. Familiarity breeds contempt. Familiarity breeds contempt. And I'm telling you, this is something live service games are always going to face. I called it... what did I call it recently? These are some of my favorite rants. It was baked in familiarity. It's baked in. So, I'll give you a great example. When I first started playing Spider-Man 2, and we hadn't really unlocked a lot of the moves yet, and I was beating up the Sandman guys, there was this baked-in familiarity. I was like, I've done this before, but what happened? Well, I got the wingsuit, and then I got new abilities, and then I got new gadgets, and then I leveled up the abilities, and then I leveled up the gadgets. So what you did was you took this down here, and you put so much stuff on top of it. They're like, oh, this is awesome. This is new. This is great. And I think that's the problem is that when you come to Destiny for its 7th year, you have so much baked-in familiarity. You're like, oh, yeah, I've seen a boss do that before. Yeah, a couple years ago. Yeah, I've thrown a ball before. Yeah.
You dumbass.
Yeah, I stood in a circle and killed ads before. Yep. Yeah, I've taken down a shield before. Yeah, oh, that's a champion? Yeah, hang on, let me do this. Like, there's so much baked-in familiarity.
Gatehouse,
they
wall of
almost
light.
run
Nice.
out of...
Perfect. Just what I needed.
They run out of ways to
I
surprise
think he woke
you.
up
It's
his
like
buddy.
you know what's coming. It's why the raids got beat
Shit.
faster and faster and faster as time went on. It's like, yeah, we already have the decoder ring, Bungie. Okay, look at Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
All right, let's
I
just
want you to
get
imagine
over
playing
there
Super
now.
Mario Brothers Wonder.
We can go around,
after
take a nice
you
little
had been
walk
playing
around.
Super Mario Brothers games that were very similar to it. Imagine playing Super Mario Brothers games that were really similar to it, and then diving into Super Mario Brothers Wonder. What do you think would happen?
Oh,
The
shit.
veneer of the game would be instantly chipped away at. You're like, I've played levels like this recently. You know, the jumping and the flying and the, and the running really quickly and the dodging of the fireballs and look out for the piranha plants. Ooh, and now I'm in water. Like, you would have this baked-in familiarity. But the reason that Mario Wonder hits so hard is you've not really played a Mario game like that in a really long time. So
this fucking guy.
This is the live service. This is the live service foldback that happens. The live service foldback that happens is it's so hard to surprise the player anymore. It's like they've been running around and shooting and throwing grenades and exploding things for 7 years. There's also the challenge of keeping new mechanics and interactions still at a level where inexperienced players can still engage with the content instead of doing quantum physics. Oh, that's just such an excellent point, Parasito. When you get
You fucking bitch.
to Ishin in Sekiro,
That was so much stealth.
he will break your spirit. Why? You're being required to take everything you've learned in Sekiro, and you got to do it in that mission. Well, the next Sekiro that comes out, if there is a sequel, Sekiro is the greatest FromSoft game ever made. Don't even try to fight me on it. That's a fact.
No.
If there is a second Sekiro that comes out, they can't just start with Ishin. Welcome to Sekiro. You got to fight a guy at that level. And you're like, oh, good golly. Like, there's all these things you got to be managing and doing. No, it builds up to that crescendo. And the problem with the live service game is you got new people coming into the funnel all the time, and you can't have activities that are combining all these different threads of, like, institutional gamer knowledge that the hardcore players have, and the new players like, I don't know what the frick all this stuff is. So that's another great point. You almost have to keep things at this approachable level that automatically dumbs things down and dilutes them. You say that because you haven't played Bloodborne? Stop it.
Shit.
This is why the next Metroid will end the world. I don't know if Metroid pulls as hard as Zelda and Mario, though. Oh, we have a rebrand. FYI, this is the new handle from this person, already starting off with slander and defamation. This is not the way. If you come across their content, please be wary. Hold these people accountable. The Game Awards are the biggest farce in all of gaming. It's jury circus only fools those who want to be fooled.
I'm not anywhere.
Oh yeah, they're doing the Death Stranding thing. Yeah. Yeah, Death Stranding got 10 nominations and it had an 82. Who was it that had such a great post on that? Was it Nib? I thought Nib absolutely destroyed
Yo,
that
what are you
narrative.
leaning on?
Just showed that, like, the Death Stranding had way more perfect or close to perfects, so mathematically those people were voting for it on lists.
Oh,
and
God damn it.
Starfield has less perfects or close to perfects.
Thank God for the auto
So there will be
Holy
less
shit.
people voting for Starfield. Basic math, right? Nib basically just applied basic math. I know that's hard for the people that think there's a conspiracy theory going on, right? They have to take their socks off to count past 10, but basic math, you can clearly see why Death Stranding would have gotten more nominations than Starfield. Running to Metacritic, Metacritic doesn't matter, but it only matters when you're driving a false narrative. Like, people are always like, Metacritic doesn't matter. But it matters when you're trying to run some narrative that, like, Death Stranding shouldn't have been nominated a bunch when it was nominated. Death Stranding was terrible, most disappointing game I've ever played. Death Stranding is what I would call a polarized game. Wolverine release date. Death Stranding was a polarizing game. Yeah, there it is. Nib95 has a
Don't mind me,
fantastic
boys.
thread about the Xbox tax, and he completely obliterates the notion that, like, well, Death Stranding got a bunch of nominations and it has a lower score on Metacritic than Starfield. Well, he does actual research and he goes and he shows and he's like, well, yes, according to math and mathematical probability, Death Stranding had way more perfect or close to perfect scores, ergo, more people would have voted for it in the jury process. Starfield has way less. It's more middling.
You fucking asshole.
More people gave it a middling average score, ergo, less people are going to put that game on a list. It's not hard, people. It's just basic arithmetic and averages. This is stuff that, like, you learned at a very young age. Maybe you haven't done it in a long time, but it's basic math. And they only run to Metacritic when it suits their aims. They'll dismiss Metacritic. And you know what's funny? They're arguing that Death Stranding got more nominations than Starfield, therefore the whole thing is a sham. They just inadvertently said that Final Fantasy 16 should be up there instead of Starfield, because you just established that Metacritic scores are the be-all, end-all, ergo, Starfield has no
You
business
didn't see
being up there
anything?
anyways, because there's games with higher scores than its 83. So thank you for conceding that Starfield shouldn't be up there for Game of the Year by your own stupid backwards addition of, well, Death Stranding got more than Starfield. Starfield's got a higher score. You know what has a higher score than Starfield? A bunch of other games that aren't up there for Game of the Year. Starfield wouldn't be up
Oh,
there.
I bounced off of him.
It wouldn't.
God damn it.
Take off Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't care. Starfield wouldn't be up there. There are other games with higher Metacritic scores than Starfield. So Metacritic only matters in those convenient cherry-pick arguments. You just established that Starfield shouldn't be up there by your own arithmetic, by your own math, by your own argumentation, by your own logic. Starfield has
That's right,
no
turn
business being
around.
up there. You just argued that Final Fantasy 16 should be up there because it has a higher score. I'm fairly certain Hi-Fi Rush has a higher Metacritic score as well. Put it up there. Y'all wanted to throw confetti in the air and have parades for Hi-Fi Rush. A bunch of people that didn't even play it. But y'all wanted to throw confetti
Don't
in
make
the
me
air
teleport
and throw
behind
parades
you.
for Hi-Fi Rush. Now You act like Hi-Fi Rush is nothing. Like, where's Hi-Fi Rush? Why is Hi-Fi Rush? That to me is the clearest sign that so many of these people are not Xbox fans. They're not.
He's gonna make me do it.
Because if they were Xbox fans, they would be celebrating Hi-Fi Rush instead of claiming that Hi-Fi Rush doesn't matter.
I told you.
Starfield got snubbed. Hi-Fi Rush has the same number of nominations as Mario and Zelda, and the fact that you're not celebrating that, you played yourself. You're self-reporting. Because if you were a big Xbox fan, you'd be like, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, no.
Hi-Fi Rush is up there as many times as Mario and Zelda. You'd be celebrating that.
Oh, shit.
Deluded if you think some 83 game deserves to be up there with games in the 90s. Also, the year that Death Stranding came out wasn't this year. So this year, if you weren't in the 90s or close to the 90s, good luck. Good luck. It's a different year. 2023 is bonkers crazy. That's why I said in my monologue, I was like, it's not that your game's not good. It just wasn't good enough. It's way harder this year. Imagine trying to place in the Olympics in a year where, like, Usain Bolt wasn't running. There's very different requirements that year to get a gold than when that dude's out there. Boom, he shoots out. And you're like, what happened? The race is over. Yeah, very different year that year. You could go look at the completion times and the run times and be like, well, this was enough to get a gold in this year, but it wasn't enough to get a gold in this year? Yes, someone's faster. Like, there are better games this year.
What?
There are better games this year. What do you want to say? When virtually every game on the Game of the Year podium is above a 90, and you think your 83 deserves to be up there? It's a joke. The whole conversation's a joke. Like I said in the video I posted on Twitter, what these people do is they admit that they don't pay attention to the gaming industry. They're apparently completely in the dark about how many amazing games came out this year. You apparently haven't been paying attention because this has been an amazing year. You know the game. What category is Hi-Fi Rush winning? It's an easy game to have lose. No one will complain. You can't even guarantee it'll win Best Music, and it's a rhythm game. Yeah, because Best Music's not about music implementation within the mechanics of the game. It could also be about the original score being excellently written.
Oh, shit. Mostly
Final Fantasy 16 score is fantastic.
We got it.
It's at the level of like a Hans Zimmer or a John Williams score.
We got one more.
That deserves recognition and awards. And let me tell you something, Doc. You know what's going to happen to Spider-Man?
Beautiful.
Spider-Man 2 is going to be lucky to walk away with a single award.
Fuck yeah.
Why? Because the competition's crazy.
Ooh.
I'll say it. Spider-Man 2 has 7 nominations. If it walks away with more than one, I'll be shocked.
The game
because of the categories that it's in and the games it's going up against. It is insanely tough this year. Spider-Man 2 is going to win a bunch of. I'm sorry, it's going to lose a bunch of times to Baldur's Gate and Zelda.
Ooh,
a bunch of times that's going to happen.
Neutralize
like,
all key targets
Spider-Man,
using
and it's going to go to Baldur's
means.
Gate. Come on, Spider-Man, and it's going to go to Zelda. So the same thing could be said about Spider-Man 2, Doc. Is there a PlayStation tax there? When Spidey 2 walks away from the Game Awards with 0 to 1 awards, are we going to say there's a PlayStation tax? If Hi-Fi Rush doesn't get a single award, it's an Xbox tax. If Spider-Man 2 doesn't win a single award, what are we going to say? Better games won. It seems like we have different measurements of why one wins and why one doesn't.
Paintings.
That's what it sounds like to me.
You completed the game.
I love you, Doc, but I'm telling you right now, that's all made up. Hi-Fi Rush doesn't win as an Xbox tax. Spider-Man 2 ain't going to win any of its categories. Maybe sound design. I like this outplay. What's Spider-Man winning? I guarantee it wins 3. No. I don't think so. It's in too many categories with Baldur's Gate 3 and Zelda. It's in too many categories with Baldur's Gate 3 and Zelda. I'm telling you right now, Spidey's going to walk away and struggle. It's going to struggle.
I wish I could show the hidden trophies.
It will. I believe it. And I'm not saying that to knock Spidey. I'm saying the competition this year is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah, Spidey's also in a bunch of categories with Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is getting so much praise. What does it win? I think Spidey 2 might win sound design. Even then, I don't know. It's every category is insane. It's like, picture this way, Doc. It's like every race is going to be like winner by a hair. Like whatever game wins, I feel like it's barely going to edge out the competition. It's a very tough year, with the exception of Game of the Year, which handedly goes to Baldur's Gate 3, and RPG handedly goes to Baldur's Gate 3. All the other categories, I genuinely think it's like neck and neck. And concluding that, well, Hi-Fi Rush didn't win any of its...
First way is to simply is how to view hidden trophies on PlayStation 5. I'm going to use Hogwarts Play hidden trophies on PlayStation 5. The first way is to simply open up the trophy and then put your profile here. Go to trophies, and then on this screen, if you hit the options button, you can tell it to reveal all hidden trophies. Once you do that, you can see now all the trophies in the list that were hidden are no longer hidden. If you enjoyed today's short video, please consider leaving.
Let's see if that works. I remember that not being permanent. Okay. Okay, it shows them. Okay, nice. Okay, so let me see. I think I have the DLC too. All Sokolov paintings, completed the game in... Didn't I just complete the game in low chaos? Oh, low chaos meaning not killing anyone. Okay. I gotta do another run without killing anybody now.
It's categories because of an Xbox tax.
All right.
Nobody's going to say that about their favorite
You will stand at her side, Corvo, guiding her young
game. Well, Final Fantasy 16 didn't win any awards. Yeah, there's a PlayStation tax out here. Final Fantasy 16 had great scores comparatively to like Starfield, even Hogwarts. People keep talking about Hogwarts, and it's like if Final Fantasy 16 charted higher than Hogwarts with reviews, Hi-Fi Rush charted higher. I'm telling you right now, games that lose this year are going to lose because it's insanely competitive. Look at Game of the Year. Is anybody going to walk away from Game of the Year and be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe my game didn't win? No, they're going to say, it was a tough year, bro. It was a tough year. Baldur's Gate 3, Zelda, Super Mario, Alan Wake 2, Jiminy Christmas, what a year. How do you win in a year like that? It's like the Olympics. Only one person's getting the gold, and everybody running is the best. The winner and the loser is like, you know, milliseconds sometimes.
Oh shit, I got it.
Races.
Completely came in low chaos. Nice.
I mean, there's some bias. Doesn't mean there's some tax.
I am re-honored.
I mean, in some of those sports, it might feel like there's a tax because you're never going to be as fast.
Fucking nice.
You're just never going to be as fast. But that's not the point. The point is, this year, the races are so close, and I think that that's something worth celebrating. We're going to have to push the upload. You got me ranting, Doc. I can't push the upload.
Without killing anyone.
The premiere's
I
going to have to
redo the game just for that one achievement. I might do these in the meantime.
What happens is Resident Evil 4 wins? It won't win
Morgan,
not enough people will. The jury
all
process,
key targets
that's
using
just not
indirect
possible.
means.
It's a mathematical game.
I think I could do that
at that point,
here.
not enough using
indirect means.
RE4.
I'll have to look that up on YouTube. Maybe like a wall of electricity or possession, maybe.
This is the thing. I'm totally fine, and I would even concede that we should maybe consider having a remake category. I was watching your brother's podcast when I was printing off coffee labels last night, and P was talking with some people. Porter Rock was asking guys what they thought, and I don't know who said it, but one of them was like, I said this when Resident Evil 2 Remake was up there, and I'm going to say it again. We need to have a remake category. I don't agree with that. Because you're not always going to have enough people to even put in the dadgum category. What are you going to do when there's only like 2 or 3 remakes? They're just automatically up there. And then a game like Resident Evil just like automatically wins. That would be such a pointless award. It would be pointless. So I'm telling you, putting remakes up there is okay when it's been that long and the work is at that caliber. It was 18 years ago. The caliber of the game is insane. I understand where people are coming from. I just simply don't agree with their position. I get it. I resonate with it. Yep. I get it, man. This year was so crazy, it does feel kind of backwards to have a remake up there when so many good games came out.
Mission
but that
2
game
and
achieved
Mission
such
6.
a high level of excellence and critical acclaim. To not nominate it also feels bad as well.
In the whiskey distillery.
It also feels
interesting. Let me
Best
try
new
to do
IP
those.
category. Don't they do one like that? Or that's indies. They do what? Best debut indie? Best new game, maybe best new IP. That could be a category as well. We also need a small studio category. The indie category is all messed up. It's all messed up. The indie category is basically small studios, and some of them have tons of funding, and it just doesn't make any sense. 12:15 tomorrow. Redirect. I could see Brand's new IP being a category, because then what that would do is that would be like, hey, we didn't get Game of the Year, but we got Best New IP, because guess what? Best New IP would look really different. Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Legend of Zelda 2, basically, it's a sequel. Super Mario Brothers 25. Every game in the Game of the Year running are any of them new IPs? The new IP category could be pretty freaking awesome. It could be. Is Baldur's Gate 3 technically indie? They don't have traditional publisher relationships, so yes, at some level they are. Yeah, at some level they are. It was basically like a crowd-funded project to a certain degree. Yeah, I don't think we disqualify remakes. I don't get that. RE4 got a nom because voters thought it was one of the 6 best games this year. Right, if you achieve that with a remake and you convince people that this is one of the best games this year, not nominating that just feels absolutely backwards. What would new IP be this year, just hypothetically? Hi-Fi Rush would have been up there without question. Hogwarts Legacy would have been up there without question. I don't know. I think that would be a really, really fun category. I really do. I think it'd be a fun new category. Yeah, best new IP would be really fun.
Where's Granny Rags?
Starfield probably would have got a nom. Lies of P, Hi-Fi Rush. Starfield. Remnant 2 wouldn't be a new IP. Hogwarts Legacy is not a new IP. Yeah, it is. There's no games called that. There's no games called that. Just because it's built on Harry Potter, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, when it came out, would be considered a new IP. You wouldn't consider Jedi Fallen Order a new IP just because it's built in the Star Wars universe? That doesn't make any sense. New IPs are radioactive to consumers. Forspoken. Yeah, maybe Forspoken would be up there. I'm looking.
I gotta start with Granny Rags.
I think new IP would be a great category. I really do. And I do. I think Starfield would have been up there. The IP is Harry Potter. I don't think you guys understand that building a brand new game that is in an existing universe doesn't mean that the game is not a brand new IP. So is Star Wars Outlaws not a new IP because it's built in Star Wars universe? Hogwarts Legacy and Jedi are cheating. They're still new IPs though. How many games have we gotten that were terrible and because they tried to like lean on the fact that like it's some popular, movie or something? Everybody was super scared when we were going to get a Spider-Man game. Everybody was super scared when we got our first Batman game. You're not going to give those games their flowers simply because it's like, well, it's built in the Batman universe. Well, it's built in, the Spider-Man universe. What the frick? That's almost harder. Making a Star Wars game, making a Harry Potter game, that's actually really difficult.
Sure difference here. But no, this is one of the things that you have.
Final Fantasy 16 has nothing to do with the rest of the Final Fantasies. Yeah.
Zombie. Do you like zombies?
The Xbox version of Baldur's Gate 3 release date will be announced at the Game Awards. Yeah, we called that from about a mile off. I think that's an easy one to predict. I agree with you. It's a great time to promote it. They'll probably get, a mid-December release. It's a great time to release, dude. Great time to release Baldur's Gate 3. The hype is there. The marketing is there. It's Christmas time. It's a really, really great time. American.
I'm back to killing, baby.
Oh, cool.
Where's Granny Rags at?
Too many gray areas in that argument. New game doesn't equal new IP. I just don't know. I don't know. It's extremely difficult to make a game like Hogwarts Legacy and to make it really good. And to be like, no, that's not a new IP. Yeah, it is. There is no game before it that they can glean off of. There's nothing.
Granny Rags. Granny Rags.
Yeah, if Baldur's Gate was Baldur's Gate 1, would we not call it a new IP? Or you would say, no, it uses the D&D IP, so it's not a new IP. Would we say the same thing? Imagine Baldur's Gate was Baldur's Gate 1. Would we say, not a new IP because it uses the D&D IP?
Granny?
What the Guys, can we get 300 likes on this video? We're going to leave in about 5 minutes. We only need 24 more likes. We need 7 more members gifted or just join as a brand new member and you can push the goal as well. And I have to gift 10. I will gift these members in the premiere. Today is a great day to gift a ton of members and hit big goals because when we have smaller turnout, it's the more loyal base, okay? When we gift members on like a big Call of Duty day or something, those aren't the best days to do it. Today's the best day to do it. So you guys have 8 minutes to push the member count. It's a derivative of the IP, but it's also like how we view the Wiz as its own thing. Is it legally and technically a derivative? Yes, but it's viewed as a different work of art altogether. Yeah, I mean, we got our trademark, copyright lawyer in the chat
Where
here.
the fuck is Granny at?
Even though it's derivative, it would still be considered a new IP. Jedi Fallen Order was a brand new IP. It's built in the Star Wars universe, sure, but it has nothing before it. Like no games to be like, yeah, this is a sequel. This is a continuation of these games. Based on your argument, Final Fantasy 16 is a new IP? I mean, no. not based on my argument. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that a brand new video game in that universe that has not, there are no Star Wars video games called this. There are no Star Wars video games called, you know, Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order with Cal Kestis. Final Fantasy 16 is
in the
literally
Distillery District.
a numbered game within a franchise of
Granny. I'm
video
coming.
games. So if tomorrow they announced a Warcraft game and it was an action-adventure third-person game, you wouldn't call that a new IP? You'd be like, well, it's built within the Warcraft universe, so it can't be? Girl says, hypothetically, you'd be fine with Hogwarts Legacy in the same category as Horizon Zero Dawn for new IP? Yeah. Yeah, because I actually think they both face unique challenges. When Horizon Zero Dawn came out, it faces the unique challenge of it's got absolutely nothing before it. When you build a game like Hogwarts Legacy, you have the unique challenge of this game could get shredded if it's not a good Harry Potter game. If it's not a good Star Wars game, it'll get shredded.
Granny?
People will rip it to shreds. You know, an Iron Man game, a Superman game, they would face the same level of scrutiny. Catwalk,
Granny?
gifts a member, gets us a little bit closer. 6 more to 50. Thank you so much, Catwalk. We're going to go to the premiere about Wolverine's release date. We're going to go to that premiere in 5 minutes. We've got some pretty good intel that might be pointing at a release date that I completely don't agree with, but we'll see what happens here. I'll spam a link in chat in 5 minutes, but I'll also redirect you.
Granny?
Of course, using existing IPs comes with expectations.
She's in an
Lamau. I don't know why you're
apartment in the
laughing at
Dunwall
that. That's a
Distillery
unique
District?
challenge. Both completely different challenges.
Oh, hold on.
Right, but what I'm saying is that's what I would be okay with it.
North end of Endoria
I'd be okay
Street.
with it. It's like, dude, you're building a game in a Harry Potter universe, man. Good luck. You're building a game in a Star Wars universe, man. Good luck. Liza P is just Pinocchio. Yeah, Liza P's not a new IP. It's derivative of the story of Pinocchio. Ergo, not a new IP. Do you see how ridiculous this can get? Through SSJ Havoc says, I need a membership.
Where the fuck is
Oh,
Endoria
come on,
Street
y'all.
now?
Let's get this man a membership in here at the buzzer. We got 4 minutes left. Can't be a new IP if you need to go to an existing IP owner in order to get the rights to make it. Full stop.
Any
Okay.
street signs around.
Liza P's not a new IP. Like, I feel like we are creating a line that
I think there's
isn't
a map
sustainable.
down here somewhere. Down there.
It just doesn't feel sustainable.
Yeah. The
It
north
just feels
end
so
of
unfair to be like,
Endoria Street.
Elden Ring would be considered a new IP,
The fuck do you
Starfield would be
mean?
considered a new IP, but Liza P would not, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order would not. That just seems crazy to me. Because Starfield bakes in so much institutional mechanics and systems right from Fallout 4. Elden Ring bakes in so much institutional, pre-baked mechanics right from Dark Souls. But you get to call Elden Ring a new IP and Starfield a new IP, but you wouldn't call Jedi Fallen Order a new IP. That's bonkers to me. Absolutely bonkers. Another gifted member from Po Buddies Nerfic putting us on the doorstep. We just need a 5-bomb to wrap this up. And we're going to go to the premiere in 3 minutes. Po Buddies Nerfic also renews their membership for 14 months, and it's a VIP.
Oh, street
And another
signs.
one from Whiskey Neat. Let's see if we can't get True
Holger,
SSJ Havoc in here. Come on, guys.
Docks.
Let's scramble. And there it is. There's the 5-bomb to take us to 51 from Cristiano Souza. Thank you very much.
Is she up here?
And it goes to Jay Swigs, and it goes to Jake, and
Granny?
Cameron, and Kenneth, and Ed Boy, and the God of Oryx.
Yeah, she's
Usually
gotta
True
be up
SSJ
here.
Havoc's
Granny.
really quick to get one. You guys got 2 minutes to rush it.
Granny.
Omar with the 900 IQ
I
comment.
recognize you anywhere. Hey.
What did Omar say? In a
I
legal
need you for a
context, you
quest
guys are exactly
achievement.
right. We're talking about an award category. Liza P didn't need a license for Pinocchio. Oh, so because it becomes So, what's the frickin' word? Because it becomes public domain, it's no longer a pre-existing IP. That's ridiculous.
I can't go around. Fuck.
Because it's public domain, Pinocchio is no longer a pre-existing IP. Pinocchio! In a bubble, Greg. Like, Pinocchio? Really? You got me passionately saying Pinocchio. Pinocchio is a pre-existing IP, but because it's public domain, it's no longer a pre-existing IP. Ergo, then Liza P is a new IP. This is ridiculous. The lack of a need to go get a license doesn't make it any different. If Star Wars suddenly became public domain, that means every new Star Wars game from that point on is a new IP. Star Wars doesn't exist as an IP if it becomes public domain. That doesn't even make any sense. Legally, I get what you're saying. Ooh, it's still intellectually property, even if the property itself becomes public domain. We got 60 seconds and we got to go to this freaking video. This is a fun discussion.
Granny. I love it.
It is. I think we need a new category. I think we need small studios and we need new IP. And you're all wrong.
What else you need me to do?
Jedi Fallen Order would be a new IP. Let's go to this. Let's go to this premiere. Smash like on the way out. You guys are the absolute best. Is Wolverine coming next year? Is it? Is it? I don't think it is, but some people think it is. Let's go to a video that's talking about it.
Ruling,
Galvani's office,
but let's not overvoice the positivity here. There's still a gigantic, gaping loophole that hasn't been addressed by the NLRB. I haven't heard much talk about it being addressed by the NLRB. I'm certain Biden has been mum on it, which is the fact that companies can still indefinitely refuse to agree to a contract. There's no like weight over their head to agree to a reasonable contract. There's no litigation process that a union can engage in order to do that. And so there's still a giant loophole for corporations to be able to just dig their heels in, which they will use. And it hasn't been addressed by Biden. And it probably won't be addressed by Biden. So
I mean, they can strike.
Yeah, well, they can strike, but we've seen that Biden is willing to step in and end those strikes too, right?
He ended one strike because it was right before the midterms, and then he quietly went behind the scenes and tried to get those workers.
What else do I need to do?
So he fucked them and then gave them a reach around. Sweet.
Essentially,
at least they got a nut. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, yeah. Considering the fact that no other president, to my knowledge, has ever done that, at least not since, I don't know, like the Roosevelt days, I guess.
By the way, the contract that Biden forced on them was pretty paltry in comparison to what they were asking during the strike, by the way.
Yes,
out of my way.
It was not. Yes, I agree. It was not everything that they wanted. But in terms of like, if we're taking a look at like overall good or bad for unions, he has been better for unions than any president in our lifetime by far. The rail strike thing is unfortunate. I'm not defending it, though I do think that he's done more to amend for that than any other president would in his stead. And all the NLRB decisions, the general advocacy for striking, the fact that the NLRB is like more actively involving itself in defending the rights of striking workers. These things are huge. But again, like I feel like right now I'm arguing about like the particular arrangement of confectionaries on a cake when my opponent has served me a slice of shit. Like, Donald Trump wouldn't do, you know, some of this stuff a little better and some of it a little worse. He would do none of it, and the stuff he would do would be anti-worker.
Aren't you kind of arguing that you would rather eat a turd that has a dollop of fucking Cool Whip and some little fucking icing rosettes on it than a raw turd? Isn't that kind of like the essence of your position here?
I mean, I'm getting forced to eat one of them is the thing. There can only be one of those. Like I don't have the choice to not do that, and I guess I would.
I mean, you do have the choice to not do it. You've just chosen not to do it.
No, I don't. There will be one president. One.
Right, but you don't have to actively grab one of the turds and eat it.
No, No, I don't grab the president. The president's voted in by the country. There will be a turd in my mouth. Also, I think the difference.
Definitely going to be a turd in your mouth.
I think the difference between the two turds is a lot more significant than what you painted out to be. We're talking about the most pro-union president in our lifetime versus Donald Trump.
It's chocolate dipped. It's chocolate.
No, I
entertain
entertain these analogies because I'm not exactly like really that much of a Biden fan, but in reality, if you can't see the significant difference between the two, it's because you're ignorant politically. There is a degree of, oh, well, aren't they all bourgeois parties anyway, that comes across as woke, when in reality what you're doing is just waving your hands at 1,000 complexities that people whose job it is to pay attention to this would be able to immediately identify and care about. We're talking life or death differences. This whole shit versus shit with some frosting, reserve that for like the party era back during which Dems and Republicans were basically indistinguishable.
I mean, you invoked the shit with the frosting analogy. That wasn't mine.
You were the first one. No, I said a cake with confectionaries.
And you're served a piece of
We
shit.
need a replay.
I said cake with confectionaries.
Rearranging the confectionaries on a piece of shit.
No. The confectionaries were on a cake versus the shit. I think that Biden, when it comes to union rights, I think he's the cake.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go there. If the NLRB secures the right for a litigation process for unions to force these fucking companies to come to the table and actually gives teeth to the union movement again,
well, then they have been. It's better than anything that we've seen before in our life.
When a company can just cross its arms in front of its chest and go, nuh-uh, labor unions cannot flourish.
How the fuck do I get in
That's
there?
when the strike happens. But again, this is still better than anything we've seen before.
That's not true. In my lifetime, we've seen better.
Which president in your lifetime has been better on unions?
In my lifetime, Jimmy Carter.
I strongly disagree.
We got a dissenter here, a fact checker. For $5, Parker says, fact check, Biden ended the railroad strike after the 2022 midterms, not before.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
When did he end the strike?
I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's true or not. That's
Not that that was a particularly... Not that that was a particularly strong excuse to ass fuck an entire fucking rail union, but you know.
Jimmy Carter destroyed the trucking union.
Wait, why can I not find that? Oh, late November. It looks like. Yeah, okay, that would have been after the midterms.
I don't really think in my lifetime matters much. When I was a kid, both of my parents were blue-collar union laborers, and we lived like rich people.
If only they had the privilege of being pro-union today, they could see a lot of hope.
They were fucking vote blue no matter who, Democrat unionists, their whole lives. Voted the party line, campaigned, walked the line with other unions.
Based.
And you know what it got them? My parents were lucky to retire. They were lucky to retire.
So you understand how you're like making spurious correlations, right? Whether like because them voting for Democrats did not make the economy worse. Like,
yes,
do you think that? No. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. So which Republicans could they have voted for that would have made the economy better by their retirement date?
Which president destroyed Glass-Steagall again?
I'm asking which Republicans should have won. I specifically want to know if you think that they had a worse economic outlook. Because you are saying that their bad economic outcomes were a product of them voting Democrat, and I want to know. Okay, so I want to know which Republicans winning would have made the economy better.
I didn't say that. You're trying to force me into a conclusion I didn't make. I didn't say the Republicans would have made the economy better. I said the act of voting cyclically for nothing but Democrats, because they're the ones that show up to a labor rally now and again, oversaw the same jobs that my mom worked and retired on, and bought houses on. The people that work that same job at that same fucking factory in my hometown can barely afford the rent on a 2-bedroom apartment.
This is happening everywhere right now.
Yes.
Yes. How is this the Democrats?
Because the Democrats have done nothing to shore it up.
Okay, so what would Republicans have done better?
I'm not saying they would have done it better. I'm saying that the people that are supposedly the best choice for me,
they are the best choice,
presided during their time that they had, which was substantial.
Yeah, it's not supposedly. They are. If a bad thing would have happened in both cases, you can't blame the better option for the bad thing that happened if it would have happened anyway. I mean, at that point, you might as well be blaming them for what?
I mean, it just
the win?
It just like
provided
seems like
no
there's a lot of issues
pushback.
where there's not really much of a choice. Like
there isn't a choice.
On Israel, where's our choice?
You don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's so many issues where there is no choice whatsoever, and we're just supposed to accept that.
Well,
election cycle after election cycle, and if we try to change it,
I know. I'm not saying don't
the
accept
moment we
it.
try to change it, it's like, no. You gotta fucking just go along with it.
I'm not
it's the
saying
best
don't
you can fucking possibly do.
I'm not
It's the
saying you
best we
have
can
to
do.
accept it. There are plenty of things you can do with
And
regards to advocacy and political pressure.
I wanna
I'm
ask you a
saying
question
no.
about-
Again, no. Please, again.
I wanna change the subject. I'm tired of
This
it.
is political engagement. Okay, there are
Okay.
plenty of things that you can do to change the duopoly and change what is politically
All right,
acceptable.
lay it out for me. Lay out the change. How
It's
I change
called
the duopoly.
everything other than who you vote for on election
Specifically,
day.
what is it?
Advocacy, pushing funding, arguing with media
I already do
organizations.
advocacy.
No, hold on. Go to local town hall meetings. Write letters to your local Congress people. Write letters to local people, like mayors, town commissioners, even like local city planning boards. That can do a surprising amount of good. Hey, in the past decade or so, we've seen a recent rise in legitimately progressive politicians. Right now, yes, our government may be broadly pro-Israeli, but America is more pro-Palestine than ever before. And why? Did that just happen out of nowhere? Did that just happen out of the ether? No, it's because people worked, and they've been working for longer than any of us have been alive. There have been Palestinian advocates who for decades have had their cries for justice met with deaf ears. For decades, and only now will people listen. And yesterday, just
Fucking
yesterday,
keys right
John
on the
Oliver,
counter.
a
This dumbass.
generally
Yeah,
presentable
I wanna
media
go now.
personality, presented a fully pro-Palestinian take to an audience of millions of people. You can do stuff. And you know what? The consequence of you doing good stuff is that people vote smarter in future primaries and you get better presidential candidates to pick from. Without changing the first past the post system or the way we currently do things on a structural level, it's still always going to be a lesser of two evils deal.
Don't you
but
think
that doesn't mean you
that
don't
we
do
could-
anything.
We could save those Palestinians a lot faster if all of those people who say, hey, I want a choice on Israel, were like, I don't know if I'm voting for a Democrat this year. Earn my fucking vote.
Again, stop with the fairy time bullshit. If all of these people somehow magically coordinated, listen, over here in reality, if some of these people all magically coordinated, if some of these people all magically coordinated, and they all decided on a single wedge issue, if they all decided on a single wedge issue to shift their vote on one wedge issue to another candidate who would have to be developed and organized and funded and promoted entirely on this wedge issue, they would then have to have more people voting for them than the entire unified Republican Party. Ergo, what you're talking about has never happened, cannot happen. You are talking about fantasy bullshit. You're not happy with how tedious reality is. You are not brave for throwing up your arms in the air. You are not brave for throwing your arms up in the air, ignoring reality, and only saying you'll lift a finger off or lift your ass off the seat if some implausibly, impractical, historically unprecedented shit happens that no political analyst would ever say would happen, but you're like, only for this will I, fucking politics king, get out of my seat and do shit. You're not special. And no, you are. You're special in a class sense. You're more privileged than the people liable to suffer. If this country goes under, I can leave. I'm rich. But there are millions of people in this country who not only don't have
where's
that
Granny
privilege,
Rags? I
but
forgot.
they work tirelessly to put the effort in where you think there's no point. Your day for work is not at the election booth. Your day for work is 4 years
for a
before.
politician to have to earn the vote of a voter. That's not unprecedented. That's
Quit
literally politics
whining
101.
that you're not being catered to. You have it better than 90% of the people on this
We're
planet.
not talking about me personally being catered to. We're talking about the huge block of people who oppose the genocide going on in the Gaza Strip and to be heard.
And they're
by saying
doing
we will not vote for
doing work,
politicians
and
that
their lives will not get any easier
Hey,
if
boys.
they just don't participate.
Those
Better take your
politicians
loot.
have to
Shut the
spin
fuck
on
up.
that issue to change on that issue in order to secure those votes.
You're just speaking.
You're right,
about
I'm
that.
gone.
You're privileged. You're
Why would they
privileged
not
and
do that,
arrogant,
Bosch?
and you're angry, and you're
We're
using them as a
talking about
shield.
Trump
You're using them as a shield.
So of course these people would have a huger incentive than ever to
You're
want to
hiding
win.
behind them. The math doesn't change. The math doesn't change
Math
for you
doesn't change.
or
That's
for
right.
me.
Democrats
for nobody.
can't win
if
unless
you
people who are against
want,
the genocide
if
still
you
vote for them.
want the world to get better, you do the work
Gotcha.
between the elections, and during the election, you make the best choice,
Slivery,
and
you're
you
right.
get your ass back to work. You, like me, spend a lot of our time whining online. That's our jobs. But the difference between you and me is that I don't think I'm special for my abstemiousness from the process
Poisoning.
that other people
Poisoning.
have lived and died and bled for, trying to build a world comfortable enough that we could be dipshits in a computer chair. You
I'm out. Taking her
can
shit.
do the work. You have to do the work. You do not have a right to complain and pretend that you are smarter for keeping your hands off the work.
Why are
There's
you
people
assuming,
who are
why
bleeding
you,
and dying right now, and we want to vote for the party that's allowing
The
it to happen.
people who are bleeding and dying right now, the
I'm out.
most likely
Goddamn
people to
pussies.
bleed and die, the poorest people in this country, those people vote
shit.
Democrat. The
I don't have any
poorer
help.
you are in this country, the more likely you are to vote Democrat, because in spite of the fact that your average American,
Dumbass.
poor or rich, is a fucking retard, a significant proportion of people understand if you are poor in this country, there is
I
a
got you,
difference
Granny.
between living under a Democrat and living under a Republican, and you are trampling over that and the work that other people have made, the sacrifices. Do you think that winning is the hard
Granny
part of
rags.
politics? Losing is. Losing is the name of the game. It always has been for every group all the time ever. Most of life is learning to deal with compromise.
let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because I think that this is pertinent. You seem very agitated at the idea that publicly, vociferously, withholding your vote from a politician can have a profound effect on their policy.
That's true.
Thank you, Granny.
Like, you do understand that Biden is less likely to move if Democratic voters act like you than if he acts like us, and than if Democratic voters act like us, right?
Well, I advocate for the ruthless harassment of Democratic politicians to get them to demand a ceasefire. And
You announced your intent to vote for Joe Biden before the fucking election was even over the last time.
They don't, yeah, and I will continue to. They don't care if you threaten to withhold your
Yeah,
vote.
whatever.
If voter retention, or sorry, if voter abstemiousness,
You're
was
not
something
getting
that
around me.
motivated them to change their behavior, the fact that this country has like 60% participatory
I'm
in
out.
federal elections
Suck my dick.
would have been enough to make a
You got
difference.
speed
at this
run
point.
trophies to
What
get.
matters to them is which political bloc is most likely to respond to positive messaging when it comes to voting to us. So when leftists continuously signal that we are the pickiest motherfuckers in the world, and we will act against our own interests to throw our hands up to not vote, they're going to shift more with the moderates. The reason why the Democratic platform shifted to the left after Bernie
Shut up.
Sanders normalized that shift left was because Bernie
Oh,
Sanders
man.
proved that there was an active, mobilized, young, left-leaning contingent of voters in this country. He proved the existence of a voting bloc that the senile fucks in Washington didn't know about before. They didn't care about them. We need to prove that bloc still exists. We can be rowdy, we can argue, we can threaten a wide variety of things. But my job isn't to posture, and I'm not good at theater. So the math stays the same with me. Now, I don't have an issue with people who want to reserve the vote right now. What I have an issue with is the idea that abstemiousness from this process, a lack of participation, or willfulness, like disregarding of reality with regards to who we're going to get at the end of Election Day, these things bother me because there is hope. I'm not pitching hopelessness. I hope constantly for the work of the people who do stuff in between the elections. I just don't like the idea that the day to take a stand from work to complacency, whether you're doing something or not, is at that voting booth. Because I don't think that. I think that it's a marginal part of political activism.
So
Yeah,
you don't think that? So you think that Democrats don't care about losing, but you also think that fascism is inevitable if Trump wins. So how does that track? How does it track that Democrats wouldn't care about losing when our democracy hangs in the balance?
I think that
isn't this the best time possible to extract concessions from the Democratic Party when they're so under threat?
Because the incentives and motivations the Dems face are a lot more complicated than we give them credit for. One of the reasons why they're so tepid...
Seems like that's going around, the complications.
One of the reasons they're so tepid on the Israel thing, one of the reasons why their messaging has been inconsistent and shifting, is because, for example, Israel has a heavy degree of corporate and political coordination both with local police departments and with our military defense contractors, meaning that no matter how powerful the Dems are, it actually is pretty politically risky as a president to call for a ceasefire. Still think he should, mind you, but they're not being abstinent on this issue because they're like willfully negligent or evil. Now, there are people who are drinking the Kool-Aid pretty hard, Fetterman being a good example of them, and there were the Democrats who voted to censure Rashida Tlaib. So, like, I'm not arguing that they're all, like, unwillful participants with their hands bound. What I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that there's more at stake here than just whether or not, like, the voters, or sorry, the Dems.
Where is he? Just gonna kill him and bounce.
Even the majority of Republicans
there.
support a ceasefire as of the last polling I saw.
Yeah, no, it's a huge wedge, and we can be really good about this wedge too. We can be really effective in trying to drive the Dems left. And at the moment, we're winning. We are more pro-Palestinian than we ever have been in all of human history. Well, I say human history. It's only 100 years.
I forgot
Since
which
the
one you
conflict
guys are
began,
coming in.
American voters have never been this pro-Palestinian. The fact that half of Republican voters are going for that, insane.
Do you think that a vote for Joe
Got him.
Biden is a pro-Palestinian vote?
I mean, compared to Donald Trump, I think it's
I'm
a
out.
less anti-Palestinian
You think so?
vote. Yeah, Trump has said stuff that leads me to believe he would be much more hawkish.
I mean,
with the-
isn't the action?
Yeah, I don't think Trump's gonna have any good policies on that.
I don't think he is
Personally.
either. But I don't see how you could possibly call a vote for Joe Biden.
I don't think there is a pro-Palestinian vote
on.
here.
Need
There
that.
isn't. And
Journal.
that's part of the problem.
There are two anti-Palestinian candidates, though I do think one of them is meaningfully worse than the other. I just think it's the Palestinian thing. Like I said, this is a tough
I mean,
time.
I don't know how meaningful it is, but I'll agree there is maybe some difference.
I agree that it's not super meaningful. Like, this is an issue where there seems to be a pretty strong bipartisan consensus to be like bullish on this specific matter. I just I think
Against
that,
the will of the American people, by the way.
yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's largely a corporate thing. I think that's because for decades politicians have weaponized disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism as a way of shutting up political opponents, not because they care about Jews, but rather because in the legacy of the Holocaust, people still understand fundamentally that anti-Semitism is a big no-no in a way that we haven't really done with other kinds of racial or ethnic bigotry, because we tend to codify those, and anti-Semitism gets called out for
God
what
damn
is,
it!
or
Throw
sometimes
going
what
off
it
the
isn't.
box.
So there's a lot of like social fuckery there, but the left is leading the charge on the right end of this issue, right? And there are meaningful consequences to that. The White House is buckling under pressure. We know that. Staffers have admitted to it anonymously when talking to the news. Like, there are
Doesn't
people.
that support our position of withholding your
Sneaky.
boisterous
I'm out.
immediate support for candidates and,
Yo.
and extracting fucking concessions by being loud and unapologetic about your opposition to their fucking genocide?
I'm
Isn't
totally
that
okay with you guys, with everyone.
why don't you? Then why don't you do it? Because you have been openly fucking just not only saying that you plan to vote for Biden no matter what, but encouraging your fucking fan base to do it too, which kind of doesn't give you a whole lot of fucking leverage when it comes to. It definitely dumbs down the leverage, don't you think?
I think that
To me,
I think
Sam,
that
of
the
course.
opposite doesn't give any leverage either, because as I said before, that would just incentivize Democrats to go after a moderate voting base.
I mean, your voice is reaching the halls of power. Where you were just at the White House,
I
weren't you?
advocate for harsh criticism and pushback, but at the end of the day, I think the best way to advocate for that, in my particular position, is to refer to the voting interests of others as a general.
I just don't see what
I'm ready.
the incentive to give a shit about the
Next
harsh,
up, we got
I mean, like,
Slackjaw's Vision.
If we just
and his molasses-like lack of mobility on this issue.
If
that he looks at popular creators like yourself that are basically saying what TJ just said.
And let's be honest, Biden's not watching Bosch. So.
No, but I'm saying
Sure he
like,
is. I've seen a picture of it.
The people that handle Biden. Biden, the advisors and the speechwriters and the policy fucking wonks, they are watching Vosh. They're not only watching Vosh, they're watching Hassan, they're watching Destiny, they're watching social media trends where this type of shit is rampant. Biden 2024, baby, before the fucking presidency is 2 days old. That doesn't really engender you a whole lot of fucking leverage when times like this pop up.
The impression that I've gotten, the data that I've looked at, and the tendencies in the halls of power seem to be that threatening to withhold votes does basically nothing. It does not encourage the Dems to go further left.
You just said...
So it just helps them write us off. However, there are good reasons to pressure them, and there are things that they can be incentivized with that aren't us directly threatening.
What are you pressuring them with?
You don't.
What are you
think
pressuring them
Democrats are threatened by, like, people withholding votes from them? Like, that doesn't make sense. Politicians
I want you to explain.
Want almost more than anything else is people to vote for them.
Vosh, please explain to me how you're pressuring them.
Specifically, people on the left withholding votes. The Democrats.
Well, I'm not talking about just the left. I'm talking about a broader movement of America.
I know, but I am on the left. And the tendency to reject the bipartisan framework can be justified differently depending on where you are in the political spectrum. If there are moderates who are withholding from the electoral process because they feel like there's no real difference no matter who wins, that's a different issue than this specific dynamic, this engagement. I think ultimately there are two main things to threaten with, okay? One is, as a progressive issue becomes more popular, the more legitimate the threat becomes that Democrats being bad in it will lose moderate voters. This has been how we've won most of the positive shifts in the Dems over the past few decades. Not by arguing people on the left want it. Who cares what the left wants? A bunch of college students, degenerates, and sodomites? No. What they care about is, does the median voter care? And the median voter, by default, this person doesn't exist, but we can extrapolate. If that person doesn't care at all, whatever. But if they can be made to care, like for example, with gay or trans rights being made a majority issue rather than a marginal issue, then suddenly it becomes politically popular. Notice how Hillary Clinton went from thinking marriage is between a man and a woman to thinking that gay marriage is acceptable, and Obama as well. Like that marker, that was the 50% marker. As soon as the median voter cares, that's what the Dems care about. That's what I threaten with. Your position on this,
well, by that standard, they should have already flipped on Israel.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going to happen soon.
It's only been a month of the most brutal bombing campaign in modern history.
Keep in mind, we're talking about a paradigm.
More bombs dropped in the first fucking day of this war than we dropped in the first year on Afghanistan.
I know that.
We're talking about like a 10-mile wide strip of land. The devastation is utterly unreal. It's only been a month.
I know that, yes.
It's not even something that you can fucking say, dude.
About an unprecedented paradigm shift on one of the most, like, untouchable geopolitical issues in the past half century of American politics. For, in the space of a single month, to go from that being like an untouched issue to there being mass protests and popularity for Democrats plummeting even with moderates, that can take some time. I could be wrong. It's possible they don't respond well to this pressure, and that also wouldn't surprise me because, again, there's a lot of, like, corpo shit involved here. But I do think there's still a possibility that there is a move here. And also, the other big thing we threaten
you guys don't have guns?
Is the popularity of the issues they push for. I do agree that, on average, like, politicians want to get voted in. Like, you know, that's kind of their thing. Even if they don't necessarily seek the far left as a stable voting base. And as a consequence,
yeah, probably not a great one to go for.
Yeah, they're looking to edge in things that are popular. The more popular certain things are, the more comfortable they'll be supporting them, even if there's opposition. A good example of this would be climate change issues. Climate change has been a known issue for well over half a century, but only in the past few decades has the popular understanding of climate change gotten to a point where Democrats, who have always, not always, but for a while now known about the issue and kind of, teeter-tattered at the edge of it, but not really committed to it. Now, Joe Biden, he's not perfect at it, but the shift in rhetoric from now to even like early Obama or hell, late Clinton, massive. And a lot of that is just because they know it's popular enough that they can get away with it in spite of the potential corporate harm. So that's...
Let's cancel the big pipeline and then make a bunch of little pipelines, Jack. That isn't the win that you're selling here to me.
You engaged with what I've said and not with
I'm engaging with what
potential
you said.
counterexamples.
I don't care what the rhetoric from Biden is. The rhetoric in the lead up to this, when he was trying to convince people to vote for his old decrepit warmongering racist ass, was I'm going to get you $15 minimum wage. I'm going to get you a $15 minimum wage.
Your indignant betrayal at him not fulfilling every campaign promise like every other politician ever means nothing to me. His rhetoric and his policies have been better on climate than were in the past.
I don't know what's worse, my indignant betrayal or your placid fucking acceptance.
So
that
no,
that's
listen. This is you. This is the child tossing their dinner off the table.
Yeah,
I am
you
not.
love calling people
I
children.
am not
You've done that one
accepting.
already.
No. I am not accepting
I'm not a
anything
fucking child,
when I
kid.
state the fact
Beverly Hills
that
fucking
Biden's
piece of shit.
rhetoric
Don't
and
call me a fucking
policies.
child, you bitch.
Wait, please be less emotional, okay?
I've done more fucking stand-up labor than your lily white Beverly Hills fucking ass has ever done. Don't call me a fucking child on my show.
Okay, then, like
Go
an
fuck
adult,
yourself.
listen to what I have to say.
I will
all right?
as soon as you
It is
agree to
not-
stop fucking being a shit.
Can you show me then?
My bad, I'm not supposed to attack you guys.
Like a child myself, I lack object permanence, so I need to witness you not act like one for 5 seconds while I talk, all right? You can say it's acceptance, it's reality. The rhetoric and the policy have gotten better, and it's a product of public acceptance. You providing examples of Biden doing bad things or saying that rhetoric itself isn't enough, these are not meaningful counterarguments, okay? Things have gotten better. I'm arguing for hope. I'm arguing for a process that makes
You got a
things
weird
happen.
way of arguing for hope. Life is suffering, and you just got to accept it and suck it up because that's just the way it is, Jack. Man,
And now we have
that's
weekends.
That's some real fucking thin gruel hope you've got there that you're selling.
And now we have weekends. Now we get to enjoy.
Thanks.
Yeah, for how? No, do we really though?
Yes.
See, you haven't held a fucking 9 to 5 before. I don't know what a weekend was. Saturday was just a day of the week to me when I worked my fucking jobs.
Yeah, and that's
So why
rough.
don't you, like,
It's a
you
shame
just
you've
assume
turned your
everybody's
back
got
on
the
the
weekends.
proletarian interest now. We have
Turned
weekends.
my back on it because I fucking started my own business? Go fuck yourself,
Okay,
bitch.
do you believe that there is value in pushing and suffering for a good political outcome, even if it takes a lot of time, as every bit of progress we've ever enjoyed has
Absolutely.
happened before?
Of course.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay, so all I'm
Fuck
saying
out of my
is
way, bitch.
most of the good things that we enjoy today were not born of some big, decisive, sweeping rejection of the status quo. They were usually, but this is like revolutionary fantasizing. It's something that a lot of people fall into when they feel doomer. What actually tends to happen is that a bunch of cynical people drop out, get injured, become alcoholics, and die at home, whereas the people delusional enough to cling on to hope in spite of all contrary evidence actually make the change. People who go in every day, no matter how bad it seems, and work and work and work, and they fight, and the cops show up and they bust their union, and they shoot their union lead, but they keep coming back for more. And then eventually, one day, there's enough public pressure that something happens. But that
You're like
process
Mother
is
Teresa,
suffering.
you know that? You fucking essentialize suffering. Oh my God. It's the people that grind their lives away while the fucking boot is on their neck constantly with little to no
Why are you guys
fucking relief
fucking with
ever.
me, man?
That are the, yeah. You know, lionize that a little more without ever having experienced it.
We all suffer. Some of us suffer for a reason.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Jesus.
I think we all
Is
suffer
that
for a
is that
reason.
too messianic? The idea that we have to work for good political outcomes, is that too like optimistic and hopeful?
When have we
naive?
advocated for not working for political outcomes? We're just we're talking about tactics here, bro. You seem like really fucking invested in this idea that me and TJ are advocating for, like, oh, let's just sit around on our asses because nothing matters anyway. I know that's the easier thing to argue against, but the fact that you've spent such a profound amount of this appearance on our show tonight misrepresenting our position and tilting against windmills, I don't know how to tell it. Let me put it explicitly for you. I am not advocating for people to do nothing political. I am not advocating for people to sit around on their hands and do nothing. I'm not even advocating for people not to vote. I know, it must be shocking, right? What I'm advocating for is for people like you and I and everybody else to stop focusing so much on re-electing Democrats and to maybe think about the tactics and the power, the little bit of power that we do have within that system. Maybe start using that in a smart way and maybe start building something else. Now, if that's childlike, my apologies. If that's fucking fantasy-like, my apologies. If that's too hopeful, my apologies. That's who I am. That's what I hope for. That's what I advocate for. So have I cleared up your fucking confusion on my position?
Look. In 1920, Lenin wrote a letter addressing and regarding British workers and their relationship to the British Labour Party. He thought the Labour Party was a bourgeois institution full of social democratic cowards that weren't capable of getting the work needed done. But he advocated that people vote for them and engage in their political processes nonetheless. He did this because despite being as much of a hardline revolutionary as anyone could reasonably be called, given the fact that he led one, he believed that there was value in sheltering under legitimate political organizations that were meaningfully better than the alternatives and doing good work within them. I disagree with Lenin on basically everything he's ever said or done, with the exception perhaps of this. This is how work is done. Lenin knew to work with liberals in Russia when fighting against the Tsar. Mao knew to work with the government when fighting against Japanese colonizers when they invaded. In all points...
What about Marx?
Marx said that communism could be achieved in America non-violently through voting. I'm not joking.
Yeah, Marx also said that you were only to work with the corporatist parties when the outcome for workers was assured, and you could use them basically as puppets.
Yes, and as we've seen time and time again...
That's not what you're advocating for. You're advocating for voting for our oppressors.
The difference between Republicans and Democrats with regards to workers' rights is assured. I'm not arguing for complicity or for acceptance. I'm arguing for the strategic use of the platform and the power available to us to get stuff done. Every bit of good change that we have ever seen in this country is a product of this strategy. I'm not arguing for complacency. I'm arguing for its opposite. I'm arguing for intelligent engagement with and deconstruction of these systems. One of these requires that fascists not win. That is a prerequisite.
Thank you,
Under
Rads.
fascism, we will be killed. Not we in the broad general sense. I mean me and you. We will not live through that, assuming that we don't just flee,
Where'd I go?
which I would, because
I
I
know
have
where
the
to
money
go.
to. There are lots of people watching
Wanna
this
leave?
who would be killed and couldn't flee. I think that maintaining...
Yeah, for the record, I'm not one of those people. I wish I was fucking rich. I can't. I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here. So
then we have to not shit where we eat them. It is very important, at the very least, to maintain the baseline platform upon which good advocacy can be built. If nothing else, liberal democracy. Liberal democracy, this is the battlefield socialists most flourish in. This is where we make our difference. If we are trying to fight within a fascist system, the secret police come for us. If we're trying to fight within a monarchy, the secret police come for us. It is only under a liberal democracy that we are given the space necessary to even argue our positions. These positions take time to flourish. I'm not asking you guys be happy with the Dems, and I can't force you to vote for anyone. I'm only saying that there is value and meaningful difference in a presidency under Biden versus under Trump. And that's the main thing I want to stress. Not who you vote for, but when you compare, oh, he's a shit versus he's a shit
Here's
with
the
like
thing.
frosted cupcakes or whatever.
If this were an election that was just like, hey, I'm just looking at this in isolation. I'm looking only at this one election. Then I would have to agree with you. I'd have to. I think it's completely rational when there are two candidates and one is a little bit better than the other to vote for the one that's a little bit better. If that's all you're looking at in isolation. But my problem is down the line. My problem is every election that follows. Because I'm just scared that, like, right now, we're not willing to hold the Democrats to any standard. I'm not just talking about the left here. I'm talking about Democratic voters across the board. Anybody who's ever voted for a Democrat. And I voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
Oh, sorry, I thought you could. No, I understand. I just don't think if it means threatening that the Republicans win, then it's a non-starter. What we're essentially doing is we're arguing
But my problem is this. I'm sorry, I was just hearing some audio piping in from somewhere. I wasn't sure what's coming from. Okay. The thing is this. I mean, I'm just kind of scared that somewhere down the line, the Republican Party is going to win.
Get the fuck out of here.
Look how divided the country is now in terms of this vote. So I'm just scared that if it's not this election cycle, it's the next election cycle or the one after that, and they're going to be just as far right as they are right now. because no one's ever showed that they need to be anything other than that. And if we can all agree, I think that the Republican Party has moved right. You agree it was a neocon party, an election cycle or two ago.
Yes.
What am I hearing?
Does someone have something playing? Paul, do you have something playing?
No. There might be. Let me check if there's an issue with my mic. Just one moment.
All right, no problem. Yeah, I was gonna say something going on.
Sounds like he's watching videos. These Zoomers are multitaskers, though.
Hey, you gotta multitask.
He's watching something else, yeah.
It's like these motherfuckers. So dumb. So they had something to
You know, I know what he was watching too. You know what I mean?
A horse is kind of. Maybe. Sounded like some January thing.
There we go.
Oh, it's Bosch's stream? Oh, okay.
There we go. Okay.
This is why communism replaced Russian monarchy, because monarchies are liberal democracy.
Yeah.
I'm not. What are you implying?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
A constitutional monarchy, sure.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the Scandinavian countries are technically monarchies.
Yeah, now I can't hear Bosch.
I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, Bosch, we cannot hear you, sir. Like,
there
oh,
we go.
shit.
It auto muted me when my mic cut.
Audio problems.
This is the worst part of being a fucking online content creator, by the way, is audio.
Art dealer.
Audio shit is all.
It's never video. It's never video. It's always audio.
Video
Audio
can
is so weird.
video can be shitty sometimes, but it's always
All right, hello?
audio. You're so fucking right. No matter what.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
now we got you.
Okay, yeah, it changed everything when I unplugged the audio. Sorry, I'm back. Hello.
No biggie. No
That's how it
biggie.
always happens.
So what my big fear is just like, we've seen that the Republican Party is moving right, and the criteria being put forth is that we're just going to vote for Democrats as long as they're to the left of Republicans. So let's say this trend continues. Republican Party moves further and further right. The Democrat Party is free to move further and further right itself, because as the baseline moves right, so can they. They're free. It's like the ratchet effect. They're free to move in one direction, and there's no pressure to pull them in the other direction. So.
But that's
oh,
not
Morgan
happening.
Pendleton! I
They've
can
been
kill him
moving
with the with
considerably.
Steam.
I guess you could maybe argue on a few fronts.
I mean,
this is an issue where I will invoke complicatedness and say, like, whether the Democrat Party has moved left or right is kind of a complicated issue, because I think they've moved left on
Depends
some
on the
things,
issue.
they've moved right on others.
Well, it depends on the issue. Like gay marriage, I mean, overall America's.
And then it depends on where you're starting from,
Well,
because if you're starting from Clinton, you could say, well, maybe they've moved left considerably on a few things. If you're starting from pre-Clinton Democrats, you'd have to say they've moved right on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they're a frame of reference.
Economically, of course, like Roosevelt is to their left. I'm not denying that, but the current shift is towards the left. I don't think that there's like a broad, like people are more polarized now than they have been before. For me, it's like it's like you're on a very narrow cliff edge. You're like shimmying along with your back to the wall, and you're trying not to fall in front of you. And falling forward is the Republicans, and continuing to shimmy is the Dems. And you would do anything to get out of that situation. But the only thing that works right now is continuing to shimmy. Maybe down the line, the cliff abruptly slopes out and there's not a big drop. Maybe if you go far enough, the ledge that you're shimmying on it widens and you can walk normally. Maybe things can happen in the future. Maybe circumstances change. Like you see like a rock embedding that you can climb onto and you can like escape the situation altogether. Right now, there's only the ledge and a very long drop. I don't think that nothing can be done while...
Dishonored. This is an unfortunate accident achievement, and it requires you to kill Morgan Pendleton with Steam. Now, this is in the third mission of the game, and once you get down to the Steam room, you're going to want to head over to the left here, and you're going to see this hole in the wall, and you can either climb up into it or blink into it. And once you get in this room, you're going to see a glowing yellow pipe, and turn to your right, and you'll see some parts.
I remember
pick
this.
up the parts, go over to the pipe, and what you're going to want to do next is just turn it. And there's going to be some dialogue on the screen. You're going to hear Pendleton screaming, and after about 5-10 seconds, he will die.
Nice. Okay, so he's just going to be sitting in there like a dumbass.
I think that even if we just accept the idea that Democrats have to win because Republicans' victory is unthinkable, you can still get a lot of good work done. And I think that we should all be wary that in the future there might be like a wedge that can be used. There might be a point But right now, like, every trend is pointing towards the strength of the duopoly. We can rage against that all we want. We can say, oh, if only people would do this, but they're not. Like, we operate in, like, if only everyone would just be communist. Like, we operate in probabilistic trends. We have to understand what people are likely to do and operate within that. Because if we do the opposite, you know, we're throwing ourselves off the ledge prematurely.
If we're consigned to a duopoly, then shouldn't we advocate for the strongest Democratic Party that's the most in line with our values as possible? I mean, and embracing some really popular ideas that most Americans agree with. Now, obviously, there are some ideas on the left that most Americans don't agree with, but there's plenty that they do. So why not try to get the Democratic Party to embrace those ideas specifically? And why not try to do that by saying, hey, if you want my vote, you have to earn it because that's the thing you want the most from me.
Well, for sure.
Good. Die, bitch.
So the time to do that is just in the primaries, and then when the general election comes along,
beautiful,
no threat there.
Literally, yes. That's the point of the primaries. Yeah, that's the time.
Okay.
But there will be no primaries this year. Sorry.
The weird audio is back.
God, I don't. Let me unplug the mic altogether then.
Some people are saying it sounds like Discord audio.
Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Does that fit? Okay, we'll see if that fixes it. Every
connected to Discord, I am not.
Every once in a while, there's like a connection thing where sometimes the audio signal picks up some, I don't know, CIA broadcast, whatever. Hopefully it stops now. Yeah, I don't think that the presidential vote. The presidential vote is very uncomplicated and very important. It's like
so
choosing to keep the lights
safe?
on, basically. You
How
can
do
do all the electrical work in your garage that you want. You can build whatever you want.
Where did that objective go?
But every 4 years, you have to keep the light switch on. And right now, like the darkness, if
Make
we
sure I
ever
got my
allow it
achievement.
to overtake us, might not be fixable. I mean, given enough time, anything is fixable. You know, the Third Reich only lasted, what, 15 years? But I really, really don't think that would be like an effective vehicle for positive change.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more alarmist, but I feel like the woods are burning and we need to immediately intercede in every way that we possibly can. And that doesn't preclude not voting for Democrats. That doesn't preclude not trying third-party options. I think everything's on the table because I think that now more than ever, the substantive, like the most substantive issues in my mind that we face are not being addressed. Climate change is, you know, you kind of tried to back Pat Biden on that, but I don't think he's been great on the fucking environment, despite
there was no auto saves when I talked to Slack Joe, huh?
Better.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think better matters right now.
It
I
does,
think we need a paradigm shift. No, it doesn't.
Every climate activist in the world would disagree with you. Like, you can check their statements.
Every fucking biologist and geologist and climatologist in the world would disagree with you.
No, they wouldn't.
Band-aids aren't.
Wait, no, they would. Wait, why would you say that? They would absolutely advocate Trump over or Biden over Trump, like 100%, like with almost no exceptions.
They might advocate for Biden over Trump with no exceptions. I'm saying they wouldn't agree on like little bit better being meaningful at this point.
First of all, I didn't say that. Second of all, it's not a little bit better. Trump flat out denies the existence of climate change. And third of all, I think they would argue that even if things don't go perfectly, it's better for things to be a bit better than it is for them to be not better at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it from that perspective.
Then don't invoke theirs, because they do care.
Maybe my understanding of the seriousness of climate change is incorrect.
It is serious, which is why we shouldn't accept worse people being the president on it.
The main thing I've heard with them is advocating for change now. That's the main thing I've heard when I've read articles and they've interviewed people who are really into this issue of climate change. That's
they
mainly what I
advocate
hear.
for dramatic change now.
Yes,
like
and limiting emissions and trying to stop it from raising 2 degrees Celsius, or or the catastrophic consequences that the planet's going to bear, or well, I guess humanity. I mean, the planet itself will probably.
I agree, and they also want Biden to win. Many climate advocates and organizations advocates and organizations are like almost militantly pro-Democrat because the difference between
that wouldn't surprise me.
And no, like really, you can look. between it, like the Republicans don't even believe in science. Like the official perspective from Republicans isn't just that climate change isn't real. They just flat out do not believe in any federal engagement with science.
I've talked to plenty of them. I know they say climate change is like so-called climate change, and you're like, it's not so-called. It's far from it.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats are still a pro-corporate party, but at the very least, a conversation we have with them. Like there are interviews that have been done with like climate scientists or like EPA administrative experts who are basically like, yeah, the Dems don't do enough. But when I worked under the Trump White House, like if you went to talk to them, they would just flat out like not listen. Like you would talk to them and they go, like, yeah, they go like, and then you just get turned away. And your job was just to sit there collecting a paycheck and desperately trying to keep data as the world ends. Biden's a huge step up from that. I know the bar is low, but again, like that's why we can't hit that low bar. You know, like
I don't
the
think
bar
we
is
can
low. Let's not hit
afford.
it.
I don't think we can afford how low the bar has dropped. We're in the midst of a
We need James Cameron.
Yeah, it needs to there needs to be catastrophic, cataclysmic change, and it needs to happen like fucking 20 years ago.
Well, we can't.
We're fucked.
We can't time travel, and there's only going to be 2 presidential candidates in 2024. So we do what we can with what we have.
I mean, there's going to be more than 2 presidential candidates.
Sorry, the final,
two
viable presidential, yeah.
But I mean, let me just ask you this:
only 2 in all of America. Only 2
hold on,
people
let me
put
ask
up for
you
it.
this, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of wackos that think they're going to be president.
Let me just ask you another question here. You might understand. I mean, you definitely have a better understanding of civics, you know, stuff like that. So I just want to ask. So let's say all of America lost its mind, right? Everybody in America lost their mind, and we all just decided, like, we're all gonna go vote for Jill Stein, and she wins in a landslide, right? At that point,
you fucking asshole.
Yes or no? Does Jill Stein become president?
You mean if she legitimately won the popular vote?
Yeah. If she won the electoral college.
Electoral college, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think she'd get very much done, but I think that the corporate superstructures that keep the lights on in this country, I think they can operate mostly without the president. Like, even if the president just flat out doesn't play
my only
the
question
role.
is, like, how is it the case that only Democrats and Republicans are viable then if the voters could choose something else?
Because that's who people vote for. They're popular because they're popular. It's tautology.
So it's all, like, you admit it's just like an Ouroboros of shit forever eating. It's like a turd forever eating itself.
Yeah, it's historical inertia. I mean, that's the case with pretty much all political parties. I don't think there's like
human history.
Yeah, they root themselves in, like they have like specific like corporate relationships, and like their name recognition's a big one. Like,
well, maybe that's something we could try to change, though?
Well, that
do a little differently. I don't
know. I agree with. I think that like this is one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of independents running Democrat in main elections.
You don't say
because I think that in that way you benefit from the soapbox, but at the same time you can be like, yeah, and if you want more like out there populist takes, take a look. I think you can legitimize it a lot that way. Like that's why Bernie ran as a Dem, of course. If he ran as an independent back in 2016, he wouldn't have come even close, because he wouldn't have gone to the debates. He wouldn't have thrown Hillary Clinton to the left.
It was clearly a deliberate choice. I mean, he's an independent and he caucuses with the Democrats. It was clearly a deliberate choice.
Yeah, I think it's like being a leech to the power, really. I mean, that's what Lenin advocated for. Like he distrusted the Labor Party, which I guess he should have, considering what it turned out to be. But like in the meantime, you can go to their meetings, show up at their debates, change people's minds. And
gotta return a Slack.
That doesn't put you on top immediately, but it makes you a lot healthier than you used to be. It was only 20 years ago that the socialist movement in America was dead and silent. I mean, properly. Like, the closest thing we had to populist left-leaning activism back in the early 2000s was like the anti-Iraq war protests. And that wasn't leftist. That was just left of center, really. In terms of leftist engagement, it was dead quiet.
Oh,
and
you guys.
Now, like, fuck, you go into any downtown city street and you are tripping over flyers and pamphlets from local, like, Antifa or socialist organizers. Like, it's crazy. And it's happened not just in your lifetime, but, like, in, like, modern teenagers' lifetimes. Like, it's happening so quickly.
Fuck is this guy
I just
doing
think
here?
we've got some momentum going. We got to keep at it. And a lot of that is, like, extra electoral engagement. And a lot of that is also the fact that the squad in
what the
Dems,
fuck?
by operating under their wing.
Corvo jump, what the fuck?
they can get a lot of messaging out that wouldn't otherwise be heard by so many people. Like AOC and her little
You guys deal with
Insta
that.
stories, or Rashida Tlaib
Why the
censoring
fuck are those
probably
guys
will
chasing me?
open her up in the long
too
run
high
to a lot
chaos.
more positive press than the negative press she's getting now. I think.
It's entirely possible. I mean, it raises your profile. I mean, for sure. I mean, having that action. I mean, AOC's profile has been nothing but raised by Republicans attacking her constantly, invoking her constantly.
Yeah.
It's a shame she hasn't done jack shit with that profile. Shame she hasn't spent that fucking political capital in a meaningful way.
I mean, she's one of the most popular politicians in the country, and she has been popularizing left-leaning perspectives on basically every political issue she talks about.
But when the chips are down, she gets told how to vote.
Yeah, she does get bullied.
Yeah.
We all saw that vote with the Iron Dome and Pelosi, which is at this
I mean,
point...
that was devastating. I mean, and that just goes to show you that this hope of getting
I
a
think
progressive...
she's a great advocate, but I don't think she's really all that great of a...
Yeah, I mean, we don't. Unfortunately, we don't need great advocates. We need great actors. We need people in
we do need
positions
great
of
advocates,
power.
but we don't need them when they act. You don't need them in the halls of power. You know, if she wants to be a cheerleader, that's one thing. But
she's just one congresswoman amidst about 400. I mean, you know,
yeah, but there have been times. I mean, you know, there was a time when the margin was razor thin, and their little enclave could have affected more change.
Well, I'm not a force voter. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. Which you were against, by the way. The one
I was not
time
against the tactic. I was against the issue.
No. I was talking about Vosh.
I was clarifying where I stand on it.
Vosh was vociferously
anti-forced
vote, basically the squad doing what we were told they were going to do.
Anti-forced the voters, you know, the Jimmy Dore crowd. People weaponize that issue pretty maliciously. The fact of the matter is, no matter how good a politician is or may seem, they will make mistakes. Bernie's made mistakes. He's not even calling for a ceasefire
I'm out.
right now.
Can't get me.
If we lowered our margins, if we narrowed them only to people with
Suck
whom
my
we
dick.
would never take issue, we will never find.
Even FDR had the internment camps and shit. So.
Yeah, I tend to be pretty permissive of mistakes made by advocates and allies in positions of power because they're bound by so many invisible chains that we can't see as audience members. Like, who the fuck knows what conversation Pelosi had with AOC? Obviously, I would like AOC to have, like, puffed out her chest and gone, like, no, Pelosi, and then, like, slammed the no vote down, which wouldn't have done anything because it was, like, 5 million to 1 yes in favor of the Iron Dome funding.
I don't know for an absolute fact, but I'm pretty sure I can give you a fairly succinct summation of what that conversation was.
Probably that we would malign you for being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, it was basically this. You're a bit of a rising star in the Democratic Party, and that star will fade if you don't vote with us. You think you're getting any kind of support? You think your profile is just because of your charisma? Your profile is at my behest. You will bow to my desires and my whims, and you'll vote how I fucking tell you if you care about your fucking career. And she does.
I don't think that was exactly what was said to her, but I'll admit that I or neither of us know.
Who fucking knows? So we can make sure.
I have no idea.
This is one of the big reasons why Bernie Sanders was so careful when he ran, both in 2016 and 2020. He knows the standards set for him are higher, so he has to be more careful. It's not fair that he has to be more careful, but he was smart and he navigated that environment pretty effectively.
Invisible.
To the extent that while he was shit on by a lot of people unfairly, he's also generally accepted to be likable. Like, there was a lot of browbeating from the DNC and a lot of unfair play, but they never succeeded in making him a reviled figure. Not even close. He did too well. He's too likable. He's too much of a crotchety grandpa. So he smartly leveraged that image and was able to push his message to so many people. And now there are literally millions of Americans who've been inspired to left-leaning politics based on, like, their access, their exposure to what he said, you know? I just
literally the art dealer.
We have to be like the little fish that eat the plankton off the big fish. Except in this example, one day we become the big fish, and then we eat the other big fish.
Yeah, well, I don't think that day is coming under the current fucking auspices.
It's getting better.
Homo sapiens, no one has said that, dude. Literally not.
I mean, as we've pointed out several times, it's getting better and it's getting worse.
In terms of populist left advocacy in mainstream media, it's getting massively better very quickly.
Oh, this
and
guy,
in terms
I
of
remember you.
economics, it's getting massively worse
True,
very quickly.
but that's not a product of the Democrats shifting right in economics.
Yeah, and see that you're giving them a huge pass for saying that.
No, but it's not. I'm not
They
giving them a
provided
pass.
no meaningful pushback and oversaw the undoing of some of the fucking most important legislation.
I agree, but that's not them shifting massively right. That's a continuation of the party duopoly's bourgeois.
Them deciding to allow conglomerates and robber barons to come back and like completely and utterly obliterating the legal protections that prevented that isn't a shift to the right in terms of
I thought
politics?
we're mostly talking Biden's administration, but even if we go back to the past 20 years,
we're talking about the whole output of your very, very well-known and very, very well-worn tactic of vote blue no matter who.
I don't know.
Lesser of two evils.
I don't know what these things have to do with one another. It's a fact
Because
of the
you
matter.
were just talking about how much better everything was, but a whole generation of people can't buy a house.
So again, this is spurious.
Free
This is
job?
spurious conflation. You would fail out of a college stats course. The economy is getting worse, not only between decisions made in Republican and Democrat administrations, but globally. As a matter of fact, America's weathering it better than most. Basically, every Western European country and most other countries that are even developed.
You know
enough
why,
to have,
right? You know why?
There are a lot. Okay, if you're about to boil down why the global economy is faltering to Democrat policy, you're not, right?
I'm going to boil it down to the absolute inability of Democrats and Republicans to steward the fucking economy.
Yes, I agree. Because
2008 was allowed to happen because fucking regulators were asleep at the wheel in both parties, and that's what caused the current global economic downturn that's never recovered.
The safe combination. That's a huge part of it. Where do I unlock a safe?
That's the part of it.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it. And as you said, it was a product of a shared bourgeois tendency in both parties. Therefore, it's not really relevant to the conversation when talking about Democrats versus Republicans, or whether or not Democrats have shifted.
Well, it is relevant when the position is, shouldn't we expect more from our Democrats?
We should always expect more. What I'm talking about
I don't know if you're expecting more if you're going to give them your vote no matter what they do.
Are they shooting me?
Yeah,
you
it's going
fucking
in
piece
I don't
of
think
shit.
that attitude
Round and round we
accomplishes
go.
anything.
Fuck
I
off.
think there's a lot of evidence that my attitude does accomplish things. I think that we've seen recently especially, but broadly over the past few decades, a rise in the prominence of left-leaning voices, both in America broadly and in the Democrats specifically, and I think a lot of that is because of institutional savviness that some of those actors have engaged in specifically. I think that savviness requires compromise and sacrifice, because there's no way to be some kind of hard-lined, principled, like super zealous advocate while also being politically effective. You kind of need to draw lines somewhere, and as a consequence of that, sometimes they do stuff that disappoints us. I get disappointed too. By Bernie, now with the ceasefire, by AOC, then with the Iron Dome stuff, but I'm still heartened.
Look, don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting perfect fucking politicians here. They're politicians, promises will be broken, deals will be made behind closed
No
doors.
one could swear any politician
I'm
if
not
that was
advocating for some
that was
like
what you
perfect,
expected.
ultimate, wonderful Democrat that's like, oh my God, they're glorious in every way and they shit gold, because that's never been a thing. That's never going to be a thing.
I don't think anybody's advocated for that.
Right. Yeah. I'm not expecting the perfect Democrat to come along and just be like this wonderful, magically good candidate, and anyone who falls short of that, I'm not going to vote for. What I do expect is a little bit better than this. This isn't good enough.
Well,
the Democratic Party as it stands right now, not good enough. Needs to be better.
The Democratic
I
Party
don't think
or
that's
Biden?
a reasonable standard because it's been better in the past.
Biden
It
is
should
the
be better
Democratic
yet.
Party. He's the head of the Democratic Party.
Well, sure, but there's hundreds
Yeah.
of federal members of the Democratic Party with regards to just elected officials. There are different people.
Wait, up to the safe?
I mean, I think there's value in distinction here. For example, we know that there are probably
all right, so let's
a lot
head
of left-leaning
back
people
out.
in the Dems who keep kind of quiet because, like most politicians, they see an incentive in sort of holding the cards close to their chest.
VIP exit.
Yeah, which is fine. The more popular left-leaning perspectives get, the more likely they are to get louder. It's just a matter of process. We don't disagree that the Biden's not enough. We don't disagree that the Dems need to do better. I just think that this strategy for making them better and for providing better outcomes, in addition to the existential threat the Republicans pose, is different. Like, we differ on that, but I think it's a meaningful difference. And I feel like you consistently try to equate the Dems and the Republicans in a way that I find very irresponsible now. I think that the two parties are very similar in geopolitics and in their bourgeois tendencies. So economically and foreign policy-wise, I still think there's a difference. I still think Biden's better. Practically ended the drone war, so that's cool at least. But again, genocide.
Now he just sells those drones to other countries or lends them to other countries to do it. I don't know if he ended the drone war. I think he just abdicated responsibility by giving it to somebody else. Right?
Well, we sold weapons previously, but whatever the case is, I agree certainly that there's a closer parallel there. When it comes to preserving the stability of democracy in this country, there's no comparison, and we need that democracy because, again, they will kill us if we lose. We won't get a chance.
Economics is social justice. People that are LGBTQ are vastly overrepresented in poverty statistics. The same is true for minorities, immigrants, and migrants. These are all the people that desperately need our help right now. And by allowing these feckless fucking Democrats to sell our fucking... What do you mean I keep not engaging? What do you want me to engage with?
You keep saying in response to me, I literally just said I don't think Democrats are enough, but now you're saying the Democrats aren't enough. I know that. I agree with you. I am proposing a strategy that I think not only works, but has worked visibly in recent times with regards to making things better. I think there are meaningful differences we can push for. All I'm advocating for is the right way of doing this. And I also don't think the Republicans can win. Again, they will kill us. They will end democracy. We will not even get another chance. It is like proposing any solution to our problems that encourages
how likely do you
Republicans.
Really believe that is?
No, I fully believe. I think there's a real chance.
So you think Trump wins? It's done. Democracy's over. Full stop. There's no.
It's got to be
it's very possible that he doesn't fully succeed.
From where I'm sitting, where I'm looking at it, am I denying that Trump has those ambitions?
See, this is what I mean by the death of the revolutionary practicality.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty fucking unlikely.
Lenin knew to ally with liberals against the fascists in Tsarist Russia. Woo! Mao knew to ally with the government against the Japanese. We have to know which the greater evil is. You need to know both which the lesser and greater evil is. In your case specifically, yes. I don't think it's guaranteed. Like, it's not 100%. Nothing is, but I think there's a very
gut feeling or analytical feeling or whatever you want to call it. Trump wins. Chances that there's not.
I'll help you, ma'am.
Chances that we're not getting a 2028 election if Trump wins. What's the Bosch forecast there?
Total random guess, but I'd say like maybe 30%.
30% chance there's no 2028 election.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a very unqualified guess, of course. That's the best.
I asked for that. I'm not going to.
It's a ballpark.
Fire on it. I understand. I asked.
Obviously, there's aspirational in the Republican Party to make that happen.
That's also a far cry from the fucking constant fear mongering of like the camps will open on day one and democracy is over.
In fairness, 30% is a pretty scary number.
30% is a scary number, but you want to know what I think? You want to know what my prediction is? More of the fucking same.
Okay.
More of the fucking same.
So again, this is what I mean. This is what I mean by reactionary politics through abstemiousness. You think you're being elevated, smart enough to see the bullshit, like a South Park character. You are failing to identify the broad side of the farm. Like, every successful socialist movement ever has been able to tell the difference, and every one that ended up dead couldn't. The Stalinists in Germany, back during the 1930s, couldn't tell the difference between the Nazis and the Social Democrats, the social fascists. Which mass graves do you think they were buried in? We can't afford to make these mistakes. It's pivotal. The Republicans are screaming from the top of their lungs what they want to do. There is no equivocation. They have been calling for the removal of the FBI as an institution.
They have been since I was born. What's your point?
No, you are not paying attention if you think that. You're vaguely gesturing, you're waving, I vaguely remember them being that. No, you have no idea.
I don't vaguely remember.
No, then you remember nothing. Then your mind on this subject is a void. This is incomparable. This is like you think the Patriot Act being passed compares in any way to the protracted multi-year long campaign on every level of the GOP coordinated to delegitimize the election? They did an insurrectionary attack.
the creation of unitary executive theory and its application by both parties since George W. Bush is another thing. I mean, the fact that the president can declare war without congressional approval is a modern
just
construct.
again for clarity's sake here, okay? Right now we have a democracy where you can vote and the person you vote for can win. The world that he wants to build is one in which every single member of government that is either elected or appointed fundamentally cannot accept a victory from a Democrat.
God
They
damn
were
it.
pushing to
Fucking
rewrite
rats.
state laws on election counting that would allow them to throw out opponents' votes.
Can I
Except
ask both
they don't even
parties-
need to
both
do that.
parties
They can do
gerrymander?
a question.
I understand gerrymandering.
you can't keep a quick. You're describing the difference between like stubbing your toe and getting bricked with a hammer as like, well, they both hit me. You have no idea what you're talking about. What you're engaging in right now is not enlightened leftist perspective. You're engaging in bottom of the barrel,
throwing
South
shit,
Park,
pussy.
Cartman-ass tier, zero IQ, centrist, moderate, hasn't learned a thing about politics in their entire life, bullshit equivacy. How dare you? You claim to care about the legacy of your Union parents. You would literally preside over a death camp and go, well, you know, Biden probably would have done this too. Like, it's disgusting. It's senseless. If you genuinely believe that there is a comparison to be made, I beg you to educate yourself because there is none. It is not comparable.
I think that there's an obvious comparison to be made, and I brought up reasons why over and over tonight, and you seem to get more and more frustrated every time I do, but I don't hear an answer to it. You keep saying things are getting so much better. I'm saying while things got better on
What
one
was
hand,
it?
they got far worse on another. And you seem to want to divorce. You seem to want to divorce your tactic from that problem. When the truth, Vosh,
you don't need to divorce two things that were never
the truth is, I don't have a hazy memory when it comes to what it was like to live under George W. Bush or Barack Obama. I'm not fucking 12, bro. All right, I was a tax-paying
Only
9-to-5 worker during both of those presidencies. So, let's be real about this shit.
You're literally doing the bit too right now. You're like, well, I wore my blue jeans to
Yeah,
work.
well,
You don't know
I've
shit,
actually
dude.
lived through some of this shit, so maybe I remember how it went. Yeah, I know that fucking
what
triggers
you
young
think
people.
is wise cynicism. Like you think you're like, what, Rick Sanchez? You just
What was
don't
it,
know
8,
shit.
9, 7?
You do not know.
Got
This is
it.
why you keep running back to the same. Well, Biden's bad. I know. Great. Tune into my streams. Find out more reasons he's bad. You think you're brave or evocative for pointing out that things have gotten bad. That the
You need to write a
economy's gotten
book
worse?
like
Everyone knows this.
How Biden is the worst thing to ever exist, and why you should still vote for him.
There we
That
go.
would be
99%
that'd be a
Hitler,
hot
buddy.
take seller.
Look,
yeah, I know.
it's fundamentally disqualifying in a conversation about politics for you to pretend that there's an equivacy between previous and current Republican attitudes towards the dissolution of democracy. This is not this would be like you saying, well, they're both equally bad on climate change when one of them doesn't believe in it, except you did do this, of course, I'm making fun of you. One of them doesn't believe in it and the other person is just not good enough on it. There's no point in making comparisons. You clearly have a very strong emotional attachment to being a disillusioned, doomer, like cynic for whom nothing will ever be good enough. And that's
As you
fine,
are,
but don't
so I
pretend it's
was.
politics.
As I am, so you shall be, my friend.
I'm
be here
whipping
with
around to
open
like
arms
fake
when you
calm
get-
after freaking out when I called you a
when you
kid
get-
isn't
when
going
you-
to
hey,
make people forget about the earlier part.
That's cringe.
I know that relegating lived experience
Cringe alert.
to some dude with no teeth sitting on his porch going, back in my day, the blacks weren't so uppity or whatever is the easy way to do this. And I also understand that it's the easy way to do this to just go like, oh, you're fucking retarded, bro. Like, I could do that too, Vosh.
haven't
I could
called
sit
you
here and
retarded
call you
yet.
a fucking... Yeah, you did. You said I was stupid and simplistic and fucking didn't learn anything
Yeah, I
from
didn't
my
say the
life.
word
and my,
retarded.
by the way, by my
Called civility
years,
politics.
my decades of political advocacy. I didn't learn anything. I got no idea how nothing works. You just think because you lived through a bunch of shit, you got a fuzzy memory about Obama.
Out of curiosity,
Fuck
do you
off.
genuinely think that being like 45, 40, whatever, means that you have like some hidden insight into politics that isn't possessed
shit.
by people who are merely 30? Like, is that like the bar you fall into where you're legitimately doing the like, well, no matter how wrong I am, at least I have slightly worse knees. Like, what are you getting at?
I'm making the position that people, when you live through something, you might have something to speak to that a person that didn't live through something wouldn't. And I think you'd agree with me on pretty much any other subject, except, like, if I was a fucking Hiroshima survivor, you wouldn't be here going like, oh, you think you know more about getting a nuke dropped on you just because you had a nuke dropped on you? You know what I mean?
Do you think
you disagree.
having a nuke dropped on you gives you like a degree
I don't
in
think
physics?
you would disagree. I don't think you would disagree in that instance. But for
Yeah,
some
Rob,
reason,
I
would happily tell a Hiroshima survivor to their face if they were wrong.
Hold on. I understand that the fact that I've lived
Yup.
through
The art of
your
the steel,
fucking,
baby.
stated goals and your
Nice.
vaunted fucking bullshit my whole life. You think vote blue no matter who is some kind of like edgelord bread tube thing that you came up with?
Just math.
Motherfucker, I lived it. I was you 20 fucking years ago. I canvassed for John Kerry. I canvassed for Al Gore. I was out there going like, look, dude, I know these guys fucking suck, but we can't handle another George W. Bush presidency. You know what else isn't new? This argument that you're making that the world's about to end if Trump fucking gets elected. Democracy has been over every fucking election if we don't vote Democrat since God was a boy, bro. This is not a new fucking edge that you're fucking slinging.
You're arguing against the concept of math. You're basically saying, bro, you've been telling me to breathe air my entire life, and and it hasn't even fixed my fucking debt. I'm still in debt. Like, what do you? Like, my student loans haven't gotten paid yet.
No. I'm not saying I'm still in debt. I'm saying I'm in worse debt than my parents were.
Yeah, then manage your finances
better.
What the fuck, man? I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we've gotten around to this.
Dick. Manage your That's why people are working 3 jobs, right? Manage your fucking finances better. You posh, rich Beverly Hills, lily white, fucking milquetoast piece of shit. How do you even open your fucking bourgeois mouth to talk to workers? How do you even bring yourself to do it?
Well, considering the fact that basically all unions in America, except for the police unions, advocate voting for Biden over Trump, it's actually pretty easy for me to talk to workers. They agree with me. I don't know.
I'm the one that's making equivocation fallacies,
you have a very strong emotional attachment to being like contrarian on this specific subject. It's not something of which I can cure you. I'm not a magician or a wizard. I don't know. And look, the best case scenario, the best outcome here possible is that this just ends up being another like tepid, meaningless whatever. You can continue complaining after
fuck out of my way.
I don't want to be proven right on this.
What a total fucking dick, dude.
In the
manage your finance. Yeah, why don't you go talk to the fucking exploding homeless population here in California? Oh, dude,
March of history.
You realize you're basically fucking Patrick Bateman when he bent over to talk to that fucking homeless guy. You should get a job, Hal. What are you gonna fucking pull the knife out and slit me in my dog's throat? You fucking total corporate.
Yo, what the fuck are they sucking me up? What the fuck was that?
Fuck and your rich ass self.
So as is being increasingly evidenced, I think you have a very strong emotional attachment to this particular
God
subject.
fucking damn it. Fuck those guys,
man.
man.
In a fucking labor leftist household.
Goddamn GTA 5 police on me.
Pussyfoot around in politics and make fucking doomerist fucking bullshit.
Didn't you just say your parents voted blue consistently?
They did, yeah.
Then there we go. That's your pussy politics. What do you want?
Yeah.
Fuck off, pussies.
My parents also hit the line.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, nice.
I don't understand. If you think that I'm offended by the concept of your parents being harder workers than you, I'm not. I think it's cool, you know? People used to work pretty hard for their livings nowadays.
These guys gonna come fight me all the way here.
My parents are harder workers than me now?
Loser.
What do you know about my work history, Vosh?
About as much as you've yelled at me during the course of this conversation.
Me and T-Dave Dad was a famous scammer, so we don't know shit about work. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but I mean, you can talk to them about that, but if you're gonna talk to me about my chops as a laborer, I've been employed since I was fucking 16 years old.
You know which party tends to aggressively push for lower minimum working laws at a state level?
Which party? Go ahead and tell me.
It's the Republicans.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, thankfully we got the Democrats to push back. Oops.